Tom Kaminski, Chopper 880.
All right, Pat, we are just currently getting a look at the World Trade Center. We have something that has happened here at the World Trade Center. We noticed flame and an awful lot of smoke from one of the towers of the World Trade Center. We are just coming up on this scene. This is easily 3/4 of the way up. Whatever has occurred has just occurred within minutes, and we are trying to determine exactly what that is, but currently we have a lot of smoke at the top of the towers of the World Trade Center. We will keep you posted.
Tom, we just saw that smoke go up at about the same time you did. It was like one huge puff.
That's exactly what we had seen. We had seen what we had turned around with Jeff. We were at the George Washington Bridge. We had seen a fireball, and I can tell you it appears as though something has gone into the World Trade Center. I'm looking at the north side of what I believe, what is the North Tower, so I would guess that's tower number 1. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is about 3/4 of the way up, maybe even 3/4 of the way up Tower 1. There is smoke now billowing out of the top of the World Trade Center. I'm looking at what appears to be broken windows. I want to say that this is about 10 stories down from the top, maybe a little bit more than that. But there now appears to be smoke pouring out of the gash of the north side of the World Trade Center. My heavens, this has just happened within several minutes. We're going to try to get a little bit of additional detail about this, but currently Lower Manhattan is, I would say as of right now, going to be a big trouble spot, to say the least. The inbound side of the Lincoln, about a 30-minute delay. The Holland, about a 40-minute delay. Let's go back over to Craig Allen,
Tom,
WCBS. Yes,
before we go to Craig, can we stay with you for a second?
Absolutely,
we're going to describe what we saw, because we have a distant view of the Trade Center from our studio here in Midtown Manhattan. What we saw was one giant plume of smoke, not a very dark color smoke, but a light color smoke.
All right, what we had seen, we were at the George Washington Bridge beginning to make our way south. We saw what appeared to be literally a fireball at the top of the World Trade Center. I am just coming up now and looking at the north face of the World Trade Center. It appears, at least from this vantage point, that something has hit it. Something has gone into the World Trade Center. I do not have that confirmed in any way, shape, or form, but there is a gash across, I would want to say, about 10 stories down from the top of the World Trade Center.
All right, Tom.
Sort of from right to left and making its way down. Yes, Jeff?
Okay, we're going to interrupt you here. We've found an eyewitness who's going to talk to us about what they see. Smoke at this point is billowing from that top eighth, let's say, of the one tower.
And now we've seen what it's like from the air in the word pictures of Tom Kaminski. What's it like on the ground here? We have an eyewitness who's called us, who is on the way to work, driving to the World Trade Center. Hello, sir? Yes, what are you seeing?
I see a gaping hole at the top of the World Trade Center, almost to the top, not quite up there. I wasn't looking at it as I was driving towards it. I just heard a huge explosion. It seemed like it blew out as opposed to something going into it. And I'm looking at it real close now. Obviously, I'm not going to get there, so I have to turn around somewhere here.
How far away are you right now?
I'm 4 blocks away looking right at it.
Can you see the smoke coming from that hole?
It's a huge hole. There are flames. There's smoke. There's smoke on the others. It looks like the impact was on the northbound side or something blew out on the northbound side. But I see smoke coming out on the southbound and the westbound side also. And it's the northbound tower that this happened in.
The North Tower is the one that's closer to Midtown.
Yes, that's right.
And where are you driving right now?
Well, I'm on West Street, so I'm looking right at it. I'm only 2 blocks away.
Yeah.
This is as far as I'm going to be able to go. I'm going to have to turn around somewhere.
All right.
WCBS
Thank you
News
for
time.
that.
8:52. Again, we're following as there is smoke coming from the World Trade Center, the top eighth of the North Tower. There's a gash apparently in the side of the building. And now, WCBS News time, 8:52. We have
breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
I believe if we can get in touch with him, we have a witness who saw what happened at the World Trade Center. M. David Levin, are you with us?
I am right here at the foot of the World Trade Center on the north side. Smoke is billowing out of the, I would say it's about 15 stories down from the top of the number 2, I believe it is, World Trade Center. Flames are coming out also. This apparently was a commuter plane that smashed into it with such force that the windows of the Pick a Bagel, in which I was just about to buy a bagel, smashed with a big bang. Everybody was very frightened, and it sounded like a fabulous explosion. And indeed, there is great devastation up there.
What happened to the commuter plane? It looks from what we're seeing that it might have actually gone through one side of and out the other.
I can't see the south side of the building, but it could well have been. It hit with such force that the whole neighborhood really shook.
Well, Tom Kaminski may have a better view for us, David. He's in Chopper 880. What are you seeing now, Tom?
I think we can sort of confirm that at least to some degree. We are now looking at flames shooting out of the north side of number 1 World Trade Center, but there are at least some windows blown out and smoke billowing out of the opposite side. We have not been able to get to the south side of the building yet. We're sort of staying right here. We have a very good vantage point, so we're staying here for the time being. However, there is smoke billowing out of both sides, really of all 4 sides, it would appear, of World Trade Center Tower number 1. And as we've been saying, this is anywhere between 10 and 15 stories down from the top. Now, as you look at the World Trade Center, this is the building with the antenna on top of it. So there is quite a bit of flame now coming out of the north face of that building, and only smoke. I don't see any flame coming out of the other approaches, but I talked to our pilot, Arthur Anderson, and he says he did see something go into that building. We were at the George Washington Bridge and beginning to make our way south. I looked up and saw a fireball, but Arthur Anderson, my pilot, says that he certainly did see something right at that building, about 10 to 15 stories up.
Tom, stay with us for a minute, will you? We want to talk to WCBS producer Kelly Edwards on the ground. Of course, you can see the fire. Where are you?
I'm just about 15 blocks north of the World Trade Center right now on 7th Avenue. Fire trucks are screaming down 7th Avenue trying to get to the fire. It looks like the fire is about 10 stories from the top of the building. Flames are shooting out. Smoke is pouring out. This gash goes from one side of the building practically all the way to the other. You can see thick black smoke pouring out of the front of the building, the north side. I can also see it coming out of the west side, and it's certainly coming off the entire top of the building right now. It's completely covered with smoke. You can barely see the top of the building. You can see flames shooting out of the east side of that gash. The gash seems to be getting bigger. I can now see flames coming out of the east and the west side of the gash. It seems like the windows are breaking as the fire moves down the building.
Well, we had heard earlier from one of the witnesses, M. David Levin, told us that the ground floor windows had been shaking, Kelly. Now, everybody we've been speaking with seems to have a vantage point of one side of the World Trade Center. We can tell you that at least 2 facades of the building have giant holes, at least 2 or 3 stories high in them. We don't know what's become of people inside or where that plane might have ended up. We're trying to find out the latest for you. Of course, we're very little in the way of details. Emergency crews are still on their way to the scene as of this point.
Stay with WCBS 880 because we are right on top of this for you with reporters on the way to the scene. Tom Kaminski is overhead giving us the bird's eye view and in fact was the first to tell us about it and see it.
Tom's been hovering around. Let's go to him right now up in Chopper 880. Tom.
All right, Jeff, back here with you. And we're trying to gather some information as to what type of plane this might have been into this area. I can tell you, as we are looking here at the north side, the north face of Tower Number 1, the gash that is in the building runs from about 10 stories up to about 15 stories, going from right to left, sloping to the left diagonally. Smoke is pouring out of that face, and now we have quite a bit of smoke and flame pouring out of the eastern side of Tower Number 1, and that also about 10 to 15 stories up. So it is our guess that whenever went into Tower Number 1 went into it and stayed there. We have not seen any evidence of any other fire on the south side of the World Trade Center. Tower Number 2, at least from our vantage point, appears to be unaffected. This appears to be entirely in Tower Number 1. But the impact point is almost certainly on the north side of tower number 1, about 15 stories up. We're just getting a look at the street. The traffic on West Street at this point is just beginning to come to a stop. That hasn't really happened yet. We are seeing some police and emergency crews beginning to make their way down West Street. Certainly this area is going to be not the place to be. I would want to say from about the area of Canal Street on down, at the very least, you really need to try and avoid driving in this area. And at this point, Jeff, that is all we have. We are still looking at smoke billowing out of tower number 1.
All right, Tom Kaminski will come back to us, and we have reporters Peter Haskell, Mary Gay Taylor on the way to the scene. Our producer Kelly Edwards on the ground, not far, has given us a good view from the ground, and Tom Kaminski will continue to give us a bird's eye view, and that's why you want to stay with us on WCBS 880. We've got you covered.
WCBS News Time 8:59. Let's give you a recap of what's transpired. We first saw this huge plume of smoke wafting up from the World Trade Center about, I'd say, 12 minutes ago, about 10 minutes to 9 o'clock. After that, thick black smoke began billowing from gashes in at least 2 sides of the building. Windows have been shattering. Some people, eyewitnesses we've spoke to on the air here at WCBS in those top 10 or 15 floors of the North Tower, there was such an explosion that it made windows shake and break on the ground 100 stories below.
Joining us now on the line is an eyewitness who is in the Empire State Building. Bob Bradley, what do you see?
I saw this plane. It didn't look like it was out of control at all. It was a medium-sized body plane with engines on both sides just fly right into the building. I thought at first it was a shadow that was going to swoop over top of the building like we've seen in the past just sitting here in our office, but this plane headed directly for the building. And note, it didn't look like there was any trouble at all with the plane. It didn't swerve at all. It just landed directly in the building. It was almost like a gray-black color in nature on the plane.
It seemed as though it just flew right into the building without...
like he wanted to fly into the building.
He wasn't trying to avoid the building.
No. This guy swoops directly into the building.
All right, that's what it looked like from one vantage point.
That's from the Empire State Building. Thank you very much.
You got it.
Okay, well, also to speak with us now, people are checking in from all over, from the Village Penthouse. I'm not sure exactly where that is, but we'll find out. Carl Tendler is joining us. Where are you located?
I'm near Washington Square Park. I live in a penthouse which faces directly the 2 World Trade Center buildings.
Were you looking outside when this happened?
I heard noise overhead. And I got up to see what it was. It was a low-flying aircraft. It was about 150, 200 feet off my penthouse. He was flying straight ahead, and he pulled up a little bit and went into just hit the side of the World Trade Center. There was a huge flash. The aircraft looked like he was a DC-3. He was aluminum, no markings, aluminum, and he just flew right into the building. I still can't believe it.
All right, thank you very much. That's what you saw from north, right? That is
north of the Trade Center
in Washington Square.
All right, so we're hearing a couple of witnesses who said they saw a plane fly right into the building. Tom Kaminski in Chopper 880 back with us again.
And we are getting a look at the south side of the building, and certainly there is now that we can see severe damage even to the south side of this building, which is now beginning to make me question which angle this aircraft approached from. Most of the smoke is billowing up now to the south side of Tower number 1, so it's a little bit difficult to determine exactly the impact point. I can tell you that whatever internal sprinkler system there is at the World Trade Center has certainly been activated, because the smoke that we could see at the impact point is still very dark, but the smoke toward the top 10 to 15 floors of Tower number 1, that smoke is now white, and a lot of windows have been blown out on all 4 sides from about 15 to 20 stories up on Tower number 1, but certainly that smoke is now white in nature. So there are fire crews just screaming into this area from every conceivable direction. We're looking at crews flying down West Street currently into this area. We've noticed some coming across Canal Street, and just this entire area of Lower Manhattan is absolutely going to need to be avoided. For how long, there is absolutely no way to tell. Now, we've gotten a look at least 3 sides of Tower number 1, and that is the only building
it's exploding right now, Tommy. We're seeing
Apparently, that was another plane. We have a witness who we just spoke to a moment ago. We're hearing from Carl Tendler, who was at the Village Apartments in Washington Square. We're trying to bring him on the air.
All right,
that was a
Carl?
second plane that just blew?
Building number 1.
It's been another one, Carl.
Yes, he hit in building number 1.
The other building.
Yes, he flew right into it.
Describe exactly what you just saw,
Yes,
please.
I saw this jet coming towards the building. He was low. He was about halfway up. And he flew into, it looked like the southeast corner of the building. So building number 2 is now burning.
So that's now either one plane or two planes flying into each building.
One aircraft that just hit the south corner. It looked like a twin-engine jet.
That is about what you described earlier, wasn't it? You who told us.
No, the first one was a DC-3 that hit the first building.
Okay, we're seeing it looks like some kind of sick confetti parade. There is debris flying out of that south tower.
We saw a burst of flames a moment ago, just before we talked with you.
That was the aircraft that just hit building number 1.
Okay, we're going to go back to Tom Kaminski and Chopper 880. It's been about 20 minutes since the first explosion. The first plane flew into the North Tower.
Jeff,
Tom,
we have gone to the north side of the World Trade Center, so we were shielded from that. But just moments prior to that, we were getting a look at Tower number 1. That was unaffected. But as we were looking back, we did see a second explosion of some type in Tower number 1. So both of the towers of the World Trade Center are now affected. This second explosion has just happened. We're still looking at debris still raining down, and now from Tower number 2. My correction there. The second explosion just happened at Tower number 2. This is in the general area of where the first one was, but a bit farther down. I want to say maybe about 20 to possibly 25 stories down, and this would be on the northeast corner from what we can see of Tower number 1. So we now have both of the towers of the World Trade Center at this point in flames.
And there are some transmitters, of course, on top of one of those buildings, and that is affecting some of our broadcast friends right now.
Some of the TV stations are off the air at this point, so we will try to describe what we have for you. Tom Kaminski, just have to ask, do you have fuel enough to hang with this for a while?
We are actually going to refuel and be back with you. In fact, our plan is that we're going to do that right now so we can come back with you.
Again,
thanks.
let's recap.
Tom Kaminski, it's 9:05 on WCBS New York, and we are covering for you a couple of explosions. Planes have crashed into each of the towers of the World Trade Center just within the last few minutes.
I'll tell you what happened, what we saw. We were watching a television monitor. We were watching the smoke, the thick black smoke coming from the gaping holes in the North Tower. Tom Kaminski was on the air a few moments ago live, and suddenly the TVs went blank for a moment. They came back on with the pictures from the World Trade Center, and there was a second explosion into the other tower. A little bit lower, let's guess, 20 stories below the explosion point on the first tower. And again, people have seen two planes, one hitting each tower 20 minutes apart.
And I think another, we've had a lot of eyewitnesses calling us in who were able to see what happened. In fact, one of our listeners who called us at 2 different times, who said he saw each building get hit separately by 2 separate planes. Apparently, the first plane was a DC-3. The second plane is being described as a twin-engine plane that went into the second building just a few minutes later. People have been telling us that they don't believe that the plane had been trying to avoid the building. It almost looked as though it had intended to fly right into it.
All right, Tom Kaminski's still with us. He has to refuel, but let's go up to Chopper 880.
What's happening now, Jeff, is that we've had all aircraft operations in and around this area of Lower Manhattan suspended entirely. LaGuardia Airport has said there are 2 confirmed aircraft into the World Trade Center, and they want no one at all in this area. They are, in effect, if you can possibly picture this, cordoning off the entire area around the World Trade Center and around Manhattan from at least Midtown on south. So we will be looking at this from a far distance and describing from what we could see, at least from the opposite side of the Hudson River. We don't know what sort of restrictions will be placed upon any aircraft in addition to this, but LaGuardia Airport confirming 2 aircraft into the World Trade Center, 1 into each tower. So they have requested that all aircraft leave the area immediately, so we are complying with that.
Thank you, Tom Kaminski. We appreciate everything you've done so far. We hope you'll be back with us shortly after catching a drink for the helicopter. One thing we have yet to discuss is the people inside the World Trade Center.
The business day had started. Plenty of people were likely in their offices when all this happened at about 9:15.
A 9:15 or so as people are coming in the elevators. Roughly 50,000 people, as we know, work at the World Trade Center complex. More than just the two buildings. There are many that are low-rises beneath. But in those two towers, there are a tremendous number of people, and there are gaping holes and flames flying from some of the upper floors. We wish we could tell you exactly what was going on inside. We don't know if this is ominous or not. Certainly communications would be cut at a time like this. The transmitters atop the building have shut off some of the TV stations here in New York City. The question is, with no communication from inside the building, what has happened to the people on those upper floors? We haven't heard from any witnesses inside the World Trade Center.
Let's take a little listen now for a moment to CBS 2, which
Ladies
is
and gentlemen,
back on the air.
it's hard to fathom another accident.
It's indescribable as to why any of this has happened. We can't put words in the FAA's mouth or any flight tower information, but you're seeing what we're seeing, and on what seemingly is a relatively clear New York day.
Yeah.
Two plane impacts. One you just witnessed there, saw on tape a moment ago. Explosions just 18 minutes apart. Oh. The first one before 9, the second one...
Is this our Chopper 2 picture?
Not long after 9. Yeah, this is I believe, picture from Chopper 2. Jim Smith, are you up there?
Yes, we are, Michael and Lisa. We have been forced to stay about 5 miles away from the World Trade Center.
Okay, that's News 2, who is also covering this story along with us.
Yeah, their Chopper, same story as Tom Kaminski. They're being told to get away from the site on the ground. People being told not to go into the area of Lower Manhattan around the World Trade Center while emergency teams try to get inside.
And eyewitnesses continue to call into our newsroom, among them Ron Klein, who is a window washer. You were on Broadway and 18th when you saw what happened?
That's correct. I noticed the plane passing over lower than I had seen any type of plane previously pass. It didn't seem to be under power, and it was on a downward angle. The pilot did, the team attempt by the dipping of the wings from side to side to make maneuvers. As it went out of sight, the next thing that happened was the plume of smoke. I didn't really actually hear an impact, but the plane, I was concerned that the plane wasn't going to make it to where it had intended to go.
Sadly, we have to ask, are you talking about the first plane or the second plane 20 minutes later?
I'm talking about the plane that happened shortly before 9 o'clock. I don't know anything about a second plane.
Yeah, that was the first one. They happened 18 minutes apart, and they each hit a different tower of the World Trade Center. We have no word of casualties yet, but we did have one eyewitness who called us, who said that he was at a bagel shop on the ground nearby, and that he could feel the different buildings shaking all around the neighborhood. We continue to get calls in from eyewitnesses, and we have another one on the line with us right now.
I believe if we can bring him on the air. Russell, you're in Soho?
Yes, Soho.
And what was your vantage point when the tower had the explosion?
Well, we have an enormous, beautiful view of both the towers from the window on our deck on our cafeteria upstairs. And I hear this jet plane go over, and I think, well, that's kind of low. And I look out the window. I was by myself, of course. And here's this enormous, looks like a DC-9. It was a twin-engine jet. And it flew directly toward and I couldn't believe it. I thought, well, what the heck? And he dipped his wing, and then he flew directly into the building. It was an enormous explosion of fire. And, of course, I let out a big expletive because I couldn't believe it was like watching a movie. It was incredible.
That was heard just about everywhere where people were looking up this morning. Which one are you talking about, the first or the second?
I didn't know about the second one because I came down here, and I said, I better call somebody and let them know what kind of airplane that was.
Yeah. That was at about quarter of 9 this morning. About 18 minutes later, the second one happened in the other building. And in both cases, all the eyewitnesses who've called have told us that it looked as though it were intentional. Nobody was trying to miss the buildings.
That guy, he just dipped the wing slightly, but he didn't look like he was veering off. And it went right directly into the building. And it was like one of those movies. You can't believe it could happen.
Oh, but it did. Russell,
disaster movie.
Do you know your airplanes? We had heard earlier somebody guessing that it was a DC-3. You said a DC-9?
I see DC-9. It's a double, it's a two-engine jet, large jet, not a small corporate jet. So it was a pretty good-sized plane. And, well, if you look at the side of the building, you'll see there's a gash that goes almost from end to end, so it's almost a block wide, that building.
It looks almost as if, like, the World Trade Center had a scissor run through it, or somebody just, hit it with a hammer.
Well, the enormous plane just disappeared into the building.
It's a huge building, and it has this gash in it as though it were just a paper cutout.
That's right, and that's where the plane went in.
All right, thanks a lot for your help and what you've seen. WCBS News Time.
All right, now we have more information to give you.
Breaking. WCBS 880, right here, right now.
The FBI is now investigating reports of a plane hijacking before these crashes we're telling you about at the World Trade Center towers this morning. That is the very latest situation we have, that perhaps one or both of these planes had been hijacked.
That report is singular. Reports of a plane hijacking. Again, 2 planes involved in 2 crashes into either tower of the World Trade Center at about 10 to 9 and 5 after 9 this morning.
Another eyewitness is just called in. Susan Romo, you're in Battery Park City, and you saw one of them crash?
Yes, I saw the second plane crash right into the second tower.
And this was just about 15 minutes ago or so.
Yeah, I was looking at the first explosion from the top of my roof of where I live, and it was almost like I saw a replay of what had just happened on the first tower. The plane looked like a 737. It looked much bigger than the other one, and it just went right into the second tower and completely disappeared. I can see right now there's no debris, no plane debris at all. It just all was swallowed up by the tower. It's amazing. And I can start seeing flames coming from the second tower now, but not as much as in the first one. The first one is just, you could just see so much. You can see like 2 or 3 floors completely in flames.
Flames are now flying out of the South Tower. The smoke thick and black from both buildings at this moment. Here in Midtown Manhattan, we're insulated from the sound that would have come from any explosion. What we saw with the first explosion was a huge, quick plume of light-colored smoke. We were thinking maybe it's some smokestack or perhaps a building demolition project, something like that, down in Lower Manhattan.
And then before we knew it, we were talking to Tom Kaminski, and he was telling us what it was that we actually were seeing.
That something had apparently hit the World Trade Center, or some type of explosion. We now know, of course, that there were planes hitting either tower 20 minutes apart. The smoke has blackened over time as the flames have taken over inside the building, billowing out of the huge gashes in the side of the building in I'm going to guess, the top 20 or 30 floors. And again, we should stress that what we're hearing is eyewitness reports because we have not heard anything from city emergency officials at this point. They're obviously still trying to assess the situation less than a half an hour after the first explosion.
To recap, once again, at 9:15 here on WCBS, sometime at about 8:45 or so, we noticed the smoke coming out of the building, and that is about when the first plane went in. We are still getting calls from eyewitnesses who are telling us whether they saw the first plane go in or 18 minutes later the second plane go in. There is some discrepancy about exactly what kind of a plane it was each time. One description we just got was that it looked as though the tower actually swallowed the plane. There didn't seem to be any debris from the plane anywhere. It was simply swallowed up by the building, it appeared to this one eyewitness. Everyone's telling us it looked quite intentional. It didn't look like anyone was trying to swerve to avoid one of the buildings. And now we're getting word, of course, about the FBI investigating reports that there had been a plane hijacking before these crashes this morning.
That's all we know about a possible hijacking, not where any flight might have originated, where it was going to. And we stress that according to all the eyewitnesses we've spoken to who saw the actual impact of these planes, they're not talking about the small Cessnas. You know, if you have dinner at Windows on the World and look down, you actually see those little planes over the Hudson River flying beneath the high perch in which you're having your dinner. This is nothing like that. This is a plane up above that barreled down into the building the first time, and apparently the second time, if our eyewitnesses are to be believed.
Another eyewitness who's a pilot might shed some more light for us. Sheldon Edelman, you saw the first plane start to look a little bit strange before it crashed?
Yes, the plane flew over at about pattern altitude over the Washington Square Park area, heading south. It then banked and made a sharp right turn to go westbound, and then I lost track of it. I got the appearance that whoever was flying it was deliberately changing course for a particular direction, and he was flying extremely low, no higher than pattern altitude.
Tell us what pattern altitude is. I don't mean to interrupt, but what is pattern altitude mean?
About 1,000 feet over the ground level, over sea level, at that location.
All right, so he was at about that height when he...
He was very low, considering, and it was a commercial liner. This was not a corporate jet with the engines in the back. It had two engines, one on each wing. It seemed to be the size either of a 37 or a 67. I couldn't tell.
737 or 767, you mean?
One or the other. It had a wider body than a 757, so I couldn't tell exactly, but it was probably a 37 from what I could see. But what impressed me is the way the plane took a sharp right turn and did not change its altitude.
Given the direction it was coming from, could you guess where?
It was coming from the north. It was coming as if it would have been taking off from LaGuardia, coming from the north, heading south. It then veered to the right to go slightly west, but it was a definite turn to the west. And what impressed me is the height of the plane at this location made no sense at all.
Can you stay right here with us? We have another well-known pilot with us, our own newsman, Harley Carnes
joins us along with Sheldon Edelman. Sheldon Edelman saw what happened. Harley was, of course, not in the city yet, didn't see what happened.
Impact.
Okay.
Harley, maybe you could interview this pilot because you know all those pilot questions to ask.
Well, I can. One of the things that we know is there's a VFR corridor there, and so everything from 1,100 feet down to the surface is legal. It's legal for him to fly through there without getting clearances or really talking to anyone, although he should be on 123.05 and talk to other airplanes and let them know where he is. The point is that it's legal to fly there. We have a lot of freedom to fly in this country. And so coming from the north, they would have been able to steadily descend from a higher altitude to come down low enough, certainly, to hit the World Trade Center or any other building, and that was the thing that he was out to do. So I guess the first question I would ask someone who saw it is about how high up the towers did he hit, and it obviously was a clear turn in the direction of it. What did you see? And from a pilot's perspective, what was the guy doing?
From my vantage point, he was probably at about pattern altitude or less. Not for a jet, for a non-jet aircraft. I would say that he was no more than 1,000 to 1,500 feet above ground level.
And over the East River or the Hudson River?
He was on the closer to the west side, closer to the Hudson River.
Okay.
The point where he flew over the Washington Square Park was probably exactly that. He flew what seemed to be over the Washington Square Park, and he veered to the right. I would have to guess at about Houston Street or Canal Street, somewhere in that vicinity. He veered to the right. I would say Houston from where I was in the street. Made a sharp turn to the right to go westbound. I lost track of him at that location.
Well, the intelligent thing on his part is if he's going down the Hudson River at 1,000 feet, then he's able to do that without having to talk to anyone, without exciting anyone.
I would guess.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We are just getting word that air traffic has been stopped cold throughout the tri-state area. Let's go to Chopper 880. Tom Kaminski, what can you tell us?
Well, Jeff, what we can tell you now that we've just gotten some fuel and we're getting back in the air, and I could tell you that the flight operations at Newark and Kennedy and LaGuardia airports have been suspended, and we are just getting word now that operations at Teterboro Airport have been closed. So we were on our way out of Teterboro Airport, and we were told to go back. We're just coming back now. So in essence, what is happening here is that all flight operations in this area are stopped. We are closed down all the way around here at Kennedy, LaGuardia, and Newark airports, and now also at Teterboro. Whether or not this flight restriction will extend up toward White Plains or out to Islip, I have no way of knowing right now, but I could certainly tell you that flight operations at Newark and Kennedy, LaGuardia airports are stopped for the time being. And again, we don't know how long this is going to be, but if you are headed to the airports waiting for someone or waiting to catch a flight, it is safe to say.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
Tom, we're sorry to interrupt. We have new information.
A senior government official is saying that they are now pursuing reports one or both of these planes were hijacked. As we told you, the FBI was looking into that, and now they're saying that the crashes may have been the result of a suicide mission. They say the reports are preliminary. They don't know the cause of the crashes, of course. One government official says it certainly doesn't look like an accident, and of course that is what everyone who's called us, who was an eyewitness, is saying as well, so it bears that out.
Let's go back at Tom Kaminski, if you're still with us in Chopper 880.
Jeff, we are still with you. We're trying to determine if there's going to be a way that we can possibly leave this area and head toward that area, but it certainly from this point appears, according to the FAA, that they have been instructed to close all of the area airports. That includes Newark and Kennedy and LaGuardia, and for our purposes, Teterboro Airport. I can tell you, I'm looking up at the sky right now. It is a beautiful day to fly, and I do not see a single aircraft anywhere around this area as I look all the way around me. So it certainly would appear that all flight operations in and around the New York City area have been suspended. We will keep you posted on that. I just needed to add one other note here. When this first explosion occurred, we did not see, at least from our vantage point at the George Washington Bridge, any sort of a sizable aircraft come down that Hudson River corridor. That's not to say that when we were over the Bronx that didn't happen, and certainly that has been from every indication that the first plane, Tower number 1, had gone from north to south. There was no indication at LaGuardia that there was any sort of an aircraft that was that large that was in that corridor. But again, we'll be getting more details, and certainly we will be talking to as many people as we can at the towers and other pilots around this area to see what else we can learn.
All right, Tom Kaminski is going to keep back with us right on through the day. And meanwhile, let's recap exactly what we know. We just have learned a senior government official is saying that the FBI is looking into the possibility that one or both of these planes that crashed into each of the towers of the World Trade Center within the last 45 minutes may have been the result of a suicide mission.
According to the witnesses we've been speaking with since the first explosion at about 8:45, these looked like large planes, commercial planes. One witness who knows the air pattern says that probably came from LaGuardia. Let's get more information. We have an eyewitness speaking with us. Dan Rosenbaum is on the line. We don't know where you were at the time of the crash. Talk to us.
I was on the Brooklyn Heights Promenade looking at the World Trade Center. I saw the second plane crash into the tower. It approached from the south, somewhere, it looked like about the 50th or 40th story. Large plane, black. I didn't see any markings on it. I didn't hear any engines. It really sounded like the thing just glided in. It hit the tower, big bang, ball of flame, debris spewing from the south to the north.
Did you see metal wreckage flying off the building, or did it all go in?
I saw wreckage flying out of the building. I obviously don't know whether it's from the plane or from the building. The air over Brooklyn is full of paper.
Over Brooklyn, over on the other side, across Manhattan, across the river.
Across Manhattan, across the river.
Okay, over.
Dan Rosenbaum is telling us the view he's getting from Brooklyn. And, at City Hall right now, let's see what's going on, if there's been any word from the mayor or city officials. WCBS reporter Sean Adams is there.
We actually haven't been inside City Hall yet, but down outside the City Hall Park, I can give you the sense of what's going on in the street. The streets are packed with people. Almost every building has just about been emptied. The streets are filled with people, stunned, scared, frightened, crying, staring upward at this ominous, dark, horrible symbol in the sky. The two towers are flaming, both of them. The flames are racing up the side of the building, bright orange. The smoke sort of shimmies up the side of the building for several floors, and then the wind gets hold of it and is pulling it to the southeast, and that's why all of that paper and debris is floating out all over Brooklyn. It is absolutely amazing to see just the sheer panic in the streets right now. Many people are running. They saw this from their windows, their office windows, and their immediate instinct was to run, was to leave. People are tracking north, up towards Tribeca and Soho. The streets are jammed. If you were in your car...
What about the roads? In the car, yes.
What happens in the car is this. The streets are not moving that well, and what happens is there are emergency vehicles coming from every direction. You need to be... If you're in your car, don't panic. Just be patient, and when you hear those sirens, you have to get out of the way and let those vehicles get down towards the World Trade Center.
Do you know if they've closed any tunnels to let the vehicles through?
I don't have any information to that effect. I can tell you that I came down the FDR. I got off before I got to the Brooklyn Bridge, made my way back towards police headquarters, and there, the Verizon headquarters, that building was just emptying. Bertram High School, that building was emptying, and people are frightened, people are scared. You have to remain calm in the street. streets. There are lines at all of the payphones, 50 people long, because a lot of the cell phones just aren't working down here. I had to come to the Blimpie to use the telephone here. My cell phones aren't working. There's a lot of confusion right now, and people just have to stay calm up here in Lower Manhattan.
All right, Sean, we want you to stay with us. Please check back frequently for the very latest on the situation down in Lower Manhattan. He is approaching City Hall. Now we're going to go to another one of our producers here at WCBS 880. I think we may have lost this line. Yes, we did.
Okay, we're waiting to hear again from Kelly Edwards, who called us a few minutes ago because she was a few blocks away and saw what happened. And meanwhile, we continue to have Harley Carnes on the line with us, and we'll get a little more perspective from him. Harley, of course, is a pilot, and we will continue to speak with him. Now I think we have Kelly.
WCBS producer Kelly Edwards joining us live. Kelly?
Pat and Jeff, I'm standing on 7th Avenue South, just about 15 blocks north of the World Trade Center. Both of the buildings have smoke pouring out of them. The north building, the first one hit, has a seam going from one side to the other. It looks like if this tower were leaning over, the entire top would break right off. When the second plane hit, it hit from the south. Witnesses who saw it said it looked like a commercial airliner. It hit from the south. We couldn't see it exactly hit, but from the front, from the north, it was a giant ball of white smoke, flames, and a lot of sparks. It sounded like a giant light bulb breaking. People here on the street are crying. People are running into the street with their cameras. I've seen people running into the street with their bathrobes on. Everybody has a cell phone to their ear, but nobody can get through to anybody. There are a lot of people concerned about their friends and their children in daycare. People are going to pick up their families right now. I'm looking at the towers right now. In the north tower, the windows are peeling down like runs in a nylon. The smoke is still pouring out. There are not as many flames coming out of the north tower, but the south tower still has a lot of smoke. It's black and white mixed together. Those windows are also, from a distance, they look like they're breaking, but it honestly looks like a giant pair of pantyhose that just have several parallel runs going right down the leg.
Kelly Edwards with some very vivid word pictures. We have something new for you as well. And Tom Kaminski and Chopper 880 to tell us about it.
All right, we've been talking with the folks over at the Teterboro Tower, and the word that they are using now is that the airspace, we're talking Newark and Kennedy and LaGuardia and Teterboro, the entire New York City airspace is going to be, in their words, sterilized, meaning that no one will be flying anywhere around this area for an undetermined period of time. Currently here at Ridgefield Park, New Jersey, and we've been talking to the tower there. We've been talking to the tower at Teterboro Airport. Now, one other note. As part of a plan by the Port Authority, we have a full closing now of the inbound Holland and Lincoln tunnels. At this point, I don't know about the George Washington Bridge, but certainly the Holland and Lincoln tunnels are closed. No traffic allowed into Manhattan via the Holland or Lincoln. Again, the GWB, I do not have anything further on that. There is some traffic coming out of Manhattan back out to New Jersey, but if you're trying to get inbound, everything at this point has been closed.
On WCBS 880, right here, right now.
President Bush is now speaking about the situation here in New York City at the World Trade Center. We're trying to bring you his comments live as best we can quickly here on WCBS.
All resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence.
President Bush speaking from an elementary school in Florida.
May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
Brief comments in which he apparently, we didn't catch the beginning of it, but he was talking about this being a terrorist attack and talked about getting the folks responsible, about the folks inside the World Trade Center. 45 minutes after the first plane crash into the building, we have yet to hear word one.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We're covering more terror at the World Trade Center 8 years later.
Two planes have smashed into the towers minutes apart, the first coming about 8:50 this morning.
Both slammed into the upper floors, leaving gaping holes on multiple sides of each tower. There's flame, heavy smoke pouring out along with flame to this moment, 45 minutes later.
The FBI is investigating reports of a hijacking before the crashes, and there was also word that that they were looking into the possibility that it was a suicide attack. No word yet on possible deaths or injuries. The crashes have left some television stations in the city off the air. They happened about 18 minutes apart. Stay with us on WCBS 880. We have Tom Kaminski overhead in Chopper 880. We have experts and eyewitnesses on the phone with us. Stay with us for continuing live team coverage. Right now, M. David Levin, who we spoke to a little while ago, who was right outside trying to buy a bagel when the building started shaking. He's back with us now, right on the ground outside.
Yes, I am.
Are you seeing people coming out of the building?
No, everything is ringed off here, and what I do see, unfortunately, are bodies falling out of the north building. I've watched at least 4 bodies fall out of the building. There's still a great amount of smoke and fire, and here on the ground, everybody is very, very upset. There are people walking around holding their hearts. Women are crying. Everybody is talking about a conspiracy, and there is no cell phone service in the whole area as well. So the telephone lines for the outdoor phones are extremely long as people try to call their loved ones and tell them they're okay.
We were hearing reports from reporters who are getting closer and closer to the World Trade Center about grief in the streets. Again, this is the first we're hearing about anyone inside the building. And David Levin explained that he saw at least 4 bodies flying out of the building. There's no cell phone service in the area of Lower Manhattan. Sean Adams near City Hall, 15, 20 blocks away, spoke of people lining up 50 deep to use payphones. And at this point, Manhattan is sealed off.
You can't get in by either tunnel, and now there is also word that apparently the entire city is sealed off, so that would likely include the George Washington Bridge.
We'd have to say Manhattan is sealed off as opposed to the city. You can't get across the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. Hudson River crossings are closed, and again, as Tom Kaminski has been telling us, no air traffic. The air corridors have been
shut.
sterilized.
Sterilized
is the word that they're using because of FBI conjecture that there was a hijacking possibly before the planes crashed, and they're investigating that. One eyewitness telling us that given the traffic patterns coming toward the building as the planes were seen by eyewitnesses, that it is likely this plane, described as maybe a 737, maybe a 767, the second plane, would have been coming from LaGuardia.
We have another eyewitness on the phone with us, Juanita Soto in Brooklyn. What have you been able to see?
Well, we were in the roof, my husband and I, to see the plane go. So we could see it from the roof. And then as we're looking at the fire and the papers as they're flying away, we got paper down here from the Twin Towers. We saw a second plane heading towards the building, and that's when we heard another explosion.
Thank you.
And it looked like a news helicopter. That's what it seems to us. But it was not a helicopter.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We use that sound to get your attention. Right now, we need the attention of every firefighter in New York City.
The New York City Fire Department is issuing a total recall. All hands on deck, so to speak. They need all the help they can get. They need everyone to report. That is from the New York City Fire Department. Obviously, we are on full terrorism alert in New York City. President Bush has mentioned this as a possible terrorist act. We have people on the ground telling us they have terror in the streets in Lower Manhattan, people panicking, people crying. One witness has told us he saw a couple of bodies actually fall out of one of the buildings. What happened was within 18 minutes apart, 2 different planes crashed into each separate tower of the World Trade Center. It would seem, by all accounts, intentionally.
So what we know now at this point is that apparently 2 large planes have collided into the towers of the World Trade Center, and Manhattan is sealed off from the world. The bridges, the tunnels closed. No air traffic. No helicopter traffic can get anywhere near the World Trade Center. The TV helicopters, our Chopper 880, no one can get close at this point. The airspace around New York City has been sterilized this morning.
You're listening to continuing coverage live here on WCBS 880. WCBS News Time is 9:36.
Let's go to Chopper 880. Tom Kaminski, you can't get close, but you were nearby and saw this a moment ago.
Well, I tell you, Jeff, we were making our way south from the George Washington Bridge into what is called the unrestricted airspace, the Hudson River corridor, and as a left turn and headed south along the Hudson, we spotted a fireball at the top end of tower number 1. Now, as We were then, after our initial look at this, and headed down toward the area of the World Trade Center and got a look around at the damage of Tower Number 1. We had been in that area just south of the World Trade Center and really had not been in that area for longer than 30 seconds. We had gone north, and the second explosion occurred.
Could you feel the wave of the explosion?
We couldn't feel the wave of any explosion. However, the flash in each instance certainly caught our eye, and in fact, that was the second explosion that we had seen with the second plane going into Tower Number 2 was one that was even more dramatic, because we had been looking at it from pretty much every angle at any point, and we had been in that general area where that second aircraft had come in, and it would not have been more than 2 minutes prior to its impact. So it's been just an amazing, an unbelievable morning. Now, what we need to tell you in terms of trying to get around Manhattan is that any plans you may have in and around Manhattan today, you need to cancel them as quickly as possible, because there is no one being allowed in Manhattan at all. The Holland, the Lincoln tunnels, they have been closed.
Okay, we have an update for you, Tom.
The subways are also shut down, and there is a full terrorism alert in effect right now in New York City.
For 8 years since the World Trade Center bombing in 1993, we've been talking about the city going on terrorism alert, and we wondered how great an alert the city could possibly be under. This is it. All the bridges are closed. The subways have been stopped cold. The airports are closed throughout the region as the smoke continues to billow out of both towers of the World Trade Center.
WCBS reporter Harley Carnes is also known around these parts as a pilot and instructor, and has a little bit of a perspective about all this. Harley, you would pretty much concur with what some of our eyewitnesses said about the way they saw the planes go into the buildings?
Oh, as a pilot, I mean, there's just no way this is anything but intentional. There's no way. I mean, on a day like today, and I can tell you that I'm far north and west of the city, and I was up earlier this morning. You can see New York City from 50 miles away without any difficulty.
Did you see the video of the plane going in?
No, I haven't seen it, because I wasn't anywhere around it. As a matter of fact, I walked into a building to pay some taxes, and the place was just buzzing about it. And so the first thing I did was run outside and get on the phone, of course. But I can tell you that as a pilot, I mean, this is not a journalist talking, but as a pilot, nobody flies into one of the World Trade Centers on purpose. I mean, unless they are planning to commit suicide.
Especially in a large jet. This plane, having seen the video, went straight for the building and hit head on.
And as Harley says, it's a crystal clear day. There's no way this is an accident.
Yeah, I mean, this is severe clear. This is Cavu. This is every description we ever use for beautiful weather, for beautiful flying weather, as Tom mentioned a few moments ago. And don't forget, now, what the allegation was some time back that a co-pilot on an airplane put a big plane into the water in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, we could be looking at that kind of situation. We could also be looking at a hijacking. But no pilot in his right mind is going to fly anywhere near it, particularly on a big airplane, the World Trade Center.
Harley, you know the air corridors in this region like the back of your hand. Can you guess which airport or where these planes might have come from?
Well, if they're big airplanes, they could come from anywhere in the United States. Doesn't make any difference where they came from. I mean, they didn't have to take off from here, is my point. They didn't have to come from LaGuardia or Kennedy or...
They could be on their way there.
Peterborough. They could be on their way there. They could have been taken from Omaha, Nebraska, for all we know.
Interesting. In all the eyewitnesses we've spoken to, nobody mentioned any markings on the tail of either plane or jetliner company insignia, anything like that.
Sure, it could very well have been an airplane that was hijacked yesterday, that somebody put some paint on, that sort of thing. Well, we just don't know the answers, and it's all conjecture. But if nobody saw any markings, then there's a very inexplicable and interesting kind of a point, if that's in fact the case.
Well, it isn't a Cessna that can create a 30-story fireball, which is what it looked like as the second plane flew directly in.
I mean, a Cessna loaded with the same kind of explosives, the two that made a hole in the side of the coal. Yes, that could make a giant hole in the side of the World Trade Center. So it's possible for a small plane to do it if it's loaded with explosives. If, on the other hand, you have no explosives and you want to make a big fireball, get a big airplane.
All right, thank you. Harley Carnes, who is a flight instructor and is very familiar with the airspace over the New York City area, that airspace sterilized. According to Tom Kaminski, no planes allowed up, none allowed down. The airports are closed.
WCBS News Time, 9:41. We told you we were sending a lot of reporters to cover this story for you, and here's one of them now. Peter Haskell is live at Chelsea Piers.
And Pat, we can get a clear view down the West Side Highway. Cars had been backed up earlier before. We've seen emergency vehicles, fire trucks, police cars just flying down in this direction for the last 15 minutes or so. From both towers, you can just see the gray smoke billowing out. On the North Tower, it looks like the plane hit at a higher level than on the South Tower, where it hit even higher. We found someone who works here as a security guard who witnessed the first plane hit that North Tower, and we'll play the whole interview for you and let him describe what he saw and when he picked up this plane, what he noticed as he saw this plane seemingly dipping its wings up and down.
I was in my post on Pier 52. I was looking out to the airplane, just moving back and forth.
Its wings kind of tipping up and down?
Yeah, shaking. I just went right to the building, and a ball of fire just came out.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We were just guessing with Harley Carnes where those planes might have been hijacked from before they crashed into the World Trade Center.
Well, we're just getting word now. One of the two planes was hijacked after takeoff from Boston. This is from a U.S. official. They're not saying who, and they are citing a transmission from that plane. Apparently, one of the two planes that crashed this morning, 18 minutes apart, into each tower of the World Trade Center was hijacked after taking off from Boston.
Manhattan is virtually sealed off since about 8:45 this morning, and we're going to go live now to Captain Len Mackesy, who is the commander of the Lincoln Tunnel. You're with Port Authority?
Yes.
What do you have to tell us? Is the tunnel closed?
Yes. All Hudson River crossings, the Hudson...
Breaking
We're
news
sorry to interrupt you.
On WCBS 880, right here, right now.
It gets worse. An aircraft has just crashed into the Pentagon, according to witnesses. First, we have the two planes that have crashed into the World Trade Center towers here in New York, and now the Pentagon.
Like a replay from what happened in New York about exactly 1 hour ago. We are now looking at a live picture via CBS News and our resources in Washington, D.C. of huge white smoke billowing out of the five-sided building in Washington. This is the first word we're getting of the situation in the nation's capital. Again, as things break moment by moment, we learned only a moment ago that one of the planes that hit in New York came from Boston, where it was hijacked.
The West Wing of the White House has now been evacuated amid terrorist threats. That is also just coming across the wires now from Washington. A plane moments ago has crashed into the Pentagon in Washington, and now they are evacuating the West Wing of the White House. President Bush isn't there. He is in Florida right now, where he spoke just a little while ago. We brought it to you live from a Florida elementary school, saying that he would try to hunt down whoever is responsible for this terrorist act.
Again, we haven't heard the first word about anyone inside the building, save for one witness who said he saw bodies flying out of the 100th floor, the 95th floor of the World Trade Center, where the first explosion crashed.
You're listening to continuing live team coverage here on WCBS 880, where it's now 9:45. About an hour or maybe 55 minutes ago, the first plane crashed into the first tower of the World Trade Center.
There is a scene that could be best described perhaps as chaos in Lower Manhattan near City Hall. Our WCBS reporter Sean Adams was telling us earlier cell phone communications have been disrupted, much like communications were disrupted from the TV stations for at least a brief time. Of course, the stick on top of the World Trade Center North Tower is the one that broadcasts a lot of FM stations and some of the TV here in New York City. There was a blip in communications. We don't know who has reestablished their air signals to this point. But, blocks and blocks away, people in the streets crying, no cell phone service, lining up 50 deep to get to payphones.
Trying to get in touch with family members and loved ones. Of course, Kelly Edwards, our producer who was down in Lower Manhattan, spoke to us a little while ago and said people were trying to rush to the daycare center and get their children out, bringing back to some of us memories of Oklahoma City. To repeat again, New York City is on full terrorism alert. You can't get into Manhattan. You can't get in by a tunnel or a bridge or by a subway or by a plane. WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor joins us now live from the Millennium Hotel, which is right across the street from the World Trade Center.
Part of the World Trade Center complex, right?
Yes. Well, it's across. It's like an exodus out of Manhattan. Starting from City Hall, walking down here, people were fleeing. It's like one of those terror movies. And the people they're now being ushered out of the building. They have terrible stories to tell. Here's one.
I saw the plane, the second one. I physically saw it with my own eye. I saw it strike the building. Mark Cooper. I work right next door at 74 Trinity Place. We heard the first one come in. I didn't know what it was. It sounded like a missile.
You were seeing seeing evidence of a destruction on the ground. There are shoes, bloody shoes. One man, people are weeping coming out of there. Some of them have been through this now for the second time. They had to walk down the stairs. They're just walking in a stream up east to get away, far away from the building. There have been windows blown out. There's glass on the ground, and you can't. The phones are like jammed. People are trying to call home. It is just. This is the big event that the New York City Emergency Services have been training for, and by all accounts, they're doing a fine job.
You're at the Millennium Hotel. You can't get much closer than that, though, can you?
No, well, if I could get to the other side, I think I might get some information, but you can't get through, really.
Well, there's a reason, all the debris.
Yes, and they think it's still dangerous with things coming down.
Okay,
I'll get there, though.
All right, thanks, Mary Gay Taylor.
We will talk to you again. Mary Gay Taylor, live from Lower Manhattan.
We should mention the trading did not even open. There was no opening bell on Wall Street this morning. There has been no trading to this moment. They're talking about keeping the NASDAQ computerized trading systems going. They're talking about starting trading on NASDAQ at 10 o'clock this morning. We don't know how it's going to play out on Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange, being so close to what's gone on this morning here in the city.
If you're just tuning in, you've been hearing us talk about these two planes crashing into each tower of the World Trade Center just about an hour ago, the first one. Well, just a few minutes ago, a plane crashed into the Pentagon in Washington, and now the West Wing of the White House and the Capitol building have both been evacuated amid concerns over terrorist threats. President Bush is not in Washington. He is in Florida, where he spoke a little while ago and told us that he believes this is a terrorist event and that he is going to try to track down whoever's responsible for it.
But Pat, when he spoke, it was about 10 minutes before the blast at the Pentagon.
He didn't have that information yet. No,
he just knew about what had transpired in New York City, that there was what he called an apparent terrorist attack. And again, the FBI is investigating at least one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center was hijacked in Boston. We don't know, though, when that happened.
The president is calling this a terrorist attack. City firefighters are being called in to battle the fires at the towers. They're calling it a total recall. They want any firefighter in the city to come down and help. Bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are closed. Air travel is shut down, and the subway system is also shut down. You can't get into Manhattan, and you probably can't get around too easily in much of Manhattan.
One of our reporters has reached the World Trade Center finally, and it's a long, difficult trip this morning. Let's go to WCBS reporter Sean Adams. Exactly, where are you?
Well, right now, you really can't get much farther south than the southern tip of City Hall Park. Broadway there, everything is shut down. And here's
breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
Every time we think it can't get any worse, we are now learning that the FAA is shutting down all takeoffs anywhere in the country. No planes can take off anywhere in the United States. That is the word from the FAA just a moment ago.
Certainly any plane in the air can touch down, but nobody's leaving after that. So the airspace over the United States is effectively being sealed.
We're getting a very good feeling of what a full terrorist alert is like, and it seems to be now more, of course, than New York City. It's expanding across the country and in Washington, where a plane has flown into the Pentagon as well.
Let's go back to WCBS reporter Sean Adams again. Where are you at the moment?
We're at the southern tip of City Hall Park, and the situation down here is this. Every building in Lower Manhattan has virtually been just emptied, and people are now clogging the streets. And because people are clogging the streets, there's panic at times. People run when they think debris is falling. Debris, small bits are reaching this far up close to City Hall at times, very small pieces. There's fear that more might come down. Police are trying to push people north. If you're in the street, walk slowly north. Don't run. Also, keep the streets clear. Every possible street needs to be open so that emergency vehicles can come in, and they are flooding in. We saw one woman taken out on a stretcher. There are shoes, stray shoes, littering the street because people just want to get out of here. They don't even care about their shoes. They're leaving their shoes behind. There is a lot of crying. Cell phones aren't working. People are going into stores trying to call home. One woman told me she couldn't use the subway. Everything is sort of paralyzed down here, but if people slowly start to walk north, things are a lot calmer up there, but still a lot of people just stunned, staring up at the two flaming towers. The one corner of the South Tower, it appears there's damage on both sides, and the corner itself appears to be damaged. I can't tell if it's cut straight through, but that is obviously a very scary, frightening thing to look at. Slashes on either side of the building, and also appears to be the corner as well, with flames shooting out and smoke. It's very difficult to tell just how much damage is in that corner there.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
New information coming in from the Associated Press at this moment that the White House was evacuated because the Secret Service received what's described as a credible threat of a terrorist act against the White House and residents. That's according to the Associated Press. We stress President Bush is not at the White House today. He was visiting an elementary school in Florida, speaking about 20 minutes ago, right before the blast ripped into the Pentagon building.
They have also evacuated the Capitol building, and let's listen in for just a little bit. CBS News is telling a little more about what's happening in Washington.
Was a witness, and she said that she saw an American Airlines airliner plowing into one part of the Pentagon, the part that's known to be a heliport there at the headquarters of the Defense Department. She said it was an American Airlines passenger plane, from what she could tell, apparently hijacked, and that's why the FAA right now has grounded all flights throughout the country, apparently a move to prevent any more hijackings. Here's another witness as to what occurred at the Pentagon, where there is thick smoke billowing out from the Defense Department. Let's listen right now. Dave Statter of Channel 9 WSA-TV.
To the side of the building. There's a bit of a hole on that side of the building. Arlington Fire and Rescue, military fire on the scene, putting foam on it. The plane did not seem to go into the building like the World Trade Center attacks. It seemed...
WCBS News Time 9:53. Joining us live now is our reporter Allison Keys. She is witnessing. Allison, are you there?
I'm here. I'm at the corner of Broadway and Fulton.
A horrific scene. Tell us about it.
It is horrible here. There are people coming down the street with burns. There are people crying. Panicked people are coming out of the building, and you can actually see bodies falling from the top floors of the World Trade Center every now and then. People are standing in the street in tears. People are panicking and calling their families. One gentleman told me he was on the 65th floor standing next to an elevator when the elevator exploded and knocked him out of his shoes. Another woman said that she was working on the 49th floor and she's seen people in the stairwells with burns, broken arms. People are passing out of the stairwells from the heat. She says there's a lot of heat and smoke. It's a horrible scene here. I'm live at Broadway and Fulton. Allison Keys, WCBS 880 News.
All right, thank you, Allison. And now we go to News 2. John Slattery.
As a member of the White House advance staff, he came up to me and he said that he'd heard that a third plane was coming in. Now, shortly after that, a police captain came up to me and urged us to get out of the area. We were about 2 blocks closer. He also said that their word from Washington was that a third plane was coming in. Whether or not that is going to materialize, we don't have any word right now. But with that, what happened was everyone who'd been evacuated from the World Financial Center across the street and who were merely outside the building across the street were then moved about 2 blocks farther away. And in just about the last 5 or 10 minutes, all of the people, thousands of people who were gathered around me right here, were moved back at least another half a block. The police are trying to get a handle on just the crowd control here. And meanwhile, what we saw, if we can look up at the building, you've undoubtedly already seen this as well, but a number of people were apparently jumping from windows. We saw at least 5 or 6. One man told me that he knew of about 10, but an FBI agent confirmed 5. And then with a few minutes after that, we saw a 6th person jump out. So we're unsure.
That's John Slattery from CBS 2 at the scene with the World Trade Center still with smoke billowing out of it right behind him. The fire department has a total recall. The city fire department wants all firefighters, all hands on deck. They need all the help they can get. You can't take the subway. The tunnels into Manhattan are all shut down. You cannot get into the city. You cannot fly anywhere in the country, except one person probably can fly in the country right now, and that's President Bush.
Yes, we believe that he has taken off from Florida, where he was speaking about half an hour ago at an elementary school. He is aboard Air Force One. We don't know if he's coming back to Washington or if they're going to keep him in the air at this point. The Capitol building, the Treasury, and the White House have now all been evacuated.
A plane crashed into the Pentagon just a little while after the 2 planes crashed into the 2 towers of the World Trade Center here in New York. Tom Kaminski in Chopper 880 had first word of that for us over an hour ago and joins us again.
Tom, we have a question for you. Can you get out of Manhattan?
apparently you can get out of Manhattan. The word that we've gotten is that the Port Authority is letting whoever wants to get out, but there is no one being allowed into Manhattan. All of the Port Authority crossings are closed down. As we've been saying, the subway service severely disrupted. No one really being allowed to move anywhere. At this point, if you are in a safe spot anywhere around this area, probably the best thing for you to do is to just stay exactly where you are until this situation gets rectified to some degree, because it has not been rectified to any degree yet. Everything has been closed, as we've been telling you. All of the area airports are closed, and now all of the airports across the country have been closed. We are still sitting here at Richfield Park. We had been getting fuel here. We had been allowed out of Teterboro Airport, and almost immediately the controller at Teterboro told us to return immediately because all operations were to be grounded at that point. And the word that they used is that the airspace in this area is going to be sterilized. That means absolutely nothing is going to be moving in the air around this area. Now, we don't know how long this restriction is going to last, but obviously this is as severe a restriction as you can possibly get in terms of air travel across the country and really around the globe because of this is going to be severely disrupted and severely curtailed today.
All right, Tom Kaminski, we seem to be losing him at this point. We can tell you about evacuations here and in Washington. Certainly people are streaming out of buildings in lower Manhattan. We can now tell you that there's not going to be trading on the New York Stock Exchange. They're evacuating the New York Stock Exchange. NASDAQ was hoping to start its computerized trading day about 2 minutes from now at 10 o'clock. We don't know if that's going to happen. To this point, the White House, the Capitol building, the State Department, the Treasury in Washington, all evacuated after the blast struck the Pentagon. Manhattan is sealed off. If you want to get in, you cannot at this point in time.
WCBS News Time is 9:58. It is Tuesday morning, the 11th of September, and you will not forget this date.
WCBS News Radio 880. We're going to bring you the latest in just a moment from the CBS radio network. We don't want to break away from the coverage of New York City and what's happening at the World Trade Center, but we have the situation at the Pentagon. 3 coordinated attacks. First, the North Tower of the World Trade Center, then the South Tower, and then about 40 minutes after that second blast, a plane augured into the Pentagon. A large plane, someone said. A witness said it was an American Airlines jetliner. I'm Jeff Caplan.
I'm Pat Carroll. And the nation is on full terrorist alert. Planes crashing into the World Trade Center, 2 of them about an hour ago, and now it looks as though the tower has just collapsed.
On WCBS 880, right here, right now.
My God, this is horrible. It looks like the North Tower of the World Trade Center has just completely collapsed. Where the building once stood, there is nothing but smoke. There is smoke billowing and covering all the surrounding smaller skyscrapers. This must have happened within the past 20 or 30 seconds. We're hoping that the people who are outside are okay. That is a tremendous building, one of the largest in the world, and it's just apparently coming down. We really wish we could tell you more.
The smoke has become black now. Earlier on, when we first noticed the first plane crash into the first tower, it was a white, billowy smoke. It is now a black, sooty smoke. The city looks like it is in ruins from the vantage point of looking where the tower just crashed into lower Manhattan.
The smoke that is surrounding the World Trade Center and billowing out in the blocks around, if you take a panoramic view of the city, it looks as if there were dark, dirty clouds fully enveloping all the skyscrapers, and presumably that smoke is being breathed by the thousands and thousands of people who've been streaming out of the buildings and hopefully can get out of the area.
They've been trying. The streets are crowded. People are panicking. They're lining up to borrow phones because they can't use their cell phones, and there is probably likely to be a bit of panic in lower Manhattan
This
right
just
now.
happened within the past moment, and we wish we could tell you more about the situation with the North Tower, which has been on fire. WCBS Chopper 880, Tom Kaminski. We hope we have good reception. Please tell us what you're hearing.
Well, what we're hearing exactly what you are hearing, Jeff. And as I heard you mention that, I looked over from our vantage point in Richfield Park, which is quite a ways away from that area, but saw quite a billowing of smoke in that area of Tower Number 2 that we had not seen previously. And it would certainly appear from the indications that we're getting, and in fact hearing from other pilots, that a large section of Tower Number 2 has indeed collapsed. That is the word that we're getting. I don't have that officially, and standing out here outside of the helicopter, which is about as much as we can do, I don't have that confirmed, but there is just a tremendous amount of smoke behind Tower Number 1 right now. And, Jeff, at this point, that's all I have.
You know, I'm going to try and
Tom
lean out.
Kaminski.
I'm going to switch microphones and just take a look outside.
We have a view from a certain point in the studio here where you can see that part of Manhattan, and we've often remarked, oh, look, there's the World Trade Center. And when we saw smoke a little while ago, over an hour ago, we didn't know how serious it was.
We've had a view of the World Trade Center here. It's partially obscured by a building that went up recently, but we could always see sort of a perspective of both towers. And while we saw smoke billowing from both buildings, dark, thick smoke from the upper floors, now it's just a huge, totally obscured situation down there. There's white smoke beneath the grayer smoke that is billowing off toward Brooklyn at this point. Apparently, the North Tower of the World Trade Center simply collapsed, like something you would see in a video of a stadium being blown up by dynamite, and we don't know why.
Kelly Edwards is live with us, a producer from WCBS who has been calling in periodically through the morning because she's right near where everything's going on. What do you see now, Kelly?
I am looking at the north building, and I cannot see the south building right now. I saw the whole side of it crumble with smoke and a lot of sparks coming out. The entire side just crumbled to the ground. It almost seemed like slow motion. Right now, the smoke is covering up what would be left of the tower if it were there, but I honestly could not see the tower at all before the smoke got this bad. The entire building appears to have collapsed. Now, I don't know if it did because the smoke is now in the way, but from my vantage point, after the side of the building crumbled off with sparks flying, and it sounded like the 4th of July, it seems as if the entire building might have collapsed, but again, I do not know.
The roof of the building, we can say, is not where it was 10 minutes ago. We don't know to what level or if it went right to the ground, but certainly there are buildings so tight in that area that the debris would have showered all over them. Again, you can't tell at this point because Lower Manhattan is simply completely enveloped in smoke, visibility zero.
Kelly, you're about 15 blocks from the World Trade Center. It's smoky where you are, too.
Well, it's not quite so smoky here, and I did try to get closer. I tried to drive closer, and that was absolutely impossible. And the only way for me to get back north was to drive backward on 7th Avenue because I could not even turn. There are too many cars and too many emergency vehicles. You can hear them going by. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear them. You said it sounded like the 4th of July. You heard a big explosion before the building fell?
I saw it as it was happening, and it sounded as if you had 100 of those little black cat firecrackers and you lit them all off at once. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like the finale of the 4th of July over the East River.
To this moment, we don't know if that might have been another explosion set off or something caused by an open gas main as a result of the plane crashing in earlier. We just have no idea.
It's too hard to tell, but I can tell you that the flames from that second explosion, from that second crash, were crawling down the sides of the building, and it seems as if they had crawled down probably a good 15 or 20 stories, and upward as well, before this explosion or crumbling took place. Again, the smoke is still in the way, but you can almost feel like you can look through it and see nothing. It feels like there is only one tower standing.
Kelly, you gave us some very vivid pictures earlier about what it was like in the streets, and people were rushing to try and get children out of daycare, panicking, trying to use telephones. We've lost Kelly, but we've got Sean Adams now, who is joining us now on Broadway. Sean, do we have
think
Sean?
We can bring you Sean. Sean?
Hello?
Okay, go ahead, please.
Where are you, Sean?
Right now I'm on Broadway and Leonard Street, and I'm in a crowd, and we are running north on Broadway. We are escaping an enormous cloud of dust and debris that is racing up Broadway behind us. It is to our backs. I was down by the southern tip of of City Hall Park when we heard a thunderous boom and crackling sound. I gazed up briefly and I saw, I believe it was the southern tower, right where that corner I talked about earlier, how it had been broken apart, slashed on both sides. The tower appeared to crumble and start to fall sideways and down. I didn't look anymore after that. I turned and I started to run. Everyone ran. Police ran. People just took off. People ducked into doorways, and people didn't stop to look behind. I didn't want to see what happened. I just started running. I made it to Broadway. just everyone that was stopped on the street, necks craned, gazing upward, looking at the inferno, both towers burning like Roman candles. Everyone just started to run, just trying to escape whatever was coming down. And now that cloud of smoke is making its way up Broadway, over a bit to the west. You can't even see down the street. It's just white dust.
It's not an easy job this morning to be a reporter, and our reporters are doing their best. Allison Keyes is also in the thick of things, and you had a kind of a close call, didn't you, Allison?
I had an unbelievably close call. I can hardly breathe. It looks like a nuclear war happened here. You can't see the sky at all. It's all gray smoke. I was standing at Broadway in Fulton, and all of a sudden there was a huge rumble under the ground, and we all looked at each other, and everybody just ran for their lives. And you heard a huge crash, and I looked behind me once, and the whole top of the building looked like it was coming down, and I just turned and ran. The smoke got to be so thick that I couldn't breathe at all. So some of us got inside of a building about a quarter block from where I'm standing now. I still can hardly see. There's so much smoke in the air. The street is completely covered with soot. I'm looking at a single tennis shoe standing in front of me. People are running by me with handkerchiefs over their faces and everything. I'm sorry, it's really hard to talk. I'm live on Fulton. Allison Keyes, WCBS 880 News.
All right, Allison, please stay in touch with the desk. You know, like so many thousands of people in the area worried about loved ones, our reporters have been heading to the scene, and then that collapse, and we're grateful when we hear from each one that they're okay. Allison Keyes and Sean Adams checking in from the area inside that smoke, trying to breathe and run at the same time. 50,000 people work at the World Trade Center. Hopefully, many of them got a chance to leave the building safely during the hour or so after the North Tower was first hit by the plane. It was, what would you say, roughly an hour before the building apparently collapsed.
It all started at about 10 minutes of 9. The first tower was hit by a plane. About 18 minutes later, a second tower was hit by a second plane. Of course, we're talking 9 o'clock in the morning. Office staffs are coming in, or on their way in. The building is likely to be humming with activity at that time. We don't really have much word about injuries, except we do know there have been fatalities. People were seen falling from the buildings, from the towers. And now, of course, one of the towers has absolutely collapsed right at the site. Tom Kaminski is in Chopper 880. Keeping an eye on things for us, or at Chopper 880. Are you allowed to fly now?
We are absolutely not allowed to fly at this point. Flying around here that we have seen some emergency aircraft that are making their way in. We are not allowed to operate this aircraft at all, and we don't know at this point for how long. And the upshot of what the new information that we have is that all non-essential travel is being banned. In other words, there's no one allowed at the Port Authority crossings. Jeff had asked earlier, were people being allowed to leave? Currently, they are not. There is no one allowed at the Port Authority crossings, no one into or out of Manhattan from any conceivable direction. The subways, at this point, all service has been entirely suspended until the officials can get a handle on as to what the degree of service can actually and safely be used. At the airports, no planes being allowed to land or depart. There is a full stop at all of the airports across the United States of America, and because of that, obviously, severe restrictions and delays on air travel around the globe today. So at this point, about the only advice that I can offer from our vantage point is that if you are in a spot that is safe, stay there, at least for the time being, until this situation gets to one degree or another straightened out. Jeff, Pat?
We keep thinking it can't get worse, and then something else happens. First, the explosion at 8:45. Then, about 5 after 9, the second explosion at the South Tower of the World Trade Center. Following that, the explosion at the Pentagon caused by a large plane going in. And now, at a minute to 10 o'clock, the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. The site where it once stood is now leveled. That symbol of New York City, gone.
WCBS reporter Peter Haskell is on the ground for us at Chelsea Piers.
All right, let's first start out and say that it was the South Tower that actually collapsed. We've got a good look of the North Tower from here at Chelsea Piers, and it looks like perhaps the top, 20 or 30 floors just totally, completely blackened. There is still thick gray smoke that is just pouring out of this. You can hear the emergency vehicles going by. They have been doing this for the last probably 30 minutes. It would seem that every possible available piece of equipment that they dare send downtown, they are doing. Again, the equipment, mostly fire engines, but also unmarked police cars have been flying down the West Side Highway. There are folks who were watching through binoculars when they just saw a huge explosion in the corner of the South Tower and then just debris flying. Now, understand from Chelsea Piers, you can only see the left edge of that South Tower through the North Tower. Now, looking at the North Tower, where that plane went in, apparently, at the very top of the building, we can see flames still shooting out from the right side of this North Tower, and maybe 10 floors below on the far left edge, you can see flames on the inside of the building. So maybe 20 floors from the top on the right edge, flames shooting out the right side of that building, and on the left edge, maybe 10 floors down from there, the flames aren't shooting out, but having looked through binoculars, you can see that there is a pretty tremendous fire inside, and now actually with the naked eye, we can see probably 2 or 3 floors below that the orange glow of what appears to be a fire. There is one helicopter flying up above, and just a minute ago we looked at what appeared to be a military plane circling from down by the World Trade Center, heading up toward the Empire State Building and then circling back. A military plane circling back down the Hudson River back toward the World Trade Center. It appeared to be a military plane. A couple of people here identified it definitively as a military plane, but based on the shape of the wings, it certainly appeared that was the case. So people just flooding up from downtown. They're leaving their jobs at World Financial.
There's Peter
Reporting live
Haskell.
at Chelsea Piers. Peter Haskell to the WCBS 880 News.
After the first hour after this happened, we didn't hear that sound in the background so much, but it is reassuring to hear the police sirens.
Yeah.
What with all the traffic and the commuters having a normal work day on a Tuesday, it was hard to get anything going, but now the streets have been cleared. In fact, closed. All non-essential traffic in Manhattan is completely banned.
WCBS News Time, 10:13.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
I'm Pat Carroll.
I'm Jeff Caplan, and this is the most horrific terrorist attack in the history of the United States.
Just moments ago, one of the World Trade Center towers collapsed. It is gone. A plane had crashed into the tower earlier this morning near the top. Another plane crashed into the other tower, which remains standing. And a plane, a little while later, crashed into the Pentagon.
The FAA has shut down all aircraft takeoffs nationwide at major airports. The White House has been evacuated following some kind of terror threat there, according to the Secret Service. The president is now airborne. He's on a 747, perhaps, we believe, Air Force One. We don't know if he's coming to Washington or if they're simply keeping him in the air.
The Capitol building has also been evacuated, of course, as has the Pentagon in Washington. One of the planes that crashed into the Trade Center here in Manhattan had been hijacked after takeoff from Boston. That word was from a source with the FBI. Bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are closed. The city subway system, as we've been telling you, is shut down. Trading on Wall Street has been halted. But WCBS has just learned that all New York City schools are open today, with the exception of 3 high schools, which are downtown, and they have been evacuated too close to where everything's going on.
Even before the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed, we were hearing stories of bedlam in the streets, people panicking, running from the scene, lining up at payphones. Sean Adams had told us near City Hall, that far away, 50 people deep because cell phone transmissions weren't working. One of these towers is where most of the TV stations broadcast from in New York City. Their signals were interrupted for a time, as well as some FM radio stations.
And we want the attention of all New York City firefighters within the sound of our voices. A total recall is in effect. All firefighters and officers should report to duty. You are needed. All firefighters in New York City should report to duty. You are needed today.
Our WCBS producer, Kelly Edwards, was caught in that cloud of smoke when the tower collapsed into the ground just about 10 minutes ago. Kelly's joining us live. Where are you now? You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm on 7th Avenue South. I'm about 10, 15 blocks north. I'm looking at the North Tower, still heavy smoke coming out of it. Some of the smoke on the side is now beginning to clear, and I see blue sky behind it. I do not see any South Tower. Part of the South Tower is normally obscured by the North Tower from my vantage point, but I can tell you that I'm looking at blue sky where I was looking at the South Tower of the World Trade Center. I can tell you the reaction on the street. There are people sobbing. There are people frantically trying to dial their cell phones. Many of them don't know that service has been cut off. Everybody is sharing what little information they have with each other. For some reason, as far away as we are, people are walking south. People are walking toward this disaster. But I can tell you that people are very, very frightened. They are trembling. I did talk to one eyewitness who saw the first plane go into the North Tower. She said it was clearly a commercial airline, and as she watched it, before it actually hit the tower, she said it sputtered. It sounded like it was having engine trouble. It did not occur to her that this might be a terrorist attack. She assumed that it was a plane going out of control, losing its engines. She said it was making a lot of loud rumbling noises before it even hit the tower.
All right, thank you. Kelly Edwards reporting live from downtown, where so many thousands and thousands of people are waiting to hear the fate of the loved ones after the World Trade Center South Tower completely collapsed, the North in flames. Here's what we do know about the apparent hijackings of these jetliners that crashed into the buildings. One of the planes was hijacked out of Boston, according to FAA sources. And now we're learning that another source, speaking on a condition of anonymity, says that second plane was flown out of Newark.
WCBS reporter Allison Keyes nearly got hit by the falling debris just a little while ago after the collapse of that one tower about 15 minutes ago, and she joins us live now on the line. Allison, what's going on now?
I'm standing at the corner of Fulton and Dutch, where it is cleared just about enough for you to see the sky. There is an inch of dust or dirt on the ground. People are walking down the street coughing. Everybody is covered with soot. I have not seen that many injured people, but frankly, I haven't had the nerve to go too much back near that building. It was a really terrifying scene. We were all standing watching people come out of the building fairly calmly, when all of a sudden there was a huge rumbling and everybody turned around and ran for their lives. You could hear the building falling behind you, and the street and the dirt from the building was like a giant cloud in the street. It was like being in the middle of a nuclear war. I was standing in the middle of the street. You couldn't see. There was so much dirt. Debris was falling all over that. Prior to that, at the top of the building was burning. There were bodies falling from the building. It's a really horrible scene here.
All right. Allison Keyes live from Lower Manhattan, where it is a hazardous place for reporters as well, and trying to collect herself a little bit after a very close call. Somebody else who was very, very close when the building collapsed right across the street, in fact, Mary Gay Taylor.
We're glad to know you're okay. We were worried about you for the last half hour or so.
I was a little worried myself. You could see the explosion and everybody ran, and it was like time stood still. I realized I couldn't get out of range, so I got under an EMS truck.
You okay to spend a moment and tell us exactly what you saw? I mean, you were at the Millennium Hotel right across the street from the World Trade Center when the building collapsed.
They had just told us to get out. It wasn't safe, but they had people sitting in chairs around there, so, you know. And I was standing there and saw the thing go up and heard it. So I ran like everyone, but I couldn't get far enough, so I ducked under a EMS truck bumper. And stuff started raining down on us, and it was pitch black. And I began to get covered up, so I couldn't breathe, so I backed out a little bit and tried to spit the stuff out. Well, after a while, it stopped coming down, and there was an EMS lieutenant there, and he had a flashlight. I kept saying, why can't I see? It was pitch black. I thought my eyes had been blinded, and it was dark. It was still coming down. So they helped us. Everybody has it in their eyes and their throat and their mouth, but I'm just glad I wasn't buried alive there. They let us out of there. They had to sacrifice my tape recorder. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Quite all right. We got you back.
What kind of debris was falling?
Was it soot?
It's like asbestos, it's tin. It's like sand. It's like we're in the desert.
Well, we're thinking that this whole building came down. It had to have gone somewhere.
Well, it's on the streets everywhere. Everyone's got handkerchiefs over their eyes. They took us to an Au-Bon Pan, where it was made into like a little emergency center, and they poured water on us and on the rescue workers, too, and all the EMS workers. And they're just in there coughing and sputtering and trying to get the stuff out. And FBI workers are trying to help people on the street. They said, "Are you all right, ma'am?" As I'm walking back here to City Hall, all the gates are locked. City Hall Park, they've buttoned it down here. You could only get in at the main entrance with ID.
That would be the full terrorist alert for the city,
yes.
I guess.
I'm trying to find out where the mayor is and where he's going to do whatever he's going to do.
Take a breath and take a moment. We're just like anybody else. We want to know you're all right.
On WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We don't know if this is simply rumor and the way people talk when something like this happens. It is certainly not fact at this point. The State Department's been evacuated because of a possible explosion and fire there in Washington. A senior government official, speaking anonymously, said the incident appeared to be connected with all the plane crashes, the two here at the World Trade Center, the one at the Pentagon. According to the source, a quote here from the Associated Press, something has happened to the State Department. We don't know what yet. We hear that it might have been a plane. Stay with us for the very latest on that angle. There are fresh developments moment by moment here in New York City.
You're listening to WCBS continuing live team coverage of a disaster this morning. 2 planes into the World Trade Center towers, another into the Pentagon, and perhaps more problems at the State Department. We have 50 to 100 critical patients at St. Vincent's Hospital at this time here in New York City. There were bodies seen falling from the towers sometime after the crash of a plane into each of them and the resulting fire and smoke. And then, of course, about 20 minutes ago, the collapse of one of those towers, and there likely were more fatalities and casualties. A couple of our reporters really had close calls because they were nearby when it all happened. You just listened to WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor. We're going now to CBS 2 for some more coverage from the scene.
That they're scrambling jet fighters out of local
I'll come back to you in just a couple of moments. I hate to interrupt you. Let's go to Cindy Hsu, who's in the newsroom. She's got a further update. Cindy?
Okay, Michael, we have information from the Pentagon evacuation. General Richard Myers, Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said that prior to the crash into the Pentagon, military officials had been notified that another hijacked plane had been heading from New York area to Washington, and that's according to the AP. Also, we were talking about the State Department being evacuated, and it is because of a possible explosion or fire there. We're trying to get more information. And then locally here, we're hearing from Beekman Hospital that everyone has been called in, administrative, doctors, nurses, and that they are getting
Again, we should mention here at WCBS 880 that all members of the New York City Fire Department have been called to duty. It's a total recall. You're expected to call in and get to work to help in this situation.
23 after 10 on WCBS, and our reporter Sean Adams, who has been checking in with us all morning, now at Church and Walker.
That's right. We've had to track north to get away from that cloud of dust and smoke and debris that has totally enveloped all of Lower Manhattan. What we can tell you is the critical thing... Hello? You still there?
We're still with you. Go ahead.
The critical thing for people to do right now, if you are in Lower Manhattan, move north, slowly and orderly. Police are trying to move you north. They need the streets clear for emergency vehicles. There's an emergency vehicle racing up Church Street right now. People who are gawking and onlooking, you really need just to get out of the area. We heard jets roaring overhead a short while ago. What we saw when the building came down, all I saw was the initial start of it. It was a thunderous boom. I was on Church and Park. I gazed up, and right where the building had been slashed on either side, where the corner had basically been broken, that's where it started to break, and everything started to come down. And after that, I didn't see a thing. I ran. Everyone just evacuated the area. People were tripping over one another. Shoes were left in the street, and now there's a giant police vehicle moving across Church Street. You need to keep the streets clear, folks. You have to get out of this area, track north. There are no trains running through this area, and really just it's a scene that's still developing. It is a fluid scene, and people need to realize they need to get out of here.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We have new information for you about the State Department.
At the State Department, we mentioned a moment ago that something had happened there in Washington. A car bomb has exploded outside the State Department. According to a senior law enforcement official in the nation's capital, that building is being evacuated, the Capitol, the White House, and more in Washington, D.C., the Treasury Department, and we have a new evacuation to tell you about here in New York City.
The United Nations is being evacuated. There will not be anything going on there today. They want to seal that off, as well as Mary Gay Taylor told us that City Hall was pretty much locked up tight, only one way in and only with ID. You can't get in or out of the city right now, especially Manhattan. The tunnels and the bridges are all blocked off, and the subway as well. This is the worst terror attack in U.S. history. The South Tower of the World Trade Center is gone, collapsing after a plane crashed into it, while the other tower is still burning, also hit by a plane, and another plane, as we've told you, has crashed into the Pentagon.
The huge question is what has happened to the people inside those buildings? How many of them had a chance to get out during that 50 minutes or so after the building was first hit by a plane and before the collapse? Another concern is for children. Certainly everybody. There's this early rush hour going on, but where can you go? What with the tunnels and the bridges all closed down in New York City on a full terrorism stay-at-home alert. About the kids, city schools are remaining open, except for 3 high schools downtown that have been evacuated. Leadership and public service, economics and finance, and Murray Bergtraum. Only parents can pick up their children. All the kids are being kept inside. There is heightened security as well for the kids at all schools. Kids who have been evacuated from nearby school buildings have all been sent home.
New York City is on full terror alert. We heard an awful lot about this at the eve of the millennium, and now we're getting the experience of it. Officials believe the plane that hit the Pentagon had flown out of the New York area. One of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center had been hijacked after takeoff from Boston, and there is some word. Sources say the other plane may have flown out of Newark. The FAA has grounded all aircraft at major airports nationwide. City subway system is shut down. Trading on Wall Street is halted. Bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are closed.
WCBS News Time 1026. I'm Jeff Caplan.
I'm Pat Carroll.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
State Department sources are confirming that it was a car bomb that exploded outside the State Department building in Washington. This is the 4th attack that we know of today. The first 2 taking place here in New York City. 2 planes hitting the 2 towers of the World Trade Center. Well, we don't know if there was a 3rd attack. We do know the South Tower completely collapsed. The spot where half of the World Trade Center Twin Towers once stood is now just a big empty space and a huge plume of smoke.
We're getting some word now. We had said one of the planes that crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center had come from Boston, had been hijacked. Well, now there is some word that it was an American Airlines plane, Flight 11 from Boston to L.A. And, of course, we have just learned that there was a car bombing outside the State Department in Washington. A plane also crashed into the Pentagon earlier this morning. The White House, the Capitol building, the State Department, the Pentagon, all being evacuated in Washington. And the president is not in Washington. He is safely, we believe, in the air right now on Air Force One. When it all happened, he was on the ground in Florida.
For a time, we were worrying about WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor, who was right across from the World Trade Center towers when the South Tower collapsed. We've gotten a hold of her. She's okay. Her tape recorder is gone, but that's no small matter. She's joining us live from the safety of City Hall now.
Yes, the whole of downtown is just covered with sand. It looks like the desert. It's about an inch deep on the pieces of building. You could see the explosion. You could hear the explosion, and you had time to run a little before it hit, and you just realized you weren't going to make it. So I got under an EMS truck, and boy, are you glad to see those emergency work.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
The
First one and now the other one.
The second tower of the World Trade Center has just completely collapsed. We're looking outside our window. Frank, could you lean in for a second? You can see it out there if we can bring you up on the mic. Frank Lanz is joining us. He's looking out the window right here.
See, we had a beautiful vantage point, Jeff, of the World Trade Center. Right now, all you have is smoke. It's just astonishing. People in the newsroom crying, hugging each other. What a scene today. I'm shaking. I mean, it's just horrifying. The second tower just came crumbling down as we were sitting out at the desk, and it's just a horrifying scene.
We look to the timing. It is 30 minutes to the second since the first tower came down. Kelly Edwards, our producer, who has been near the scene all morning long, saw the second tower come down just a brief moment ago. What it looked like, apparently like a waterfall, like Niagara Falls, but it was smoke and debris. Kelly.
Yes, that second tower came down a lot faster than the first one. The first one, the side peeled off, and the second one, I was talking to my sister to let her know I was okay, and at that very moment I said, I have to go. I am watching the second one crumble. What happened was that the whole upper part, probably 20 stories worth, which was black with smoke already at that point, and a seam of flames around the entire building just collapsed, and that forced the lower part of the building, probably 80 stories, to collapse underneath of it. The entire collapse probably took about 7 or 8 seconds. As it was all falling, you could see what looked like steel pillars or cement pillars rising up into the air and falling with the entire weight of the building. Right now, I'm looking at blue sky. It's a sickening feeling. It's a very sickening feeling. The word here is, oh my God. That's what everybody here is saying. People are freaked out. The smoke is starting to move to the east right now. And once again, I'm looking at blue sky where there used to be 2 very tall buildings.
And to add to the horror, we have word that there were a couple of people trapped in that tower before it went down.
WCBS News Time 10:31. It's been about all of a minute and a half since the second tower of the World Trade Center completely collapsed. Not the thick plume of smoke we saw the first time that enveloped the building. We couldn't tell what had happened. WCBS reporter Sean Adams.
I got Sean.
Okay.
Here we go. Sean, you saw it happen?
I did indeed. I was on Church Street, and I was trying to help a gentleman who was caught in the first collapse. He was covered in white dust. And then all of a sudden we heard a rumble. We looked up. There was an enormous plume of black smoke billowing up above the tower. And then all of a sudden a roar. And it came down. And it didn't come down in one piece like the other one seemed to do at the top. It crumbled. It was like a house of cards. Bits of metal and debris just started to rain upwards and then downwards. There was smoke. And then there was basically a tidal wave of dust and smoke that started to just run its course up Church Street. And it's slowly making its way up this way now. Both towers are gone.
We're seeing chilling CBS video looking from New Jersey across the Statue of Liberty and beyond that. It looks like any war zone you might have seen out of World War II or Vietnam or Korea or the Persian Gulf War. Lower Manhattan completely enveloped in smoke that is blowing off toward Brooklyn.
The skyline will never look as you remembered it again. Here is Peter Haskell now live, joining us, our reporter from a command center in Lower Manhattan.
Well, actually, we're over at Chelsea Piers, Pat, and ironically, we watched the flames starting to move lower on that building, but because of the cell phone problems, I ran inside to a Chelsea Piers office and did not see that. But what I will do is, if you have a second, I'll play a piece of tape of a woman who was looking through binoculars as the South Tower went down. Do you want me to take the time to play a little of that?
Sure,
right now?
Go ahead.
Okay, this is a woman who was looking through binoculars when the South Tower went down.
Since we're seeing it from the north, then I couldn't see exactly what happened, but I was watching a black, from the South Tower, the edge that you could see, I was watching flames and something very dark black that looked more solid than smoke on the left-hand side, a little bit below where the damage is on the North Tower here. And then suddenly there was just a tremendous big freeze.
Allison Keyes can barely hear us, our WCBS reporter who is down at the scene. It's good to hear from you after that second tower collapse. What are you seeing where you are?
Right now, I'm standing inside of a building because you absolutely cannot see anything outside. Once again, you heard the terrible rumble, and police and fire, and everybody started running towards City Hall. I'm in a building 15-something Broadway, about 2 blocks from World Trade Center. I can't see anything at all outside. It is completely pitch black with smoke. For the second time, people in the building here are panicked, but we're all okay.
All right. Thanks a lot, Allison. We'll hear from you again shortly. We've been wondering about what happened to the wounded, those people hurt, and certainly 50,000 people work in those 2 towers. We know that 50 to 100 people were in critical condition at St. Vincent's, and we're hearing more now.
Now we go live to Bellevue, where WCBS reporter Kathy Carpin is standing by.
Well, it sounds like we've lost Kathy. You know, communications are very hard this morning.
Cell phones are not working. People are having to use pay phones, and then you got to put another quarter in.
And then anecdotally, we're hearing from people in New Jersey via computer that they can't get phone lines into Manhattan. Certainly, it must be hundreds of thousands of people, maybe millions all over the country, checking on loved ones here after seeing this play out and hearing it on the radio.
All right, let's try again for Kathy Carpin.
Yes, I'm here.
At Bellevue.
Yes, I'm here at Bellevue, where I'm told this is the largest emergency room in the city. They're preparing to receive of injured people here. They're setting up triage units inside and out. They're clearing all the available beds. They're discharging all the people that they want to leave so that the injured can be cared for. They've called in all available doctors and nurses. They're in external disaster mode. I'm told every hospital in the city is in external disaster mode, preparing to receive hundreds of patients. They have closed the FDR Drive. I could not get below 14th Street, but you continually see ambulances and emergency vehicles from as far as Montgomery County, from all over the region. They are shooting down to Lower Manhattan. This is Kathy Carpin at Bellevue.
We're just getting word that the evacuations have spread to Newark now, the Rodino Federal Building, the adjacent federal courthouses in Newark. They've been closed. Workers have begun leaving those buildings. The UN's been evacuated. Certainly, there is no one who is staying at work in Lower Manhattan. The main goal of anybody in Lower Manhattan this morning is to simply escape.
WCBS reporter Peter Haskell back with us from Chelsea Piers.
Pat, what we have seen probably for the last hour or so, people flooding up along the West Side Highway, that new pedestrian walkway. Those folks work in Lower Manhattan, and basically they were all sent home. A lot of the folks were aware of that first plane crash hitting the building, so they were looking out the window when they saw the second plane hit. And now many of them are thankful that they're safe, but wondering how they're going to get home, regardless of where they live, whether it's New Jersey or Westchester or Long Island. We spoke to one man who saw the second plane hit and was here at Chelsea Piers, having walked uptown.
Approaching at World Financial Center, and we saw parts of the plane come down. So everyone immediately knew that the top of the World Trade Center blew up. So we were only 20 floors up, so we ran down 20 floors, and then we were all standing down below trying to figure out what happened. So then the second plane hit. We all know it was a terrorist attack, so everyone just started, running away. It was ridiculous.
Where were people running to?
They were in every direction. It was a mess.
It was a mess. A lot of people also saying that it was not chaotic, but certainly people were unnerved. Folks not even grabbing anything, just getting out of the building as quickly as they can. The buildings were evacuated, or people were told to leave after that second plane hit, and folks have just been trying to get out of there. And as I say, we've seen a very steady stream of folks walking uptown just trying to get out of there. Many of them wondering how they're going to get home, but very, very thankful that they are alive to talk about this. And obviously, since we've spoken to that gentleman, the two buildings have collapsed. The skyline has been altered forever, and folks are wondering what tomorrow will bring. Reporting live at Chelsea Piers, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
You're listening to live, continuing team coverage on WCBS 880.
President Bush boarded Air Force One at about 9:30 an hour ago, right after the Pentagon was hit by a jetliner that flew into the building. We don't know the situation inside that building either. Much like New York, we don't know the status of the injured. Those who might have been killed inside the World Trade Center, where both towers were leveled. They collapsed within the past 40 minutes, one at 9:59, one precisely 30 minutes later at 10:29 this morning.
We do know there have been fatalities. People were reporting to us, eyewitnesses, that they saw bodies falling from the towers this morning. And we know that a few people at least were trapped inside at least one of the towers before it collapsed, unable to get out.
Lower Manhattan's completely enveloped in smoke, and the simple goal of anyone down there is to get to safety. Emergency crews still trying to get to the scene. Anytime we speak with one of our reporters, you hear the sirens going off in the background, the cacophony of sirens. In Washington, a remarkable scene being played out. We were mentioning President Bush got aboard Air Force One. We don't know if he's bound for Washington or simply staying up in the air. The White House has been completely evacuated, and at this moment, security guards are brandishing automatic weapons outside the president's residence in Washington.
WCBS has deployed reporters throughout the area to try and give us a picture of what's going on, and now we speak to another of them, Sean Adams, live on Church Street.
I'm on Church Street, and I just want to let you know, I spoke with a gentleman. His name is Robert Mansfield. He's from Rockland County. He just wants his family to know that he's all right. I'm standing next to him. Robert Mansfield from Rockland County is all right. He is covered completely in this thick dust and this debris and soot. He's now walking away. He told me what happened. He was on a floor in the 80s when the plane crashed. They were knocked to the ground. It was pitch black. They made their way down the stairs in the dark. They got to a door that was locked. They had to force their way out. He said there were people behind him. He's not even sure if they got out. He was in the vicinity then when the tower came down. He made his way this far north. Now he just continues to walk. He's going up to Canal Street, but he is all right. What we can see right now, the Manhattan skyline, it looks like something that we haven't seen in 30 years. There is nothing towering and dominating the skyline down there now except a giant cloud of smoke and dust and debris. The towers are gone. The words cannot describe it except to say that the towers are gone. Church Street is littered with people still lingering, looking, watching. They don't know what to do. Some people are down on their knees praying. Many people are crying. People are dialing their cell phones in vain. Their cell phones are not working. People are cursing whoever could have done this. One man said to me that this is worse than Pearl Harbor.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We don't even know how many incidents this now makes, but a large plane has crashed in western Pennsylvania. This would be in or near Pittsburgh. This is the first sketchy word. This is according to officials at Somerset County Airport. This is not Somerset, New Jersey. We're talking about Somerset County in western Pennsylvania. We don't know what kind of plane. We don't know exactly where it might have crashed or if it crashed into anything. We do know that part of the Pentagon building has collapsed after the attack there, after what appeared to have been an American Airlines jet smashed smashed into one side of the five-sided building.
We've told you about evacuations in Washington, the White House, the Capitol, the Pentagon, the State Department. We've also told you the United Nations is evacuated and 3 high schools in Lower Manhattan. Well, now City Hall is being evacuated as well. Earlier, our reporter Mary Gay Taylor made her way there from the scene of the collapsing of those 2 towers of the World Trade Center and said it wasn't easy to get into City Hall. It was pretty locked down. And now we have something else to tell you.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We're just getting word that primary day in New York has been canceled. Now, that's all we know. We don't know if that's the state of New York or the city of New York. We presume that primary day in New York has been canceled statewide. We hope to bring you more information within a few seconds.
It's obviously not easy for people to get around in Manhattan, particularly right now, so they're not going to try to get to a voting booth, and officials are needed for other matters on a day like this. Primary day is canceled. It'll have to be rescheduled.
Can we bring you up to speed on what we know here at WCBS? I'm Jeff Caplan.
Good morning. I'm Pat Carroll. It's 10:41, Tuesday morning, the 11th of September, the day of the worst terror attack in U.S. history.
The South Tower of the World Trade Center is gone, followed quickly thereafter by 30 minutes by the North Tower. A plane crashed into the Pentagon this morning. About 40 minutes after that, a car bomb has exploded outside the State Department. It's being evacuated. And moments ago, we received word of a large plane crash outside Pittsburgh or in Pittsburgh, Somerset County, Pennsylvania.
The president is not at the White House. He is in the air, we presume, still on his way back from Florida, where he was when this all happened. The United Nations has been evacuated. We've just learned City Hall has been evacuated. The FAA has grounded all other aircraft at major airports nationwide.
Here's what we know about the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. According to sources, one was a plane, Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. It was supposed to go to Los Angeles, was hijacked and flew into the World Trade Center. The other plane, according to officials on the condition of anonymity, say that the second plane that flew into the World Trade Center flew out of Newark this morning.
We have reporters deployed throughout Lower Manhattan trying to get a handle on what's going on for us at hospitals and near as they can get to the World Trade Center complex and what's left of the rubble there. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell is at Chelsea Piers talking to people about what's going on.
And Pat, we've had a straight look down the West Side Highway at the World Trade Center, and interestingly, in that North Tower, which was the second of the 2 to go down, there was a large fire, perhaps 10 floors from the top. You could see flames shooting out the right side of the building. And then we also saw flames maybe 10 floors down on the left side of the building. As time went on, each row across a floor of windows, or what you could see, getting more and more charred, more floors getting charred, more flames that you could see across an entire row. This is with the naked eye, let alone with binoculars, which we had a look. Just flames across a whole row, across an entire floor, through all the windows, just the orange you can see glowing from the inside. One floor, and we probably saw maybe 10 or so floors burned before that explosion went off and the building disappeared. We've seen folks walking up. One woman we spoke to had the day off today. She works a handful of blocks north of the World Trade Center. She was pretty much gasping for breath, just so overcome by the emotion. 2 things. One, the fact that she had the day off today, and 2, so many people that she knows who she has worked with for years. She's concerned about them and worried about what their fate might be. It has just been unbelievable to see so many folks just flooding up from World Financial Center. That place emptied after that initial explosion, after the second plane went in. People just charging their way up. Most of them seeming calm, but certainly a lot of them choked up. Some people crying, a lot of people crying. Everyone trying to make phone calls to call people who might care about them and let them know that they're all right. And we are still seeing people walking up the West Side Highway looks like just taking a walk on a nice, bright, sunny day, which it is, but so many of them obviously concerned about what happened and not knowing what tomorrow will bring.
We wish that here at WCBS 880 we could give you more information about the people who were at the World Trade Center before and, well, at the same time that both towers collapsed, but information is sketchy at best. All we've heard is that they're ready at Bellevue for a huge influx of the injured. St. Vincent's Hospital has 50 to 100 critically injured people.
We've heard the Pentagon is monitoring the possibility of another terrorist event. We're keeping you on top of that as more word trickles in. Meanwhile, let's go back downtown and WCBS reporter Allison Keys.
I'm standing in a 33-story building right across the street from City Hall. It looks like a war zone outside. There's so much smoke. Once again, you can barely see the sky. There's like a foot of debris on the wall. Police and fire officials are walking around with masks over their face. There are people outside at ambulances, cuts and bruises. I mean, there are rocks in the middle of the streets here. It's an absolute disaster area. The people in the building I'm in appear to be okay. We've got the doors taped, but there's still so much smoke in the lobby. It's, not easy to see here, and it's worse outside. It looks like a nuclear bomb went off.
Do you see the debris? We were hearing the reports of sand like an inch thick on the ground.
It's more than an inch thick now, Jeff. It's like 3 inches thick. It's a horrible, gritty, insidious thing that's all in people's clothes. It's difficult to breathe. You hear what my voice sounds like.
All right, take a breath for a moment. We're going to go to City Hall. WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor. Everybody was evacuated, we thought, Mary Gay.
Yes, except for the police and the emergency workers here. But when the last explosion went off, they hustled me back in so I wouldn't have to breathe in any more of that stuff that Allison was talking about. They said, go north. That's the direction. They said a day that 2 World Trade Center towers and the Pentagon is not a good day. They've got the gates barred here. And earlier, as I mentioned, I was huddled under a truck, an EMS truck, when the tower, I guess it was Tower 2, came down. It's just incredible that when it came down, it was black afterwards. You had to have a flashlight to see. It was pitch black, and then the dust, and then the dust is still swirling all around downtown Manhattan.
Being down there, did you see what the fate of the people around you? Because you quickly were smart enough or lucky enough to duck underneath a truck. Were other people that fortunate?
I couldn't see at all. I know there were 2 emergency workers. They grabbed me, and there were 2 other people underneath that truck, and they let us out, everybody coughing and wheezing, and I couldn't even see around me, but I know that they had an area, like a MASH area for the injured people right next to where I was. So I don't know what happened to all those injured people. Were injured again, I suppose. It must have come down on all of them.
Lower Manhattan is swarming with rescue workers, as Mary Gay encountered. We're seeing video of firefighters milling around, some of them with masks over their faces. Apparently, they're trying to avoid breathing in some of that dust and sand that Mary Gay has spoken of. WCBS News Time, 1048.
And we have more about Pittsburgh. A large plane crashed this morning after all these other explosions we've been telling you about. The 2 World Trade Center tower collapses. The Pentagon, part of the building, collapsed. The car bomb outside the State Department. Then a large plane crashed about 80 miles outside Pittsburgh. It's believed that this plane was a Boeing 767. It crashed just about 10 o'clock this morning, 8 miles east of Jennerstown. That's in Somerset County. We stress Somerset County, Pennsylvania, not New Jersey. WCBS News Time, 1048. WCBS reporter Rich Lamb has been with this radio station for years reporting on New York City, and certainly he was a major part of our coverage of the blast in 1993 at the World Trade Center. Rich?
Indeed, and we have to tell you that looking at the television pictures, listening to the amazing descriptions of our reporters on the radio, I'm brought to tears here. This is an attack, the like of which we have never seen in America, and it just is amazing. I want to tell you a little background about the World Trade Center. Built in 1970, it's, of course, 220 floors, the 2 large towers. The complex is larger than that, but the 2 large towers we're talking about that everybody thinks about as the World Trade Center. It cost $1 billion to build. They went 70 feet down to bedrock there to build it, and it was designed in those days to take a full-fledged hit from a 707 aircraft. And that was because a bomber had hit the Empire State Building in 1945. So the architects of the World Trade Center designed it to take a hit from a 707, which was the state-of-the-art aircraft at that time, or coming up to that time. But obviously, they never, thought of possibly an airplane as large as the one that hit it. Also, the possibility that there may have been explosives in an aircraft, and this is just a devastating result. Amazing, and thank you for keeping us so informed. It's just amazing to watch.
All right, thank you, Rich Lamb. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you again. Our reporters are all over the place trying to bring you the latest information about this disaster. You're listening to live team coverage here on WCBS 880. It's 10:50 in the morning.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
This is continuing coverage of the worst terror attack in U.S. history. It began at 8:45, 8:45 this morning. The World Trade Center Twin Towers are completely gone.
Both towers have collapsed. They were each hit by separate planes earlier this morning near the top. Now nothing is left of them. Lower Manhattan is covered with smoke. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon this morning, a little while after the ones in New York City.
A large plane crashed in western Pennsylvania, about 70 miles from Pittsburgh at Somerset County Airport. One must wonder, after all the other events of today, why this plane crashed into nothing in particular, simply crashing at an airport. You wonder if it had a mission of its own. But after the hijackings earlier this morning, there was a car bomb that exploded outside the State Department, which has been evacuated.
The White House, the Capitol, the Treasury Building, and many other government buildings in Washington have been evacuated. In fact, all federal offices in Washington are now being evacuated. President is not at the White House. President Bush is in the air. He was in Florida made a statement about getting to the bottom of this terrorist act a little while ago this morning. He is now on his way back to Washington. Here in New York, there's no primary voting today. City Hall is evacuated. There's no Yankee game tonight. The United Nations is evacuated. Federal buildings closed and evacuated in Newark, New Jersey.
And in fact, all over New York City, federal buildings have been closed. Security has been increased at places like the State House in Trenton, New Jersey. Connecticut state buildings have been evacuated as a precaution. The FAA has grounded all aircraft flying out of major airports nationwide. And New York City, what was the term that was used earlier this morning? I start to forget. What did he call it? Some sort of security blanket. Basically, no one can fly over the New York City area, be that helicopter, small plane, large plane. The air corridors are sealed completely in the air. Sterilized. That was the term we had heard earlier this morning from Tom Kaminski.
Children are being kept in city schools. They will only be allowed to leave if their parents come to get them. Let's go to Chris Majette now in the WCBS Traffic Center for more on what's closing.
Yeah, in terms of getting around town, you cannot get into and out of Manhattan from New Jersey. The 3 Hudson River crossings are closed. All of the East River bridges and tunnels are also shut down to traffic. What's interesting, I know for certain at the outbound Holland Tunnel, usually if the tunnel needs to be closed for whatever reason, an accident or something inside the tunnel, they will set up some cones. There are actually 2 large Port Authority trucks blocking the entrance to that outbound Holland Tunnel to make sure that nothing gets inside that tube. But again, all the Hudson and East River bridges and tunnels completely closed at this moment in time.
All right, thanks a lot for the update. And we'll be checking back as the situation changes. All the subway service stopped cold all over New York City since about, 9:15 this morning.
It all started at about 10 minutes of 9 when the first plane flew into the first tower of the World Trade Center, bringing back memories of many people of 1993 when there was a bombing, of course, at the World Trade Center. And also, I think, some memories of the Oklahoma City bombing, because we're all thinking of terrorist acts in the United States. This is by far the worst in U.S. history in at least 2 places, possibly a third if this Pittsburgh crash is related in any way. This has all happened within the last couple of hours.
As you look at Lower Manhattan, there was this one shot on TV where you saw from New Jersey the Statue of Liberty, and off in the distance there was the World Trade Center completely gone, smoke enveloping the entire region of Lower Manhattan. It looked like one of those paintings that you'd see from the Revolutionary War of smoke coming from the waterfront. A chilling sight with thickening debris. We've been discussing smoke billowing from where the World Trade Center was an hour ago. That could well be debris at this point rather than smoke. Small particles, somebody mentioned asbestos earlier, as well as chunks, paper flying into Brooklyn even.
WCBS News Time 10:54. There are bound to be a lot of casualties, and WCBS reporter Peter Haskell is live at Chelsea Piers, which is a staging area for emergency vehicles.
Right, what we have right now is, I'll just count them, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, maybe a dozen or so ambulances that are pulled off on the side of the West Side Highway. They're all in the right lane, and this is a staging area. From what we understand, there is another one farther south at the Staten Island Ferry. That's what one of the EMT tells us. They are waiting for word whether or not they're ready to go down there and help out
whoever they might be able to help out. Now, just to give you an idea of what we're looking at, and again, it's a straight shot down the West Side Highway. Perhaps an hour ago, we saw a dark black smoke coming out of the top of the North Tower. That tower is no longer here. The color of the smoke is much lighter now. It's like a gray ash smoke, and my guess is that this is just debris. When you have that much building collapsing like that, the debris, it seems like that plume is still heading skyward, and it's one of the paradoxes, I guess, of this is that it's a beautiful blue sky, it's a bright sunny day, and this gray ashen smoke or debris cloud just heading upwards. Now, we spoke just a few moments ago with a gentleman who was coming out of the subway when he witnessed essentially what was going on. And the first tower had already been hit by the plane, and when he got out of the subway, he knew obviously that something was amiss. We'll play you a little bit of that tape.
Out of the subway, about a block from the World Trade Center right after it happened. I saw smoke pouring out of the building, and literally people falling out of the building.
People falling out of the building?
People falling out of the building.
And you were a block from there?
Yes.
So what did you do when you came out?
I headed towards my office, and there was a secondary explosion, and I just kept going. I just kept moving north.
So the subway stop you got out of was south of the World Trade Center?
It was north. It was a block north and a block east. Horrible.
All right, so after that second explosion, what did you do?
I moved north. I went north because I didn't know what was going to happen after that.
What was it like on the street?
It was horrible. People were crying. They were watching people fall out of the building. When that secondary explosion, occurred, everyone just ran north.
So that's a gentleman who came out of the subway. He started heading to work, ironically, after the second explosion. He took off, and he said it appeared people were actually jumping from the building to escape the fire. I asked him how high up they were. He said they were probably in the top quarter of the building, which means obviously 80 floors roughly. They did not have a fighting chance, but likely because of fear or panic, there were people jumping. You saw people falling from the building, and this cloud of smoke or debris is still billowing skyward. It is still heading up, even though it's been probably a half hour or so since that second tower collapsed. It is, again, an ash-gray color, a large
All right, we're going to interrupt you now, Peter. Mayor Giuliani is speaking now.
Watched it and saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center.
He's speaking on New York One by phone.
Horrible, horrible situation. I think right now what we have to focus on is saving as many of the people as we can save at this point and trying to bring some order to this. And then maybe later on we'll have a better sense of the magnitude of it. We have a lot of police officers, a lot of firefighters, a lot of emergency personnel that were down there. And the thing to do now is to evacuate Lower Manhattan in an orderly way. Just get above Canal Street, and then this way we'll have the space and the room for the ambulances and everyone else to operate. We're going to try to get subways down into Lower Manhattan so that people can take the subway out. And we should have further information about that in a little while. That might help alleviate some of the pressure in Lower Manhattan. We've been in contact with the White House and asked them to secure the space around the city. They've been doing that for at least the last hour and a half. I've spoken to the governor several times, and the governor and I agree that the election today should be canceled.
Yes.
Mayor Giuliani, the election will, as soon as we can, we'll figure out an alternative date for it, but we need all the police personnel and everything else.
First comments on New York One now.
The evacuation effort.
Absolutely. Mayor Giuliani, do you have any sense of what the status of the bunker is? Is it at all operational?
That is right in the middle of both the police department and that area is all cordoned off. We've moved city government to the firehouse in Greenwich Village. That's where I'm operating from right now, and we'll probably operate from a police facility in the area of Greenwich Village shortly.
Mayor Giuliani,
everything in Lower Manhattan, except for the people that are there for rescue efforts, has been removed. We removed everyone from City Hall. We removed everyone from the police department other than the most necessary communications personnel. And we've moved up above Canal Street. And that's what we're urging everyone to do. We literally walked out and helped walk people out. And we're urging them all to get above Canal Street so that we have the fewest number of people down there possible, and just those down there for the rescue effort.
Mayor Giuliani, what extent did we have as far as warning that this was happening? Was there any indication?
As far as I know, there was no warning. There was no one made a threat. There was no warning. When I communicated with the White House, they confirmed to me that the Pentagon had been attacked. I haven't even been able to see that. I see the shots right now of the World Trade Center, but I haven't seen what happened to the Pentagon.
Did the fire department have any warning that the structures of the two World Trade Center towers were compromised? Did they have some sense that they had to pull their people away from there?
We were actually in a building 2 blocks away when it crashed and had to evacuate the building, and for a while was stuck in it.
Mayor Giuliani speaking on the phone.
I can't tell you right now if they knew. And my recollection is when we were in the building, we probably had about a minute's notice, maybe 2 minutes.
I understand that there have been reports that the alleged hijackers communicated with the air traffic control at Logan Airport, indicating that a hijacking was in place. Have you heard any such thing?
I've heard that on the street, but I have not had that confirmed.
So there was no warning to New York?
There was no warning that we know of. I have the police commissioner here with me. We had no warning. Correct? No, we had no warning of any kind until the first plane hit, and then the second.
Mayor Giuliani, since we have New Yorkers listening, and obviously their thoughts are with the people who are down there,
urge them to remain calm, to remain at home, or to remain at their place of business, unless they're in Lower Manhattan. By that I mean south of Canal Street. If you're south of Canal Street, get out, walk, and walk slowly, carefully. There are plenty of police around, but just walk directly. If you can't figure out what else to do, just walk directly north. That'll get you out of the dangerous smoke area. It'll also do us a big favor. It'll open up those streets because we're going to be moving a large number of ambulances and emergency personnel in and out of there all day. I've talked to the governor. He is putting the National Guard on alert so that they can relieve our police officers and our firefighters later this afternoon. And we've asked the federal government for help from the urban search and rescue team. So right now, we're using all of our police and firefighters and emergency personnel to help the people down there. Later on, we're probably going to need reinforcements.
Mayor Giuliani, I realize that it must be more than a chaotic situation, particularly since the bunker has been compromised and cordoned off. But can you give us any sense? There are so many people watching now who must have loved ones down in that area and are concerned of the systematic...
My heart goes out to them. I've never seen anything like this. I was there from shortly after it happened and saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center. It's a horrible, horrible situation. And all that I can tell them is that every resource that we have is attempting to rescue as many people as possible. And the end result is going to be some horrendous number of lives lost. I don't think we know yet. But right now, we have to just focus on saving as many people as possible.
Can you give us a sense of if there is, in fact, some system being implemented, what that system is, and where people are being taken?
People are triaging. People are being taken to every area hospital possible, even virtually within minutes.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
CBS News is reporting that a plane has crashed at Camp David, Maryland. Of course, that is the presidential retreat outside of Washington. WCBS reporter Mike Zirinax is live at LaGuardia Airport that has been locked down along with all the other major airports in the country.
That's right, Pat. All buildings here at LaGuardia Airport have been evacuated. Thousands of people just taken to the streets, taken to the exit ramps and the entrance ramps, walking out, just staring off into the distance in disbelief, not knowing what to do. They're, again, lining the entrances and the exits of the airports, just confused. They don't know what to do. Not enough buses, taxis, or limos to take them away. Many have elected to just simply walk away to nearby telephones and hotels, many of them in tears. They're gazing out at the smoke-filled sky toward Manhattan, just in disbelief, gazing out at where the World Trade Center buildings once stood, some expressing anger, even retaliation.
For lack of a better term, it appears we're at a state of war with an unidentified opponent, and certainly whatever acts they perpetrate, I believe we are at a state of war, and the rules of engagement are wide open, and whatever we have...
Everyone, again, gazing out at the smoky sky, an overwhelming sense of sadness and confusion here at LaGuardia Airport.
Mike Zirinax is live at LaGuardia Airport. You're listening to live continuing coverage on WCBS New York.
I'm Jeff Caplan.
I'm Pat Carroll at 4 minutes after 11 on September 11th, a Tuesday morning, and we are reporting the worst terror attack in U.S. history.
The World Trade Center is gone. Both towers collapsed. They were hit by planes earlier this morning near the top. They later collapsed within an hour or so of those plane crashes. Nothing is left of the Twin Towers now. Lower Manhattan at this moment covered in smoke and debris.
Black ash and smoky debris also raining down on Brooklyn coming from the World Trade Center. Another plane has crashed into the Pentagon, and a large plane has crashed in western Pennsylvania at Somerset County Airport, 70 miles from Pittsburgh.
A car bomb has exploded outside the State Department. It is being evacuated. The White House, the Capitol, the Treasury Building, all the other federal offices have been evacuated after terror threats. Outside the White House, you can see security guards with machine guns standing at the ready. President Bush is not there. He is in the air, presumably on his way back to Washington. He boarded Air Force One in Sarasota, Florida, after a few brief words after the two plane crashes at the World Trade Center. He then got aboard the plane, quickly left Florida. The FAA, meantime, has grounded all other aircraft out of major airports nationwide.
All planes in the air are being diverted to Canada. One of the planes that crashed into the Trade Center had been hijacked after takeoff from Boston. Sources say the other may have flown out of Newark. Officials believe the plane that hit the Pentagon had flown out of the New York area. Pittsburgh and Boston airports are evacuated. New York City on full terror alert. Sean?
Well, we watched both towers go down, and we watched the mass exodus from Lower Manhattan as people started running and screaming and crying and praying. Now we're on Broadway at Franklin, just a little bit north of the Federal Building. That cloud of smoke has not dissipated one bit. It has completely enveloped Lower Manhattan. You cannot see the towers anymore. They are gone. And what we can tell you is that just as fast as people left, now we're seeing people trickling back. Wondering about their loved ones, and there are just no answers to be had right now. But here's what we can tell you. I did speak with people who were in the 80s, about 82nd, some on the 86th floors of the first tower that got hit. They were in the building when it was hit. They were knocked to the ground. They were able to get out, and this is what they encountered on their way down.
They went to try to find keys for the locked door. Somebody found another stairwell. We started going down there. Took a while to get down. We got down to the second floor, and the floor collapsed. Yeah. We had to go back up.
Now, those people did get out. They were covered in soot, but they are alive. They are well, and those people are heading home. Part of the frustration, cell signals are not helping out today. People dialing their phones in vain, people desperately trying to get through to tell their loved ones that it's okay, that they are all right. But obviously, we see here people were evacuated from that first tower that was hit. They're down to the ground. They are safe, and it's just going to take some time for everyone to be able to get through to their loved ones. Live in Lower Manhattan, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 9 minutes after 11 o'clock, and you're listening to live, continuing team coverage of the worst terror attack in U.S. history here on WCBS. And now we're going to get the very latest out of Washington and an overall picture of the story from CBS News.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan. An unbelievable series of events, all beginning with a plane crashing into the World Trade Center, one of the towers in New York City. Then a second plane into the second tower. Explosions, fire. Now both buildings are gone, collapsed. CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick is in Lower Manhattan live.
Steve, unbelievable is a good way to describe it. There's a lot of stunned disbelief down here. Thousands of people are lining the roadways, heading north from the World Trade Center towers just before the explosions. There were massive crowds of downtown workers and tourists. One tourist passed me at one point and said, "I just want to get out of New York City." Well, that's very hard to do right now because tunnels and bridges are closed. The metro system has obviously been curtailed. Basically, the only cars you're seeing on the road right now are emergency vehicles.
President Bush called the incidents acts of terror. One of the planes was a hijacked American Airlines 767 from Boston. At the Pentagon, there's word an aircraft crashed into a portion of that building, triggering a fire and evacuations. And CBS News correspondent Jim Stewart tells us,
we've just received word from the FBI that a United Airlines flight has apparently crashed at Camp David, the home of, the retreat of the president.
The FAA has shut down all U.S. airports. Right now, President Bush is in the air heading back to Washington from Florida. Warren Lustig of CBS's 60 Minutes is at New York's JFK.
I spoke with Bernard and Kathy Anderson here from San Francisco at LaGuardia Airport, waiting for their flight to leave back to San Francisco. They were told that their flight was canceled, that the airport was closed, and that they needed to evacuate immediately. I told Bernard Anderson what had happened, if he didn't know, and he looked at me in puzzlement and said,
So we're at war, aren't we?
All this happening on the anniversary of the Camp David Accords. CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan.
WCBS News Time, 11:12. You are listening to team coverage, continuing coverage here on WCBS 880. We're keeping you on top of breaking developments as they happen, and there have been a lot of them this morning.
One thing that remains unclear is why the twin towers of the World Trade Center, half an hour apart from each other, collapsed. The planes crashed into the two towers at 8:45, 5 minutes after 9, and then it was 10 o'clock and 10:30 when the buildings collapsed. We thought perhaps the gas tanks of the planes might have exploded inside the building, but for something to come down completely the way those buildings did, the explosion would have had to come from underneath.
Mayor Giuliani made his first statements on New York One a little while ago. We listened in. He's trying to reassure New Yorkers that they are doing everything they can to try to get people out of the area as safely and orderly manner as possible. He says if you are in Lower Manhattan, you have to try to get out as quickly as you can and in as orderly a fashion. If you are anywhere else, you should pretty much stay where you are and don't try to move.
The question about getting out is, where do you go? There really is no place to go because the bridges are closed, the tunnels are closed, the subways are completely stopped with New York City on a full terror alert. The only goal is to escape the smoke and the debris enveloping Lower Manhattan. Mayor Giuliani, asked about casualties, is saying, I don't know yet. Right now, we simply have to focus on saving as many lives as possible.
WCBS reporter Allison Keyes is in Lower Manhattan, joins us live with the latest.
I'm standing directly across the street from City Hall looking at where the World Trade Center used to be. It looks like a black hole, a war zone. There's paper and debris flying in the air. I'm standing in dust about 3 or 4 inches thick. Dazed people covered with soot are walking up and down the street. The police officers and fire officials are wearing masks and passing out masks and water to people. I must say the people here are being very helpful. People are panicking and crying. Other people are helping them get inside of buildings. As you know, the building exploded twice. As we were standing here, people were standing in the street trying to help the people that were exiting from the building. We heard a huge rumble, and the first tower fell down. There was so much smoke, it was like a nuclear war. You absolutely couldn't see anything at all. Right now, the police are still trying to clear the area. It looks like an absolute war zone. People here just keep saying, we should have known this was going to happen. We should have been prepared for this, and now, who knows? Reporting live from Lower Manhattan, Allison Keyes, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 11:14. We're getting more information now. We told you that all major U.S. airports were shut down, and now Canadian airports are also shut down.
And it's easy to suspect that this plane crash this morning outside Pittsburgh may have had something to do with what's transpired here in New York and at the Pentagon this morning. A large plane, now reported to be a 747 jumbo jet, crashed at an airport about 80 miles outside Pittsburgh. There's no word who might have been aboard or what airline was involved, but it is noted the Somerset County Airport, that's Somerset County, Pennsylvania, where this happened, is a small, rural facility that does not handle 747s.
American Airlines is going to be having a statement of some kind at about 11:30 this morning, they say, because one of their planes apparently was involved in at least one of these events this morning. CBS News has reported that an American Airlines jet crashed into Camp David, the presidential retreat outside of Washington, D.C. President Bush, we assure you once again, was not in Washington or Camp David when any of this happened. He was in Florida this morning. He's speaking at an elementary school, and then shortly thereafter took off from Air Force One and we believe is in the air.
Trading on Wall Street has been completely halted. There is no stock trading today in the United States. The Yankee game set for 7 o'clock tonight, canceled. That won't take place. There are a host of other cancellations, including Primary Day in New York City and Nassau, and I believe as well Suffolk County. Primary Day has been, well, at least postponed at this point.
You can't get in or out of the city pretty much, particularly Manhattan. The tunnels are shut. The bridges are closed. The subways are shut down. Train service, LIRR, Metro North, no. You cannot get into the city. It is difficult to get out of the city. You should probably stay put, if at all possible, unless you are in Lower Manhattan. Mayor Giuliani says the goal is to get you north of Canal Street and out of the way of all the soot and debris that is still falling. It is, in fact, raining as far away down on people in Brooklyn from the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan.
Given all the confusion, perhaps it's reassuring to know that kids are exactly where they're supposed to be. Schools are being held. School has not been canceled in New York City, save for the few high schools in the area in Lower Manhattan around where this occurred earlier this morning. Those schools are canceled. Children are only being let outside if they're with a parent. Otherwise, school is being held all over the city, but there are a host of cancellations and evacuations all over the country. Pennsylvania, Colorado, New York State buildings closed. California is on a high state of alert now. Virginia, Navy installations are on high alert. New York City, of course, on what's described as a full terrorist alert. Manhattan is sealed off physically from the rest of the country.
And we were asked to make this announcement. Probably, most likely, you know about this by now if you're a New York City firefighter, but just in case you worked the night shift and you're sleeping, a total recall is in effect. That means all firefighters and officers should report to duty. Emergency crews are needed in Lower Manhattan. We have countless numbers of people who have likely been injured, and we don't even know yet how many might have been killed. There are a lot of burn victims at St. Vincent's Hospital, hundreds of them, we have been told. They are preparing a massive emergency staging area at Bellevue Hospital. There are a lot of preparations that are underway. In fact, this is the kind of thing that had been planned and that we were telling you about in the years since the World Trade Center bombing in 1993, that there was a bunker, a City Hall bunker set up for emergencies such as this. And Mayor Giuliani says that he is now operating out of that. WCBS News Time 11:18. There's more coverage for you now from CBS.
It was such an incredible explosion. It's hard to imagine the casualty figures won't rise.
Yes, even when all this began 2.5 hours ago, when an airplane hit a tower of the World Trade Center. You can imagine most people thought, oh my God, a horrible accident. But then about 18 minutes later, another airplane hit the other tower of the World Trade Center. So even there in Lower Manhattan, I mean, they knew fairly quickly this was no accident. Someone was attacking the two buildings, Cammie.
And even just after the first explosion, which was a couple of hours ago or so, on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, which is a few miles from the World Trade Center, already there were emergency vehicles heading south from that area. So they immediately knew that there might be a lot of casualties, and emergency vehicles are still coming in from all over, all parts of the city.
Very close to the White House, CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Bob Schieffer is live.
White House, but of course the White House itself has been evacuated. But as you come into this area, the streets of Washington are filled with people. Many offices, many private businesses have closed for the day. People are out in the streets, and they are... I would describe the mood this way. If these terrorists, Dan, wanted to get the attention of the United States, they have gotten it. And I must say, I think back to that line that one of the Japanese admirals said after the attack on Pearl Harbor. He said, I fear we may have awakened a sleeping giant. From what I can tell and from what I talk to people on the streets, the American people will not allow this to stand. This is a mood we're seeing on the streets of Washington that I have not seen in a long, long time. Now, to bring you up to date on some of the details, all of the government buildings have been evacuated. Members of the Armed Services Committee up at the Capitol have been called to a briefing. We know not where or how many people are being briefed. The Union Station, which is the railroad station here in Washington, it has been evacuated.
Let's hear the latest from CBS News.
CBS News Update. I'm Nick Young. A series of devastating terrorist attacks on the U.S. In one, the two 110-story towers of New York City's World Trade Center have been destroyed. A portion of the Pentagon has been set on fire, and evacuations have been triggered from government buildings and businesses nationwide. In downtown New York, two hijacked planes were flown into the Trade Center towers this morning, causing flames and smoke to billow from the skyscrapers before subsequent explosions brought the buildings crashing to the streets below. Near the scene, CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall is standing by live. Pamela?
Nick, I'm standing here watching ambulances go by. They're covered in about 3 inches of soot and ashes. It resembles the scene of a volcanic eruption, with firemen and emergency personnel now donning face masks so that they can breathe through this. I'm looking down at the site of what used to be the World Trade Center towers. They're both gone. People are still trickling out of this area. The business I was in using a landline is closed. Everybody wants to get home to their families. The true devastation of what's happened both here in New York being revealed to the people through their radios as they stand on street corners in disbelief. Nick?
Pamela, have you talked to anyone? Have they been able to shed any light on what happened that led to this, what they saw at the time of these devastating explosions?
Most of the reports point to, first, an initial explosion, which brought a lot of people out of their offices, a lot of people on the street to see what happened. That's why we have so many people witnessing the passenger aircraft crashing into the tower. I spoke with one woman whose office is on the 102nd floor of this building. She had people inside there who were at a conference and phoned out because they knew that the building at least was on fire. They haven't been heard from since. They phoned out on cell phones. She lives across the street, spoke to me through glasses that are covered in soot, carrying her small dog, her friend in tow. She's got her cat in a bag. They're both looking for a place to stay tonight. I'm looking over upon the Statue of Liberty, the only site here that's not obscured in what's left of these two towers.
CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall.
Well, the question is, here at WCBS 880, we're wondering, where do you go if you get out of lower Manhattan with all the bridges closed, the tunnels closed, the subways stopped? It's a big question mark at this point. Hopefully, some answers. Chris Majette in the traffic center.
Mentioned the Lincoln Tunnel, GW Bridge, both shut down. There are two large trucks blocking the entrance to the outbound Holland Tunnel. All of the East River bridges and tunnels are closed. Now, we do have the Henry Hudson Bridge at the north tip of Manhattan. I am not sure at this point whether that is open or not, but that would be the northbound Henry Hudson Parkway that would cross over up into the Bronx and then up toward Yonkers. But for all intents and purposes, it does seem like everything is shut down. Subway service, as you mentioned, suspended. There's no city bus service south of 14th Street. There is bus service, though, north of 14th Street. Metro trains, Metro North trains, no service south of 125th Street. LIRR trains not running at all into or out of Manhattan. Jeff and Pat?
All right, thanks a lot. And we do have word that ferries are carrying some of the victims from the World Trade Center attack. Jersey City and safety police spokesman don't have any estimates, but all Jersey City police officers have been asked to report to duty at 18th and Washington Streets. One person has been taken to Liberty Healthcare System in Jersey City. A spokeswoman says no information available on that one person's condition. Unfortunately, as Mayor Giuliani says, he fears that the toll will be horrendous.
He says he just wants to try to save as many lives as possible. Clearly, we will not be able to save all lives, and already there have been losses. We had word earlier this morning when it all first happened of actually people seeing bodies falling from the towers of the World Trade Center before they collapsed. The hospitals in New York City, of course, are preparing for lots of emergencies. Bellevue has the largest emergency room in the city, and they are ready. There are a lot of burn victims already at St. Vincent's Hospital, but clearly the city isn't going to be able to handle it all, and that's why Jersey City is going to pitch in, too.
There's quite a scramble going on in the sky right now because of international flights. International airlines are scrambling to divert or cancel flights to the U.S. in the wake of the attacks this morning. The cancellations and diversions are causing confusion and congestions all over Europe at airports. German authorities have ordered all their U.S.-bound flights by Lufthansa canceled. Other airlines have had planes turn around mid-flight, sending them to airports outside the country. So, for instance, in Canada, but now Canadian airports are being closed down, as well as major airports all over the U.S.
WCBS News Time 11:24. Let's recap what we know about this worst terror attack in U.S. history. The World Trade Center is gone. Both towers have collapsed. They were hit one after the other within 18 minutes of each other by separate planes earlier this morning, starting at about 10 minutes to 9. Nothing is now left of them. They collapsed sometime later. Lower Manhattan covered with smoke. Smoke is floating on and debris over even into Brooklyn from there. And then it's also been going on in Washington, some of this terror.
Another plane crashed into the Pentagon this morning shortly after the crashes at the World Trade Center. We have a report that a plane may have crashed into Camp David, the presidential retreat. The president is not there. A large plane believed to be a 747 has crashed in western Pennsylvania at a small airport that doesn't handle 747s. This happened about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, and a car bomb exploded this morning outside the State Department. Federal buildings all over the country, in New York, in Washington, have been evacuated, including the Capitol, the Treasury Building, the State Department, the Pentagon, and the White House, where guards with automatic guns are stationed outside.
WCBS News Time 11:26. Cammie McCormick of CBS News joins
quiet.
us.
I think a lot of people have gone indoors or are heading to the other side of Manhattan to get as far away from the scene as possible.
Cammie, I'm going to give you now the first confirmed death tolls. The numbers will be higher than these. American Airlines just issued a statement at its headquarters in Fort Worth, Texas. 2 American Airlines planes were hijacked today and crashed. These are the terrorist attacks, killing 164 passengers and crew members. Federal authorities believe these were suicide attacks, so the terrorists also have died. But American Airlines is confirming 164 people killed. One of those planes is believed to have gone into one of the towers of the World Trade Center in New York. So we go back to that scene. where the World Trade Center, both towers have collapsed. CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall. What do you see? Oh, bad phone line, and it's hard to keep communications in that area now. CBS News White House correspondent Peter Mayer has had quite a day because the White House, even though President Bush is not there, was suddenly evacuated. Peter Mayer, where are you now?
Very suddenly evacuated. Dan, I'm in a metro station, a Washington subway station near the White House. Impossible to get cell phone service, and impossible almost to get through even on pay phones and regular phone lines from the downtown D.C. area. Secret Service officers with startled, grim expressions on their faces came into the White House and started yelling, "Get out, get out." And as we got out onto the grounds of the White House, there was a lot of confusion, and they just kept shouting, "Get off the grounds." Then they herded us into Lafayette Square across the street, and now the ring around the White House is about 3 blocks. At the present time, there are Secret Service Uniform Division officers walking the streets of Washington several blocks from the White House with their machine guns in open view at their shoulders, some of them also with their sidearms. This, of course, is a very unprecedented scene. Some people here on the streets of Washington, Dan, some older people are describing it as something like Pearl Harbor.
The United States certainly caught by surprise. Now, Peter Mayer, you've worked at the White House for many years. I assume there is an air defense system. Maybe they don't talk about it much, but in case there were a hijacked plane in the air, there's some way of trying to shoot it down.
Well, there are air defense systems, and they don't talk about it a lot. But, Dan, I must say that in this instance, what we witnessed as we watched the live shots from the World Trade Center, this was something that nothing could have prevented. If someone is determined to do something like this, sadly, in this day and age, it's going to happen. We also, I might say, in ways of information, saw a D.C. Fire Department officer on the street who told us that the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Fire Department is on its highest state of alert, what they call a Code E, and that they've called all off-duty firefighters to work.
Well, they've done the same thing in New York City that they've done in Washington, calling all the firefighters on duty. It is a total recall of firefighters today. And WCBS reporter Allison Keyes is one of our reporters who has been in Lower Manhattan throughout the morning trying to give us a sense of what's going on. Allison?
You still can't see through the smoke at all where the World Trade Center used to stand. People in this area are dazed. We're frightened every time something bumps. Everybody runs for their lives because a few moments ago, or more like half an hour ago, there was a terrible rumble, and as you know, the top half of both towers came flying down. David LeClaire is a Port Authority cop. He says he was on the second floor and he was blown off of his feet by the force of the explosion and into a wall. He said when the lights went out inside of the building, he thought he was dead. He can't imagine that he got out. Another woman who was standing crying said she was at the corner of Broadway and Fulton, and she saw a man next to her killed by falling debris, by bricks. She said he was knocked down in the street. Before the building exploded, you could see some people either falling or leaping off of the top floors above the flames. It's just a really devastating scene down here. I'm live in Lower Manhattan. Allison Keyes, WCBS 880 News.
Police are now evacuating 3 passenger terminals at Newark Airport. And we have this from the Transit Authority. The following trains in Lower Manhattan are rerouted or suspended.
The 1, the C, the A, suspended in Lower Manhattan. The A is now running via the F line from West 4th Street to J Street.
And the Transit Authority says the E is suspended from World Trade Center to West 4th Street. The NR trains are running from DeKalb Avenue to Court Street.
The L train is suspended from Chambers Street. All buses from Staten Island and Brooklyn are suspended. That's the latest on the transit picture. You still can't get out of Manhattan or into Manhattan if you want to try taking a bridge or a tunnel, though.
Our team coverage continues now with WCBS reporter Peter Haskell, who is now on a ferry on the Hudson River.
Well, we're having difficulty bringing you Peter Haskell. Certainly cell phone communications are difficult this morning with so many people making calls.
Sean Adams now joining us. Still in Lower Manhattan, Sean?
Okay, let's try and bring it. Sean, can you hear us?
Yes, I certainly can.
Okay, good.
I'm on Church Street there by Franklin. That's as far as the police will let me go. And what we can tell you is that this is really just a time of stunned disbelief for many people. Many people are just sitting outside. They're huddled around radios. They're in their cars. They're just listening for information. And a lot of people are trying to find out information that they can't get. Now, this is what we can tell you. From the time of the impact and the fires to the time of the collapses, many people did get out. Robert Mansfield from Rockland County was up in the 80s when the first plane hit. He was knocked to the ground. He saw darkness, and then he was able to get out.
When the plane hit, I was on the 82nd floor, and then there was a second explosion. I was in the lobby, and then when the tower came down, I was up here. I got out. I didn't see too many people behind me.
But we do see many people coming up from Lower Manhattan. They're covered head to toe in this thick, grayish soot. Some of them have scrapes and bruises, but they are walking up. We saw a group of people walking downtown saying they were going to donate blood to the hospital downtown. I don't know if that's a good idea right now for anyone to be heading downtown. The federal building is ringed with police, as is City Hall. Jet fighters roaring over Lower Manhattan. The smoke is still thick. It is viscous. It is an acrid, choking sensation in the back of the throat, and police are still desperately trying to get emergency vehicles in and also get them out to the hospitals. Live in Lower Manhattan, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
Well, we've made more contact with Peter Haskell, who is on a ferry on the Hudson River right now.
And, Pat, I don't know whether it's a cruel irony or not, but you look to the west and you see the Statue of Liberty, and then you look to the east and you just see a huge plume of smoke still billowing upwards. We don't know if that's actually from a fire. It's a very light gray, almost like a chalk color, still billowing upwards. There is smoke visible all the way to the Hudson River, so that's several blocks heading west, and the wind is blowing from west to east, so that plume is blowing to the left. Folks here are just getting to New Jersey. This is a Spirit of New York cruises. They are running ferries for free to Weehawken, we understand, and a lot of folks don't know how they're going to get home from Weehawken, but they just wanted to get off Manhattan Island. A lot of people who walked up from downtown, from World Financial Center and from other places, try to call home, let folks who care about them know that they're okay, and then just started walking. And then when they found out the Spirit of New York cruises were going to be running to New Jersey, they piled onto the boat. People talking about, hey, anybody going to Harrison, anybody going to Montclair, anybody who might be able to get a ride, let's try to carpool, try to find a cab or a bus or something. So people just very anxious to get off Manhattan Island, and then once they get to New Jersey, they'll figure out what they're going to do. But it is just watching here from the Hudson, an absolutely chilling sight where the Twin Towers used to be.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
We're having new information is coming in about the plane that we told you, a 747 that crashed outside Pittsburgh, 80 miles outside Pittsburgh, at a small airport that is not designed to handle 747s.
United Airlines confirms the flight was from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, the one that crashed outside of Pittsburgh. We are afraid that there likely were some local people on board if the plane had taken off from Newark en route to San Francisco and crashed near Pittsburgh. That's the word from United Airlines.
A few minutes ago, we heard from American Airlines. They confirmed 2 of their planes, their term, were lost with 164 people aboard. One of them from Boston to Los Angeles. That was Flight 11. We're not sure which building that one crashed into. It becomes such a jumble because we're hearing about so many of these things in such rapid succession this morning.
2 planes one into each tower of the World Trade Center, another plane into the Pentagon, and then Camp David. There was a crash of a plane into the Pentagon this morning, and the Camp David as well. President Bush not in Washington when these disasters struck.
And perhaps the most chilling thing that we have heard this morning, police officials speaking to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity, saying what we had feared, that the number of Trade Center casualties is still unknown, but could be in the thousands. WCBS News Time, 8:35.
11:35 on Tuesday morning, the 11th of September. You're listening to continuing team coverage here on WCBS, where we rejoin CBS News' Pamela McCall.
Has erupted here. People are wearing masks over their faces to keep from choking on the smoke that's being blown around by winds that are picking up. The only thing that's clear from where I stand is the Statue of Liberty with a helicopter hovering around it. It looks a great distance away from this scene as yet more emergency vehicles pile into this devastated area. Dan?
Thanks, Pamela McCall. Obviously, reporters in that area are wondering how many people were killed, how many people were injured. The mayor says there's been horrendous loss of life in New York City. One police official tells reporters He fears thousands of people have been killed and injured. We don't know for sure. Hospitals are busy, ambulances moving this way and the other. Now, as for the air crash that occurred in western Pennsylvania, in the Pittsburgh area, about 80 miles away near Somerset County Airport, United Airlines says that was a United Airlines plane. The flight from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, Flight 93. Now, apparently it was hijacked. That's not fully confirmed. It apparently was not used, or in the end did not crash into some landmark building, but instead crashed into the ground not far from Somerset County Airport in western Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, it seems that all aboard have died, and we don't know the numbers yet. So again, from American Airlines, 164 people confirmed killed. 2 planes went down, AA Flight 77, Washington to L.A., and AA Flight 11 from Boston to LAX to Los Angeles. Those planes were hijacked. Those planes crashed. American Airlines says 164 people killed. One of those planes apparently went into one of the buildings of the World Trade Center in New York. Not far from there right now, the buildings have collapsed, but not far from there is CBS News correspondent Cami McCormick. What do you see, Cami?
Well, Dan, we don't see much now. We're seeing a lot of people run past here. We've just been told we have to evacuate because there is a gas leak in this area. I assume they're going to have a lot of problems like this throughout the day. All of the businesses, I'm several blocks from the World Trade Center. All the businesses have closed. You see people on bikes running past me. Even the emergency personnel are clearing out. So
sure. And after after an explosion, you could indeed have a gas leak because all the pipes are broken. So I hope you'll call again from the next place you can safely get to, Cami.
Sure will.
All right,
Okay,
Dan
thanks.
Raviv from CBS News, along with Cami McCormick. You're listening to Team Coverage continuing here on WCBS 880. I'm Pat Carroll.
I'm Jeff Caplan. I want to tell you about the school situation in New York City. We have a list to bring you, so listen closely if your kids are at school this morning. PS and IS 89 and PS 234 have been moved to PS 41 on West 11th Street. PS 150, students moved to PS 3 at Christopher and Hudson. Murray Bertram High School is closed. The High School for Leadership and Public Service is closed.
In Mineola, in Queens, afternoon activities are canceled. Also in Queens Temple, Israel of Jamaica has canceled its afternoon programs. Now on Long Island,
West Babylon closed. New York Institute of Technology closed. We have early dismissals to tell you about in Lindenhurst Public Schools, in Suffolk, Deer Park School District, East Islip School District, and that's with afternoon activities canceled. Comac schools are canceling classes with early dismissal, evening activities canceled.
East Islip schools in Suffolk are going to have afternoon child care, but their activities are canceled. And in Connecticut, Wilton Public Schools in Fairfield are closing at noon today.
Most of the New York City schools are staying open, as was the plan right through the day. Only the few affected in the area around where the planes crashed into the World Trade Center and where the debris is showering.
There were 3 high schools. And there is no primary election today in New York City or Suffolk or Nassau counties because of the need for police officers and emergency personnel and city officials to be helping out with the situation here.
Again, the shocking and feared word from one city official on condition of anonymity to the Associated Press. It's feared that the casualties will be in the thousands. And on one set of casualties that we heard about in just the past few minutes, one of the flights that crashed, the 747 that augured in Pittsburgh, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, was flying out of Newark to San Francisco. That was a United Airlines jet.
WCBS News Time, 11:40. Our coverage continues now.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein. An unprecedented, coordinated wave of apparent terrorist attacks have hit the United States, mainly focused on New York City and Washington. Hundreds, if not thousands, of lives have been lost. In Manhattan, planes crashed into both towers of the World Trade Center. Law enforcement sources say at least 4 planes have been hijacked. One plane leaving Newark, New Jersey, is believed to have crashed near Camp David, the presidential retreat. Correspondent Pamela McCall is live on the streets of New York.
I'm standing a matter of blocks away from what's left of these towers. Smoke fills the air, as do the sound of sirens. More and more ambulances are traveling down the highway next to the Hudson River trying to get into this scene. A few moments ago, we had to evacuate. There's fear of a gas leak. We don't know how many people are injured. One for sure, 4 feet away from me, a fireman has just been strapped to a gurney, taken away, his face covered in soot.
Its suspected terrorist ringleader Osama bin Laden ordered these attacks on the anniversary of the Middle East Camp David Accords. One of the hijacked planes crashed into the Pentagon. Correspondent Bob Fuss is there.
Huge amounts of smoke, black and gray, still pouring out of the Pentagon. It's still some time now after this plane crashed into it.
A witness said that the plane crashed in above the ground level. He thought about the second or third floor, went well into the building.
Terrorism expert Neil Livingstone calls this an act of war.
This is Pearl Harbor. We've been attacked by what we presume to be foreign terrorists, probably backed by or certainly given refuge by various countries. And I think Americans have to realize they're at war.
Both towers of the World Trade Center have collapsed completely. CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein.
On WCBS 880, it's 11:42, 72 degrees, a partly sunny, beautiful day. But a lot of smoke in the air and a lot of horror in people's minds after what's been happening.
Our reporters are stationed all over New York City. We have the resources of CBS News at our beck and call all over the country with the situation in Pittsburgh. There's Camp David, Washington, D.C. Let's go live now to Dan Rather in the CBS TV network.
The president en route to a location where he can be assured of secure communications and contact with all of the officers that he needs to be in touch with. And again, Dan, we should be hearing from our people just as soon as they take the wraps off of this, exactly where they are and what the immediate plan is. Dan?
John Robertson, Washington, of course, is concerned about how the government operates in Washington, but make no mistake, the center of this story today, these terrorist attacks, is at the tip of Manhattan where the World Trade Centers, both of the Twin Towers, 110 stories up, both have collapsed. No one is making light of what's happened in Washington. Something happened at the Pentagon. An aircraft crashed at or right into the Pentagon. Unclear exactly where. Unclear whether anybody was killed. Some people were hurt at the Pentagon. An early report from a government official that a car bomb exploded outside the State Department was later denied by the Federal Securities Operation. That the FBI, an FBI official told Jim Stewart that a plane crashed near Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland. But now there's some question as to what all that was about. As one would expect in the early hours, there is confusion about the facts. But a known fact is that there's been a terrible loss of life. How much, no one knows. The mayor of New York says a tremendous loss of life. A New York City police official didn't want to be quoted, said that he thought that the loss of life in the World Trade Center collapse. You're looking at a live picture of it now with this Empire State Building in the foreground and the smoke over the Hudson and the great New York Harbor. Smoke in the nostrils of the Statue of Liberty, literally, that the loss of life here may be, according to police official, in the many thousands, unquote, but that is not known. Now, authorities are on the alert from coast to coast, halting all air traffic, evacuating high-profile buildings, and tightening security at strategic facilities following these attacks on the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon. 4 airplanes are now confirmed to have been hijacked this morning. Whether it was one of those hijacked planes that hit the Pentagon, this is a live picture of the Pentagon, the first attack in the history of the United States Defense Department since it moved into this huge, sprawling Pentagon building in Washington. As you can see, there's considerable smoke, which may or may not indicate considerable damage.
Much like you can see outside your window in New York City, unfortunately. This morning, it's 11:45, and our live coverage continues on WCBS 880.
CBS News confirms that in addition to the planes we know about, that American Airlines reports 2 additional flights unaccounted for. A 757 from Washington Dulles Airport to L.A. and a 767 from Boston, destination unknown.
We are not clear if these perhaps are planes that have crashed into some of these installations, and we just don't know the identity of the planes, or if they are additional planes. That simply, it's not known what's become of them at this point. Of course, we're following it closely at WCBS. Certainly, there's a lot of consternation at the airports, which have all been closed down. WCBS reporter Mike Zirinax at this moment is live at LaGuardia.
Yeah, much of LaGuardia Airport now a ghost town, a virtual ghost town. I'm in front of the American Airlines terminals right now on the other side of the road here, where hundreds of people are gathered, wondering what to do next. They really don't know where to go, what to do next. They're looking for transportation out of here. Presently, not enough buses or limos or taxis to take them where they may want to go. Many of these people were heading to other countries, other states, and don't have hotel rooms, don't have homes here. They just don't know what to do. They're gathered in the center of the roadway on green areas, just sitting, waiting, talking to one another. A real sense of confusion and loss right now among passengers and workers. People wondering what's going to happen next? Again, all the buildings have been evacuated. Total disbelief is what I'm getting. A lot of confusion. Many unable to find transportation. Hundreds electing to walk to nearby hotels. I've never seen anything like it before. This particular man, like hundreds of others, just unsure what to do next.
I don't know what we're going to do. We're here supposedly for the week for business. City shut down. They've locked down everything. Airspace is closed out. So there's no outbound. There's no inbound. Getting into the city is not a possibility because everything.
At least one of the flights that left Boston on its way to, we believe, New York City and the World Trade Center. There's a news conference going on now.
And let's listen in live to that news conference broadcast on CNN, among others.
For the time that the planes went into the world.
I don't know what that means. Doesn't mean have any connotation here at Logan Airport.
What about planes that are flying in here? Are they being rerouted somewhere else?
Aircraft were flying into Logan Airport. We did take some arrivals, but now since the airport is shut down, these flights will be diverted to Canada.
They're not taking flights either, would you?
Are you screening passengers?
Remove them from another area, yes.
This is a news conference taking place at Logan Airport in Boston. Which
one
is
of the
where
lost American Airlines flights was Flight 11 from Boston to L.A., and we believe that's one of the ones that went into one of the World Trade Center towers.
We got word in the past few minutes that the U.S.-Canadian border has been closed down between, New York State and Canada. No one can come into the country via those crossings. It's unclear whether you can leave the U.S. and head into Canada this morning. WCBS News Time, 11:48.
You're listening to live, continuous team coverage here on WCBS 880 of what is no doubt the worst terror attack in U.S. history. In fact, people are calling it an act of war, much as when Pearl Harbor was attacked by the Japanese.
Well, first, of course, there's the fear for lost lives. NYPD officials say there may have been thousands of casualties in Lower Manhattan when the Twin Towers collapsed. Then there are the little procedural problems. For instance, Con Ed reporting that due to equipment problems in Lower Manhattan related to what's going on at the World Trade Center, electric service between West Street and the Hudson River south of Chambers has been suspended. Gas and steam service in that area also interrupted. Con Ed crews are continuing to work closely with all the emergency teams that have been flocking into Lower Manhattan this
Mayor
morning.
Giuliani has been saying that if you are anywhere but Lower Manhattan, you should stay where you are. If you're in Lower Manhattan, try to get out in as orderly a way as possible to get north of Canal Street and get away from all the dust and soot from the burning and collapsing buildings of the World Trade Center towers. And he is saying that he fears there will be a great loss of life and that he's going to try to save as many lives as possible.
50,000 people worked at the World Trade Center before the collapse. Then there were those milling about on the street in nearby buildings who might have been surprised by the shower of debris when both of those towers separately came down within a half an hour of each other after the original plane crashes.
And there were untold dozens and dozens, more than 150 on the planes that crashed into the towers. Of course, likely they are dead as well. WCBS News Time, 11:49. It's a bright sunny day, 72 degrees in Central Park. Sun is mixing with some clouds is our forecast today, much lower humidity. There was not a forecast of so much smoke and soot in Lower Manhattan.
Stay with us. Our coverage will continue throughout the day here on WCBS 880.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS. CBS News Update. I'm Ed Crane. The East Coast remains in chaos after an apparent series of terror attacks today in New York and Washington, D.C. The targets, the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center and the Pentagon across the Potomac from the Capitol. The first attacks began about 8:40 this morning when a plane believed to have been a hijacked American Airlines flight bound for Los Angeles out of Boston slammed into one of the Twin Towers. 18 minutes later, another commercial plane slammed into the second of the 110-story buildings. Within 2 hours, both of those mammoth buildings collapsed. Catherine Abadi watched it all unfold.
Everyone's terrified. Every time we hear a plane go over, we think it's another bombing.
WCBS TV reporter John Slattery has been on the scene as well.
People started screaming. Many people started crying. There were people hugging each other. And every time they saw a person jump to his death, there were people who were just grabbing hold of each other and sobbing and wiping their faces and wiping their tears. It's an unbelievable scene here.
And just before 10 this morning, another plane crashed into the Pentagon with what is described as a tremendous loss of life. A portion of the building collapsed. A second plane, which officials believe was targeting the Pentagon, was forced down by American F-16 fighter planes, we're told, near Camp David in Maryland. It's unclear if there were injuries in that incident. The FAA has grounded all flights from all U.S. airports. Some planes in the air have been diverted to Canada. American Airlines confirms that 2 of its planes are missing. United says 2 of its flights are also missing, and there are reports that the second plane that slammed into the World Trade Center was one of United's, an aircraft that appeared to have been a 737 jet. United also says one of its planes apparently crashed in western Pennsylvania this morning, about 85 miles from the Pittsburgh airport. President Bush was in Florida making an appearance at a school when all of this unfolded. Mr. Bush was believed to have been heading back to Washington this morning. Let's go live now to White House correspondent Mark Knoller in Sarasota. Mark?
That's exactly right. The president was in a school in Sarasota, Florida, the Emma Booker Elementary School. He was on a day of reading and education events, but a top aide, White House Chief of Staff Andy Card, whispered in the president's ear, informing him of the incident. The president made a quick announcement directing that the full resources of the federal government be made available to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down those responsible for this act. The president vowed, in his words, terrorism against our nation will not stand. Mr. Bush went immediately to the Sarasota-Bradenton Airport to get on Air Force One for what we believe was a flight back to Washington, but we are not sure. The Secret Service may have decided en route that it may not be safe for the president to go to Washington. We do not know until Air Force One lands where it will land, and so we are watching for that.
That's Mark Knoller in Sarasota, Florida. We're also told that a number of federal buildings, including the State Department, have been evacuated. Federal employees have been given the day off today. The World Trade Center was packed with tens of thousands of workers when the attacks unfolded this morning. And New York City police sources are telling WCBS TV in New York that the number of casualties may be in the thousands. Who is responsible? Reuters quotes an Arab journalist with ties to terrorist leader Osama bin Laden as saying that he boasted weeks ago that he and his followers would carry out an unprecedented attack on U.S. interests for America's support of Israel. Today's attack comes on the 21st anniversary of the Camp David Accords. CBS News Update. I'm Ed Crane.
On WCBS 880, it's 11:53, and let's review with you exactly what we have here.
The terrorist attacks in Manhattan have thus far shut down some subway lines. Cell phone service is crippled. There have been a lot of people in Lower Manhattan lining up to use the payphones.
It's forced the evacuations from Wall Street to the United Nations of buildings. The mayor closed Lower Manhattan, in fact, to make way for emergency vehicles. Thousands of people left by walking across the Brooklyn Bridge.
Primary day is canceled. The airports closed. Trading on Wall Street suspended. And there's word from the Federal Reserve to reassure any jittery traders because of what's going on that the Fed will provide all the liquidity needed in order to keep the system afloat. What they don't want to see is people taking money out of the bank and sticking it under the mattress because of all this. The United Nations building was evacuated at about 10:30 this morning.
Offices throughout Manhattan closed. Kids kept in their schools because parents couldn't get to them at every payphone. As we've been saying, people have been lined up a dozen deep to call loved ones. Of course, a lot of them had to hang up in frustration after they got busy signals. Cell phone service throughout Manhattan has been interrupted. Regular phone service congested. Many callers had to dial repeatedly to get through. AT&T shut down its entire phone and communication system in Manhattan.
And then there's the question about the traffic. What do you do once you escape Lower Manhattan and all the smoke and debris and soot? Where do you go? The bridges and tunnels have been closed, though people are being allowed to leave outbound. There were large traffic jams reported outbound entering the New Jersey Turnpike earlier this morning. We'll update you on the traffic situation in just a few moments. No tolls were being collected. The idea, just get them out.
Hundreds of cars and trucks stuck in the bridges and tunnels trying to get into the city. Rockefeller Center, favorite tourist destination? Among the buildings where property managers have been urging the tenants to go home. So as you can see, life is pretty much at a standstill here in Manhattan.
Perhaps there is a way that people are trickling out of Manhattan now. We'll check with the traffic center. And here's Chris Majed. What are you finding out now?
Well, I can tell you one of those ways that the traffic is not moving is the Cross Bronx Expressway. Since the GW Bridge is completely stopped both ways, the eastbound lanes of the Cross Bronx are empty, and the westbound Cross Bronx is an absolute parking lot. Now, looking at the LIE, traffic is hardly moving because they're not letting anybody come from Nassau County into Queens on that westbound LIE LIE. So in the city near the fairgrounds, the LIE is basically deserted. Same thing with the Grand Central Parkway. Of course, the bridges and the tunnels you know about. Numerous subway lines have been suspended and rerouted. All buses from Staten Island and Brooklyn have also been suspended. The Tappan Zee Bridge has an exodus of people leaving Westchester and heading for Rockland County. The Tappan Zee Bridge is open, but it's moving a bit slowly heading into Rockland County. Not too many cars coming into Westchester. So that's the traffic picture at this point.
All right, thanks, Chris Majette. We also have business news for you this morning. Ken Pruitt from the Wall Street Journal wasn't even able to get into work this morning, so he came here.
Ken, the Fed has just announced they're ready to provide liquidity. What does that mean, especially with the markets closed and all the jitters we're seeing?
Well, that means there's plenty of money in the banking system, and there's no reason for you to run down with your passbook and try to get your money out. The Fed is just sort of hand-holding here.
None of the markets are open, right? NASDAQ was going to try and open, weren't they?
They're going to try, because they're really, NASDAQ trading is done on a bank of computers up in Trumbull, Connecticut. They're well away from the Wall Street area, but the Securities and Exchange Commission has pretty much closed everything. I assume that means commodities, too.
Is there any word about tomorrow, how they're going to handle the situation? Certainly in the New York Stock Exchange, there's probably nobody there this morning.
There probably is nobody there. They evacuated that building right away.
They never started the trading day, correct?
No.
Okay, so what do we have to look forward to tonight? Will there be anything more from the Fed to reassure the banking system?
Well, that's a big part of the Federal Reserve's job. If you recall after the stock market crash of '87, that's the first thing Alan Greenspan said, and he'd only been in office a few weeks, is we're going to provide liquidity. There's plenty of money. There's no reason for anybody to worry.
All right, thanks a lot. Ken Pruitt from the Wall Street Journal here in our studios at WCBS because, well, you can't work at the Wall Street. Where's your office located?
We're in the World Financial Center, which is right across West Street from the World Trade Center. Our building was evacuated right after this happened, and we don't know where our people are.
That's the chilling thing that so many people are going through today.
You can't get off Manhattan, and just about everybody in our office is from either New Jersey or Connecticut.
So, they weren't able to get home.
Yeah, we just don't know where they are.
They're waiting
we assume
somewhere.
They're on foot heading here.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot. Ken Pruitt from the Journal, WCBS News Time, 11:58. We were hearing that ferries were carrying some of the victims from the World Trade Center attacks to Jersey City. One person was taken to a hospital in Jersey City. Nothing available on that person's condition. We do know that one NYPD official who didn't want his name used has told the Associated Press that casualties are likely in the thousands in Lower Manhattan.
And there's word that Secretary of State Colin Powell is cutting short an overseas trip and is heading back to the United States. President Bush, who was in Florida this morning, is heading back aboard Air Force One. He was not in Washington when the terror struck this morning, nor at Camp David, where CBS News has reported that another plane crashed
The
earlier.
question is, where would President Bush go to? The White House right now has armed guards with machine guns standing outside at the ready, and it's a question of whether it's safe for the President of the United States to be at his home and official office. It remains to be seen. He took off probably about 10 o'clock this morning from Sarasota, Florida on Air Force One.
Well, it's likely we're not going to find out. The safest thing for him is for no one to know exactly where he is.
Certainly. Our coverage continues on WCBS 880, WCBS News Time 11:59. We wish we didn't have to stay here this long. I'm Jeff Caplan.
I'm Pat Carroll.
And good morning, I'm Susan Kennedy. Here's what we know so far about the worst terror attack in U.S. history. New York on full terror alert. The bridges, the tunnels, subway lines all shut down, and the World Trade Center is gone. Police officials are saying casualties may number in the thousands. Mayor Giuliani says there was no warning. What is known up to this point is up to 50,000 people work in the World Trade Center Twin Towers. Both towers hit by planes within 18 minutes of each other, and then the buildings collapse. Nothing is left of those buildings right now. President Bush says that we will find out who did this. We are on full alert.
You're listening to WCBS New York, an Infinity broadcasting station. Your favorite radio station for traffic and weather together, and CBS News.
WCBS News Time, 12 noon.
CBS News, I'm Christopher Glenn. The nightmare is real. A coordinated wave of terrorist attacks has taken perhaps thousands of American lives.
What used to be the World Trade Center towers, they're both gone.
In New York City, 2 aircraft crashed into the upper floors of both World Trade Center towers, and both towers collapsed not long after. CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall was near the scene when one of the towers fell.
I'm standing here watching ambulances go by. They're covered in about 3 inches of soot and ashes. It resembles the scene of a volcanic eruption, with firemen and emergency personnel now donning face masks so that they can breathe through this.
50,000 people worked in the twin structures, and Mayor Rudolph Giuliani fears the worst.
Some horrendous number of lives lost. I don't think we know yet, but right now we have to just focus on saving as many people as possible.
But the Trade Center attacks were only the beginning. A plane crashed into the Pentagon, collapsing the building's west wing. A plane crashed in the vicinity of Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland. An airliner crashed some miles outside Pittsburgh. CBS News correspondent Jim Stewart says it's believed several commercial airliners were hijacked for use in the various attacks.
We are told that there were 4 hijackings. The detail that we've been given thus far on those hijackings is American Flight 11, which is described as a 757 from Boston to the West Coast, United Flight 175 out of Dulles International Airport outside of Washington, D.C., American Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles, and United Flight 93, which apparently was from Newark en route to San Francisco.
All U.S. air traffic has been suspended. Stock markets and financial exchanges are closed. President Bush was speaking in Florida. He's believed now to be headed back to the Washington area. Let's get a live update on the situation in the nation's capital from CBS News reporter Tom Foti. Tom?
This capital city has seen nothing like this in decades, if ever. Every major government building evacuated, people by the thousands milling around the downtown streets as emergency vehicles try to make their way through gridlock traffic. President Bush on his way back from that trip to Florida. Vice President Cheney's whereabouts kept secret, but said to be safe. The same for leaders of Congress. This following the attack on the Pentagon, a section of which was destroyed and continues to burn.
Huge amounts of smoke, black and gray, still pouring out of the Pentagon. It's still some time now after this plane crashed into it. A witness said that the plane crashed in above the ground level. He thought about the second or third floor, went well into the building. Lots of smoke still coming out, and lots of Pentagon workers, uniformed and civilian, still coming away from the building, most of them on foot, the only way they have to leave the area. CBS News outside the Pentagon.
And this is CBS News.
Now you can dial a diamond and save half by calling Empire Diamond at 1-800-SAVE-HALF. If you're in the market for a solitaire, engagement ring, anniversary, or an investment diamond, then shop around, get your best price, and then dial a diamond at 1-800-SAVE-HALF. Empire will advise you on size, shapes, and values. They'll sell you diamonds directly from the source without a middleman's markup. These diamonds are guaranteed to be priced at half the retail price. A diamond certification by the Gemological Institute of America will be faxed or mailed to you. For qualified buyers, your diamond will be sent to your home or office for a free 10 days, no obligation inspection. Upon your satisfaction, you then pay for your purchase and get a 60-day money-back guarantee. Empire Diamond, located in the Empire State Building for over a half a century, guarantees the lowest priced diamonds. 10-day free inspection and a money-back guarantee. Save over half on your diamonds. Call 1-800-SAVE-HALF. That's 1-800-SAVEHALF.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
A day we won't soon forget. New York on full terror alert. And so is the rest of the United States. Good morning. I'm Susan Kennedy.
It is 12:04 in New York City, which essentially is closed. I'm Tony Guida.
It happened just before 9 o'clock this morning when a plane flew into the north side of one of the towers of the World Trade Center. And then 18 minutes later, another plane flew into the side of the second tower. Both towers collapsed. Nothing is left of the World Trade Center towers now. Then the attacks continued. Attacks in Washington, the State Department, the Pentagon. Airlines are telling us that their planes have been hijacked to carry out this targeted, well-orchestrated attack. The entire country is now on alert. We have reporters on the scenes here in New York, and we want to go first now to WCBS reporter Allison Keyes, who is near the World Trade Center. Allison? All right, we're having a little trouble hearing Allison. We'll try and reestablish contact with her.
Here's late word from United Airlines confirming that a second United plane has crashed, location not given. United Airlines saying it is, quote, deeply concerned about a second flight, a Boeing 767 headed from Boston to Los Angeles.
All right, we're going to try and reestablish contact right now with Allison Keyes. Allison Keyes is in the World Trade Center area. And Allison, tell us what you're seeing right now. All right, well, we apologize for that. We're having some phone line problems right now. As you can imagine, the phone lines are going a little bit crazy right now. Cell phone lines as well as regular phone lines as well. We will touch base with Allison just as soon as we can. In the meantime, there has been a lot of speculation about who might have carried out this attack, and many of the experts are saying that there are just a handful of terrorist groups who are capable of doing something of this magnitude. One name seems to keep coming to mind, and that is Osama bin Laden. On the WCBS Newsline with us right now is terrorism expert Harvey Kushner. Thanks for joining us right now. What do you think?
Well, you guys said it, Osama bin Laden. I just sat through the embassy bombing trial. I was involved in the defense of Khalis Mohammed. I didn't want him to be executed because I felt it would cause an incident like this. But I sat through almost a year's worth of testimony painting a picture of Osama bin Laden's network worldwide and the threats that he's made against the United States. So on my short list, and I'm sure everybody's short list, Osama is number one. But what's frightening about this picture is that the amount of technology, the amount of money, the amount of planning to pull something like this off is just, in the annals of terrorism, this is the first time we've ever visited such a horror.
Were there any advance warnings of this that you've heard of?
Look, I remember I was also involved, unfortunately, in a civil litigation against the Port Authority for the World Trade Center. And back in 1989, they were warned that you couldn't park a bomb beneath that building because it could blow up. But to answer your question, yes, there were some advance warnings. Just the other day, Americans were told in Japan and Korea to be vigilant because there's threats against them. Osama's been raising the rhetoric ever since the USS Cole bombing and ever since the conviction in the embassy bombing trials that he would try to take a swipe at us. So, but to think that it could be pulled off in this manner is beyond belief. I mean,
Harvey, on that point, it sounds like you're suggesting that even after all we know about Osama bin Laden and his network, that our intelligence, and correct me if I'm making a false assumption here, but it sounds like you're saying that we continue to underestimate this man and his network.
I think we underestimate the threat against the United States. Absolutely, Tony. I mean, when you think about it, that the temerity of people to strike back at the World Trade Center and to actually level it. Think of what this is going to do to the American psyche. Think of what this does to the shock of the public, not only to every New Yorker, but to every American, both here and worldwide. And for us to, for years, know that there's been a threat. We've seen our coal get blown almost out of the water. Not to put rigorous security in at our airports, Tony, it is unconscionable. But it's amazing. I mean, I fly regularly, and I see breaches of security almost every day. And I mean, to allow people to get on a plane like this, if in fact it was hijacking, it is so bad. I mean, when you think about it, let me just paint one picture for you that I think is a possibility. I cannot believe that a pilot would purposely crash it in, even with a gun held to his head. I would venture to say that this plane was hijacked by operatives who killed the pilot and took the plane over themselves and flew it into the building. I mean, you want me to speculate? That's what I would at this point in time, because, I was in Washington and Virginia this spring playing some tabletop exercises on what can happen if a biological event is unleashed in New York or in Washington. And nobody thought of hatching the plot such as this. And by the way, Ramzi Youssef, the mastermind of the bombing of the World Trade Center, prior to his blowing up the Trade Center, was trying to hatch a plot involving 11
Harvey,
or 12...
we're going to have to ask you to hold on for just a second because we want to rejoin the CBS Network News for more on this situation.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein. A wave of coordinated terrorist attacks has hit the United States. At least 4 planes have been hijacked. 2 planes destroyed the World Trade Center in Manhattan. 1 plane crashed into the Pentagon. Another crashed near Camp David in Maryland. There's been massive loss of life, but no exact figures are available. Correspondent Carroll Marine was near the scene of the New York explosions.
All of a sudden, there was a roll, an explosion, and we could see coming at us a ball of flame stories high. He and others screamed, "Run!" and I ran.
She was following the orders of a firefighter. It's believed the mastermind of these attacks is the notorious Osama bin Laden. Reporter Jim Bohannon just got back from the street here in the Capitol.
Downtown Washington, D.C. is utter chaos right now, a total gridlock. Outside Lafayette Park, the big park directly across the street from the White House, uniformed Secret Service agents are wielding machine guns. And overhead, several times, I have heard the unmistakable whine of jet fighters.
Correspondent Jim Stewart says government officials were taken completely by surprise.
Normally, there would be a war room and a situation room, I should say, at the Pentagon. But the Pentagon has never been attacked before in the history of this country and is not in a position, apparently, to coordinate events there now. So much of what's happening in terms of a response to these events is being coordinated out of the FBI.
What to do? Here's a woman on a Chicago street.
Retaliate. Just do whatever we have to do in order to get these people back. They killed innocent people, and it's not right.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein.
Heard live here, WCBS 880. We are also getting reports from Allison Keyes, our reporter, who is in the area where the World Trade Center towers have collapsed after the plane struck them, that hundreds of police officers are now being sent to that area to help look for survivors. Keep it right here at WCBS 880. We have team coverage for you. We want to go back to the WCBS Newsline right now. And Harvey Kushner. Well, Harvey, we were talking a little bit about the response in other parts of the world. There are reports that there is dancing in the streets of some of the communities, Palestinian communities in the Middle East specifically. And how does the United States respond to this?
Well, that's just it. You know, after you remember our embassy bombings, President Clinton responded by sending Tomahawk missiles into Afghanistan and Sudan. This probably has some linkage to what's going on in Israel. You know, over the past year, the activities in Israel and Osama bin Laden's rhetoric was mainly to keep it inside Israel, but there's been rumors and there's been discussions in the last 6 months that he's looked to ratchet up the Middle East experience, not only in the West Bank, in Israel proper, but also inside the United States. So one would speculate. But let me just say this. I think it needs to be said to those listening to this broadcast. If you remember after Oklahoma City, people were very quick to jump and say that it was Middle Eastern terrorists that were involved in that particular thing, and it turned out to be Tim McVeigh and some others. With this, we're speculating about Osama bin Laden because, if we had a short list of people who have the capability, he comes up as numero uno in that sense. But at this point in time, if I'd had to bet good money, I would say that this seems to me something that within the framework of what these people are capable of doing. I mean, in terms of hatching something like this. And I said before you broke that back before the World Trade Center case, Ramzi Yousef, who was the mastermind of the World Trade Center bombing back in '93, tried to hijack 11 planes. And he tried to do something like this. Fortunately for us, it was foiled. So this is not something new that people such as Ramzi Yousef and others from that area of the world have, tried and, talked about.
We are going to have to wait and see, you're right, who claims responsibility or who proves to have been the center of focus that instigated this attack. But I guess the bottom line is this shows how vulnerable the United States is.
Oh, absolutely. And, years ago, people would call up and say there's a bomb in a building and claim responsibility. Today, in the jargon of the terrorists, they say let the target speak for itself. And clearly, this target speaks for itself, not only in terms of the symbol of America, but in terms of what groups have tried to take it down before. And it's interesting, when Ramzi Yousef was flown back to the United States to stand trial, as he flew over there with 2 federal officers, he looked and said, if I only had a little more explosives, I could take them down the towers. Well, unfortunately, somebody with the willpower and the desire has. And it's a terrible day. It's Pearl Harbor of terrorism.
It is indeed. Thank you for your thoughts. We appreciate it. We will get back to you this afternoon. Thank you very much. Harvey Kushner, terrorism expert on the WCBS Newsline.
WCBS News Time, 12:15. Let's get back to the scene in Lower Manhattan where WCBS reporter Sean Adams is standing by. Sean?
Right now, I'm a little bit north of where the towers used to be on Hudson and Worth Street near Jay, and all I can tell you is that I'm sure you've seen things like this in the movies portrayed. Special effects do a really good job, but actually to witness this, I can tell you this is one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen. on the corner of Park and Church, I was standing, and I had looked up, and you could see that the plane had hit on both sides on one of the towers, the second tower, and the corner was actually burned out, and you could really tell that it was sort of precarious, but no one could have imagined what had happened. You heard this blood-curdling groan, and as I looked up, I saw it bending at that point and coming down, and at that point, everyone instinctively just ran and ran and ran, and you felt as if you just couldn't run fast enough to get away because of this monstrosity that was tumbling down. I heard one person describe Lower Manhattan to me as Pompeii after Vesuvius, with several blocks of debris down Fulton Street, 2 blocks east of Broadway. That's how far the debris has spread. The cloud of dust persists. There is a dark cloud of smoke. It is eclipsing the sun in bits and pieces at times. The towers are no more. You cannot see them. They are not there. But between the time that the planes crashed and the collapse, people were evacuated. I've spoken to people who were on the 80s and the first tower, and Joe De Silva was on the 72nd floor, and I spoke with him.
I was out the last part. Coming from the mall level up to the street level to leave the building, and something happened. The lights went out, and I was walking up the stairs, and I fell on the stairs. That's where I got these abrasions from, just falling on the stairs.
He was completely covered head to toe in this thick, gray soot and dust. He walked up to Canal Street and was just trying to find a way to get in touch with his family. He's from Long Island. Joe De Silva is his name. Right now, police just pushing people north, trying to keep the streets clear. As soon as ambulances go out, a fresh batch of them replaces them. It is a triage unit just a few blocks south of here. People are being worked on and removed, and now we can only imagine that they're moving on to trying to rescue. We've also heard of gas leaks in the area, and on Church Street a short while ago, there was a suspicious package. We don't know whatever happened with that. Live in Lower Manhattan, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
All right, and Rich Lamb reporting that the smoke from the debris and the horrific collapse of the World Trade Center is visible as far north as the Tappan Zee Bridge across the Hudson River, north of New York City.
WCBS News Time, 12:17.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
We are getting word now from the Pentagon that the Pentagon has ordered 2 ships into our area, warships. The USS George Washington and the USS John F. Kennedy are now en route to New York waters, ordered by the Pentagon, following this worst terrorist attack in U.S. histories that began with 2 planes colliding into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Nothing is left of those Twin Towers right now. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon, a plane also crashing at Camp David, a large plane crashing just outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania at the Somerset County Airport, and the airlines are saying that they have had their planes hijacked, planes that were involved in these attacks across the country. The United States is on full terrorism alert right now. This all began just before 9 o'clock at the World Trade Centers, and in Lower Manhattan, we're going to head there now and get the very latest from the scene. And WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor.
Well, emergency workers are trying to clear Lower Manhattan. There is an absolute exodus of people walking north, being pushed. They've closed all buildings. The courts are closed with the court officers standing in front of them. The police, firefighters, emergency medical workers, paramedics, all the vehicles have all converged on downtown as the buildings, the Twin Towers, or what was left of them, continue to smoke. You can see it. I walked all the way north of Canal Street. Every payphone all the way up has lines of people trying to call their relatives, say they're okay, or to find people who they know who are working downtown and find out if they are all right. Coming out of the building, the people who were ushered out of it before the 2 towers collapsed were crying. They were hysterical, some of them falling on the floor. Some people who were on the street described having seen people, actually 4 or 5 people, jump from the top of the World Trade Tower, I guess, to escape the flames at that point. It's really horrific. A man told me about finding parts of bodies. I've seen bloody shoes.
All right, Mary Gay Taylor, we appreciate it. We're going to have to break in right now and head for the CBS Network News and get the very latest update on the situation.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan. New York and Washington, targets of terror.
This is an organized, planned attack. It's the nightmare that we have exercised against. It's the nightmare that we have always said we hope never came, but it has come.
Terrorism expert Neil Livingstone, as 4 hijacked jetliners have crashed. It started with 2 planes hitting the towers of the World Trade Center in New York. 2 American Airlines jets with a total of 156 people on board. Both towers eventually collapsed. A security guard couldn't believe what he was seeing.
People jumping out of windows of the World Trade Center trying to save themselves. Literally jumping to their death.
This woman was outside with a friend when the first tower came down.
He threw me into the wall of a building and covered me. I could feel his heart banging against my back. We were both so sure we were going to die.
Officials there called the loss of life tremendous. A plane crashed into part of the Pentagon, triggering a fire and evacuations. In fact, all of official Washington has now been shut down. CBS News correspondent Peter Mayer.
This is the sound and the scene of controlled panic and pandemonium around the White House. Secret Service and Washington police have now extended the cordon to about 4 blocks around the White House. That is a closed-off cordon. Downtown Washington, near the White House, is very much of a ghost town. Many people have fled both the government and private office buildings. Peter Mayer, CBS News, Washington.
The 4th plane, a United 757 with 45 people on board, went down in western Pennsylvania. The FAA has closed U.S. airports, suspending flights. Other major landmarks around the country have been closed down or evacuated as a precaution. There's where the U.S.-Mexico border has also been closed. CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan.
Heard live here at WCBS 880. We are now being told that the statewide elections in New York have now been postponed because of this act of terrorism. City Hall also evacuated. Today's primary election in the city, as well as on Long Island, canceled as well. Children are being kept in their schools, only allowed to leave if their parents come to get them. Number of buildings have been evacuated. Mayor Giuliani talked with us earlier. He said there was no warning of this attack, and says that he asks everyone to please remain calm. Anyone in the south of Canal Street area really needs to get out, to walk slowly, but walk directly north, get out of that dangerous area. Do police a big favor so that they can open up the streets and do their jobs. We're also being told by our reporter Allison Key that hundreds of police officers now being sent to the area of the World Trade Center, trying to get there to look for survivors.
You're listening to continuing coverage of this day like no other day in the history of New York City. Terrorism attack, the city on full terrorism alert. New York City essentially is closed. You should not think about trying to come here. The bridges, the tunnels are closed. The subway service is moving sporadically. As Susan was just saying, the police are trying to get anyone in Lower Manhattan out of Lower Manhattan. The World Trade Center, both towers of the World Trade Center are gone. You will never see the skyline of New York from this day forward look like it did yesterday, and every World Trade Center was built. So we are continuing our coverage here on WCBS 880, and we invite you to stay with us.
All right, WCBS News Time 12:23. We want to go out back out to the area where a person had been working in the building of the Trade Center, the World Trade Center, before the plane crashed into it. And this person was on the 74th floor. He has talked with our WCBS reporter, Marla Diamond. Marla, what a story this man has to tell.
Absolutely. And before I get to that, he is okay. He is fine. We should let you know. But I'm on the Upper West Side in the 80s around Central Park West. And just to describe the scene here, it is quiet. It is almost surreal, a surreal calm. There is mass exodus, a mass exodus of people carrying their briefcases, their suits. They have walked blocks and blocks in their dress clothes and heels. There are no cabs here. There are no buses running. This man on the 74th floor, his name is Walter. He was extremely dazed. He agreed to speak with me just for a few minutes. His cotton suit was soaked with sweat. He walked from One World Trade Center, where he works as an engineer, to 82nd and Central Park West, and gave me this account of the evacuation of the building.
Yes, everybody got out okay. Yeah, there was sort of an impact initially, and then another impact maybe 25, 30 seconds later, and then everybody started running. And so I was one of the, almost everybody sort of got out at the same time, and we just, walked calmly down, the stairs. And, there was obviously smoke, but it wasn't too bad in the building.
And he is an engineer that works in the building and says he just can't believe it. The building is one of the sturdiest ever built. It is made to withstand even a plane crash, a 747 crash, he said to me. And this is a day that he just cannot believe is actually happening.
WCBS reporter Marla Diamond, a statement that many people are saying today. It's hard to believe that this is actually happening. This terrorist attack on the United States, starting here in New York and continuing in Washington, the entire country on full terrorism alert right now. President Bush is on his way back to Washington. He had been in Florida reading to some school children in Sarasota, Florida, when the attacks started on the World Trade Center. The FAA has grounded all aircraft all across the country. Planes in the air had been diverted to Canada, and we are told that at least 4 planes were hijacked to carry out this attack. American Airlines says 2 of their flights were hijacked and crashed in today's terrorist attack. One of those planes was American Airlines flight number 11 from Boston to Los Angeles that crashed into the World Trade Center. And United Airlines is also now confirming 2 of their jetliners crashed, one this morning near Pittsburgh. The company says another of its planes has crashed, but it does not have specific information on that plane available yet.
WCBS News Time 12:26. We have reporter Mike Ziranak standing by at LaGuardia Airport now. Mike, give us the latest.
Yeah, Tony, I'm outside the American Airlines terminal right now at LaGuardia, and people are slowly finding their way out of the airport right now. At one point, literally thousands of passengers and airport workers were evacuated. All the buildings have been evacuated here and making a mass exodus, many with nowhere to go, like this particular passenger.
It's very frightening because they just evacuated the building, and unfortunately they didn't make an announcement overhead. Everyone just started a mass exodus, and they should have at least warned us. And my idea is to get away as far from the building as possible if that's what they feel like there's a problem.
Yeah, there initially was some panic as people were rushing out, but they seemed to gain some sense of control, and that woman was on her way to Florida. Her flight obviously canceled. She has no idea what to do, where to go next. She's like so many others. Presently, there are several hundred people camped out, literally camped out in the grassy area between the roadways here in front of the American Airlines terminal, just wondering what to do next, waiting for transportation. There's simply not enough buses to take everyone out of here. Many others gathered around radios, in fact, listening to you guys to tell them as to what's happening, what's going on with the latest. A real sense of sadness, confusion, and yes, some anger here at LaGuardia. We're live at LaGuardia Airport. Mike Ziranak, WCBS 880 News.
And at Newark International Airport we go now, and that's where we find WCBS reporter Chris Keating.
Susan, the scene here is much the same as what Mike just reported. Newark Airport, folks, is on lockdown, and it's near impossible to get into these terminals. All 3 terminals, A, B, and C, have been evacuated. No one's allowed inside, and there are actually guards here with automatic rifles. They're being stationed on the roads leading to those departure areas where generally visitors drive up and pick up passengers. If you have a flight today, forget about it. It's been canceled. Don't even attempt to come here. Make alternate plans. The good news is this. There are buses out of here leaving here. They're taking people pretty much wherever they want to go. Some are stranded here from as far away as Nova Scotia. Some looking for layaways. They don't know where to go, but these buses are helping out, taking people to area hotels as well as Newark Penn Station, where they can get on another bus or perhaps take a train if they need to go to a relative's home or perhaps their own home. Once again, Newark is on lockdown. Don't even attempt to come here. It's almost an eerie scene. It's so silent here. No planes on the ground moving in the air or on the ground. And Newark is emptying out very quickly. Reporting live from the airport, Chris Keating, WCBS 880 News.
Now we're getting reports that the National Guard has been called out to help with whatever might be necessary that authorities feel is necessary in New York City. As we reported a few minutes ago, the Pentagon is sending 2 warships to U.S. waters. The USS George Washington, the USS John F. Kennedy are steaming this way. WCBS News Time 12:29.
And this, again, is a day that many will never forget, a day the United States has never seen before. A series of attacks, terrorist attacks that were well coordinated in New York, at the World Trade Center, and then in Washington. The Pentagon, Camp David also attacked. And the president on his way back to the White House right now. So is the Secretary of State, Colin Powell. He's on his way back to Washington following all of the terrorist acts in New York and Washington, and from his first official visit in South America. The USS George Washington, the USS JFK, has now been ordered by the Pentagon into New York waters. And again, the National Guard has now been called on to help assist in the follow-up to these attacks and the response to these attacks.
It's an almost incredible series of events. In fact, it defies imagination, but the World Trade Center has been leveled. At least 4 hijacked planes have crashed. 2 of them crashed into the World Trade Center, kamikaze style, before the buildings fell to the ground. The World Trade Center not there anymore. Another jet, an American flight from Newark to San Francisco, crashed near Pittsburgh this morning. And as you've been hearing from our reporters, very difficult to get around. Authorities urging everyone who is not in the city to stay out.
All subway service also has been suspended. Inbound Port Authority crossings are closed. Major League Baseball has canceled for the day, and the primary election canceled as well.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein.
The stairwell was people backed up to people for as far as you could see down.
That's what it was like getting out of the World Trade Center Twin Towers in Manhattan this morning before they both collapsed. The targets of apparent terrorist attacks by hijacked airliners. Correspondent Cammie McCormick is on the streets of Manhattan.
Most of the downtown office buildings look like they've been evacuated. You can see clusters of people on the sidewalk searching for coworkers and counting the groups to make sure everyone is accounted for. Also, it looks as if they're bringing in all types of vehicles to be used for emergency services. Everything's being pulled into operation at this point.
Another plane hit the Pentagon in Washington, collapsing part of the National Security Headquarters. A 4th plane crashed near Camp David. All of official Washington is locked down. Correspondent Bob Schieffer has a bird's-eye view of Washington from Capitol Hill.
I've never seen anything quite like the mood we're seeing right now. This is being taken very seriously, and my guess is that those congressmen who are saying on Capitol Hill this is another Pearl Harbor, that is exactly a reflection of what the mood of the general public is, at least here in the nation's capital.
Who's to blame? Speculation centers on terrorist ringleader Osama bin Laden, an apparent intelligence failure, and aviation correspondent Bob Orr says airport security systems failed too.
How could presumably terrorists of any sort, hijackers, take over 4 commercial airline planes all in a very, very compacted period of time? It's an indictment of the Federal Aviation Administration's security system. It's now shutting down the entire aviation system.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein.
Heard live here, WCBS 880, as our continuing coverage of the terrorist attacks on the United States continues.
Tom Kaminski is normally in the chopper, the WCBS 880 chopper, but there is nothing flying over New York City. In fact, over much of the country, maybe the whole country at this point. Tom Kaminski, give us the latest on the air traffic situation.
Well, at this point, that is absolutely correct. All air traffic around the United States of America has been halted, and the word that we had gotten just shortly after 9 o'clock was that this entire airspace around New York City was, to use the words of the tower, going to be sanitized, and it will be, or sterilized. I'm sorry, sterilized was the word that was going to be used. It will be sterilized, meaning that there were very few aircraft actually up at that point when these explosions occurred, and then shortly thereafter, and especially after the second crash occurred into tower number 2. I have just gotten off the phone with the folks at New York TRACON, and that is the Terminal Radar Approach Control. That controls all of the aircraft into all of the major airports in our area. And they have told me, and this is a quote from the person that I spoke to, there are U.S. military F-15 aircraft in the air right now with orders to shoot anything in the air that is not authorized to be there. And he finished that conversation by saying, I'd stay right on the ground where you are if I were you, and hung up the phone. But certainly that gives you an indication of what this is going to be like. Now, we do not have any idea how long this complete air traffic stop is going to be. In terms of any activity on the roads in and out of Manhattan, nothing. Everything is shut. Manhattan at this point is sealed off. Subway subway service limited at best, from what we understand. Now, as you get out toward the farther toward the west and to the north, we do, or at least we did at last check, have a closing of the Tappan Zee Bridge as well, trying to get into Westchester County, out of Rockland into Westchester County. But certainly, if you are in a safe place, the advice now...
All right, Tom, we're going to have to ask you to stand by there, and we want to go to the Mayor Rudy Giuliani, on the phone.
To see what happened there is, of course, it makes you very, very angry. It's almost impossible to describe the level of anger that you have that somebody or someone would do something like this. And all of the good and wonderful people that were affected by this, there's no reason for this, there's no excuse for this. And there's something like this is just something you never thought you would live to see.
I couldn't agree more, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Brief comments there. We caught it at the tail end there. Mayor Giuliani on CBS 2 talking about this being the worst tragedy he's ever seen.
And as he said earlier, Susan, when asked about casualties, of course, that's one of the major questions today. How many people have suffered and been the victims of these extraordinary attacks? The mayor's quote was, he did not know, but he had a sickening feeling that it would be in the thousands.
WCBS News Time 12:36, continuing coverage of the terrorist attack on New York and America. Let's go back now just outside City Hall. WCBS reporter Allison Keyes is there, has been talking with the stunned people.
People here are just absolutely devastated. I must tell you, what looks like a couple of hundred of police and firemen just got ready to head into the World Trade Center in hopes of finding some survivors. They're putting on masks and gloves. They're carrying a great deal of water with them. Survivors keep walking by me. They just look absolutely dazed. One police officer, DeVita, said that he was on Broadway trying to save some of...
All right, we want to, sorry about that, Allison, but we want to talk to Mayor Giuliani right now about the situation right now. Mayor Giuliani, I know it is really hard to assess the situation at this point, but how would you characterize it?
I would say this is one of the worst days in the history of the United States. This is a horrible, horrible thing that should not happen, and there's no excuse for it. And right now, we have to focus on all of our energies and all of our attention on saving the maximum number of people possible.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, of course. Yeah, we're finding many survivors, and we're finding many people that are dead, and I don't have the numbers yet. And we still have thousands of police officers and firefighters down there in jeopardy, as well as lots of other innocent people.
Mayor Giuliani, you said earlier that there was really no warning, that the police chief said he hadn't heard of no warning either of this.
There was absolutely no warning that we know of, and now we're going back and checking, and we still can't come up with a warning. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to communicate with people, though,
sure,
to try and get and if you're in Lower Manhattan, just walk north and get above Canal Street and get out of Lower Manhattan. The smoke condition is still very dangerous. There is danger of any further collapse, so you should get out of Lower Manhattan. And second, it will really help our relief efforts if you get out of Lower Manhattan. It will allow us to get ambulances in there and out of there and triage people and move them to area hospitals much easier. The more we can clear out Lower Manhattan, the more we're going to participate in helping to save lives right now.
Mayor, we are being told that the National Guard has now been deployed.
Yes, I talked to Governor Pataki about an hour and a half ago, and told him that we would need the National Guard. The governor started organizing them, and they will be deployed to an area in New York City, and then relieve our police officers and our firefighters later in the day. We've also talked to the White House and asked the urban search and rescue teams to send three of them here, and they should be here later today.
Mr. Mayor,
there'll come a point a little later today when our police officers and our firefighters are going to need reinforcements. They're going to need help.
Mr. Mayor, apparently some other form of help is on the way from the Pentagon. We had reports that they're sending two warships here to
the right after the first attack, and I believe before the second, but I believe it was right after the first attack, we communicated with the Defense Department and the White House and asked them to seal off the airspace around New York City. And they did. They did it very quickly because we had gotten reports that other planes were on their way here, and it turned out that they were Air Force planes. So they reacted as quickly as you humanly could react to seal off the airspace around around the city of New York, and for that I really appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, what should New Yorkers at this point think, not only about what has happened, but how this could have happened here and elsewhere in the country?
Well, we're an open country. I mean, we're a democracy. We're an open country. We don't have gates around us. We don't have borders around us. We're a democracy, and I can't begin to understand this at this point. But airplanes flying into the World Trade Center, I don't know how you prevent that unless you surround the United States with missiles, and I don't know.
And at this point, Mr. Mayor, are you hearing anything about who may have been responsible?
I'm hearing rumors, but I don't have anything confirmed yet, so I'd rather not say anything at this point.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm hearing several rumors, yes.
You're one of the few people, obviously being the mayor of the city, who can travel around it and have been most lately, or perhaps among the people we've been able to talk to most recently, in Lower Manhattan. You were describing the scene for us before, but from everything we've heard and the pictures we see, it looks like pictures we saw from World War II or from Vietnam or from... Tell us what Lower Manhattan is like.
Lower Manhattan looks like it was bombed during the Second World War. You're absolutely right. It is filled with debris. We were literally right below the World Trade Tower when it collapsed in a building at 75 Barclay Street. We were trapped in the building. Myself, the police commissioner, the fire commissioner. There was a very bad smoke condition in the building. We tried several exits, finally got out one exit, and then when we got out, the site was impossible to describe. It was the whole area was filled with smoke, and there was debris all over the place. And what we did was we urged people we knew which way north was, and we just walked north and urged people to walk with us to get as far away from the smoke as possible, so that we could redeploy.
You and the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, at that point had no communication or understanding of what had happened?
Oh, yeah, sure. We knew it. No, we actually, the first collapse, we got about, I'd say a 30-second to 1 minute warning of the first collapse. We were alerted that the building might collapse. And that probably helped us get that extra minute. We still got trapped in the building, but we were able at least to start assessing exits and places to get out. And then the thing I have to say, though, about the people of New York City is I walked with thousands of them, and they conducted themselves in a very sensible, calm, and deliberate way.
What are the days ahead, as far as you can project at this point, Mr. Mayor? What are the days ahead going to be like? I mean, for one thing, New York City is effectively closed right now.
New York City is closed right now. It's going to be closed until further notice, and the rescue effort is going to continue at least for the rest of the day. It may go well beyond that. I should also tell people that there are 3 sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 310 East 67th Street, and 150 Amsterdam Avenue, which is 66th and Amsterdam. Where the hospitals in New York City and in the surrounding areas are going to need blood, and anyone that can help the Red Cross, we'd really appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, would you give those locations once again?
153 East 53rd Street, 310 East 67th, and 150 Amsterdam, 66th and Amsterdam.
Mr. Mayor, this is like one of those situations that we have never experienced before. The worst terror, a nightmare scene.
As I was looking up at the World Trade Center when I first arrived there and looked looked at the tremendous gap in the building, and then the second building, it took me a minute at least to really believe that what I saw was correct. And then I saw people jumping from the top of the World Trade Center. It's not in your worst nightmares. You couldn't possibly have thought of anything like that.
When you were asked about casualties earlier, Mr. Mayor, you said, of course, there's no way to know at this point, but you were quoted as saying that you have the horrible feeling this is going to be in the thousands. First of all, is that an accurate quote?
I don't know. It is an accurate quote. I probably said that as I was walking along. I don't know what it'll be, and I know we're going to lose. We're going to probably lose a lot of police officers and firefighters as well.
Mr. Mayor, we thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
New Yorkers
thank you for communicating with people. It really helps when to give them some degree of comfort and confidence. They should. We're a democracy, and we'll overcome this.
We appreciate
We're a great country.
We appreciate your comments, Mr. Mayor, and please stay in touch. A lot of New Yorkers are counting on you to lead the city through this. Now we have Governor Pataki calling in. And, Governor, we've just been talking with Mayor Giuliani, describing obviously a truly horrific situation. But apparently, at least in terms of recent developments, you've ordered National Guard into New York City. Tell us about that.
Yes, I've been in touch with the mayor and with the White House. We've activated all of our emergency teams from across the state, including our National Guard. We are moving National Guard units into the city to be of assistance to the city police and firefighters. We're going to be moving in emergency teams, whether it's firefighters or EMTs as well. Everything that can be done at this point to focus on saving the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and helping those who have been injured and providing maximum security as we go forward is being done.
Governor, do you have any assessment right now as to just how many lives may have been lost?
I don't want to speculate and try to quantify at this point. The focus has to be on trying to reach those whose lives are still at risk and helping those who might be injured and making sure we have the maximum security provisions possible. And that's what we're doing, working with the city, working with the federal government, and we're going to continue to provide every possible resource to help the people.
Governor, the mayor has just been speaking with us and describing the scene in Lower Manhattan as it looked as if World War II had broken out again and that had been bombed. Lower Manhattan had been bombed.
It's just incredible to see. You look at it, and it's something that you just can't believe is real. But it is. It's a nightmare, but it's a real nightmare, and we've got to deal with it and as effective and professional and compassionate in a way as possible, and we're working hard to do that.
How could we have been so vulnerable?
It's just impossible to protect yourself from a terrorist attack of this magnitude. Who would have anticipated hijacked planes going into the towers? But we've done everything we could to prepare, knowing that New York would have been one of the primary targets for an attack upon America, and everything that can be done to respond as quickly as possible now is being done.
Governor, New York City is shut down, in effect. New York State, largely also by the fact that all the airports in the country are closed. What are you hearing from officials in Washington or anywhere else about when we can expect a semblance of normalcy?
I don't think we're at a point where we can start speculating when we feel that this risk is over, which is why we have to have the maximum security. Obviously, we've been in touch with the federal officials, their security and terrorism officials, and at this point, we just have to continue to do everything we can to try to make sure that the maximum steps are taken to provide the most security possible. I just don't want to predict when that threat might be over. Right now, we have to deal with the threat and deal with the reality of the terrorism that has affected Lower Manhattan.
The National Guard has been called out. How do you anticipate they will be able to help and respond to this tragedy?
They'll be able to help with everything from security in order to using their specialized equipment and ability to go in to remove debris, to look for people, to try to help. They have excellent capacity and have dealt with tragedies. Of course, none of this magnitude in the past. We're proud of them. We have the best National Guard team in America, and they're going to be out in full strength helping out.
Governor, your message to the people of New York City and New York State at this point?
Our thoughts and prayers are with the people in the towers and their families and loved ones. All of us, certainly I, have a lot of friends who are in the towers this morning, and we just have to say prayers for them and try everything we can to help them, to help reach them and bring them to safety. And the people of New York have gotten through crises in the past. We will get through this in a compassionate and calm way, but reach out to your friends, reach out to your neighbors, say a few prayers, and help us to just have an orderly response to this massive tragedy.
All right, Governor George Pataki, thank you for being with us. Any further developments, please don't hesitate to check in with us.
Thank you.
This is continuing coverage of this day that defies belief in New York City and the nation here on WCBS 880, 1248 now. We have word out of Afghanistan, out of Kabul, that Afghanistan's hardline Taliban rulers condemned the devastating terrorist attacks in New York and Washington and rejected suggestions that Osama bin Laden could be be behind them. The Taliban's ambassador to Pakistan, Abdul Salam Zaif, said bin Laden, the Saudi dissident who's been given asylum in that troubled nation, does not have, in his words, does not have the facilities needed to carry out such a well-orchestrated attack. It is premature to level allegations against a person who is not in a position to carry out such attacks, he said. That's the word from the Taliban in Afghanistan. And, of course, we are reminded that when the federal building in Omaha was blown up years ago, there was all that speculation about terrorist attack, and it turned out to be an American, 2 Americans, in fact. So perhaps we ought to mute the speculation. There's enough to report on. We don't need to speculate.
And just an addendum to that, as we have been reporting earlier, there have been reports of people dancing in the streets of Palestinian communities in the Middle East celebrating this terrorist attack on New York and Washington. WCBS News Time, 12:50.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein. It's being called a modern-day Pearl Harbor. The World Trade Center buildings in New York have collapsed. The Pentagon has been hit by hijacked airliners. The FAA has suspended all flight operations nationwide. Major League Baseball has canceled all games today. The suspicion is this was all coordinated by terrorist leader Osama bin Laden. It started just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time. A plane hit the World Trade Center, then a second one. Correspondent Cammie McCormick is near the towers.
A lot of people are still moving north away from the World Trade Center towers. There is the heavy smell of gas in the air. There have been a lot of reported gas leaks downtown. You see office buildings clearing out. Some tourist buses have been pulling up in front of some of these offices. It's not clear whether these businesses have hired these buses to get their employees out of the center of downtown. But to be honest with you, the people around me were afraid to get on them.
All of federal Washington has been shut down. This is the sound of the White House being evacuated. Correspondent Jim Stewart says there is massive confusion at these surprise attacks.
The government is literally trying to piece itself back together because so many of its vital buildings have been emptied because of the concern here that they too could become a terrorist attack.
President Bush was on a trip to Florida. He was returning home, but his plane has been diverted. Correspondent Mark Knoller was on the trip. He's live in Sarasota, Florida.
Howie, the president said that he was going back to Washington when he scrubbed his visit to Sarasota, but in fact that is not where Air Force One has gone. We have learned that Air Force One has landed at Barksdale Air Force Base at Shreveport, Louisiana. The president will be making another statement there about the tragedy that has befallen the nation. He did make a statement before leaving Sarasota this morning. He said that the full resources of the federal government would conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and find those responsible for today's acts. He said terrorism against our nation will not stand.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein.
The latest heard live here on WCBS 880 when the president does make his statement. You will hear him here live on WCBS. As you heard Mayor Giuliani saying, he is really urging everyone to leave lower Manhattan, head north, get out of that area as soon as you can, and that is what people are doing right now. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell joining us live from Chelsea Piers.
And Susan, all morning we have seen people flooding up from lower Manhattan, just walking along the West Side Highway, that new walkway that is up there, just flooding up. People from World Financial Center who witnessed this whole thing, and here at Chelsea Piers, hundreds have been lining up for ferries along for the Spirit cruises and for the Circle Line that will take them to New Jersey. We spoke to one person who doesn't even know anybody there. He said he just wanted to get off Manhattan Island. Others who live in New Jersey don't know how they're getting home, but they too are just anxious to leave here. On the ferry, we spoke to Doug Brown. He was in the South Tower on the 70th floor when the explosion hit, when that first plane hit, and he talks about what it was like there.
I was on the 70th floor of 2 World Trade Center in the conference room on one of the corners at somewhere between 8:30 and 9. We heard an explosion and then looked out towards Staten Island. So I would have been in the southeast corner of the building with multiple windows, and it looked as though a giant explosion of confetti was bursting out with flame. It was paper, debris, and flame, and we could see it sprinkling down to the buildings between us and to the south of us. There was an announcement that our building was safe within about 5 minutes. People started to go down the steps. and then we stopped going down the steps, and were just told to congregate in the center of the building. I went back to my office to call family and friends to let them know I was okay, and at that point...
What floor are you on at this point?
On the 70th floor. And our building had an explosion. There was debris in the center of our building, and immediately smoke started filtering into our floor. We then made sure everybody was off of our floor with Morgan Stanley on the 70th floor, and we started to walk downstairs on about the 65th floor or so. A man covered with blood who had started on the 90th floor or so. I stopped to help him and ended up walking downstairs with him. He was severely cut, and it turns out that when we were at triage, his lung had been punctured. He had gotten to about the 78th floor when the second explosion occurred, and the debris was very close to the stairwell, and he was injured by the flying debris.
All right, that's Doug Brown, who is coming down the stairs inside the World Trade Center. He says the stairways were well lighted. People were pretty much calm, although obviously in a hurry to get out. He helped this man down the stairs. His shirt was completely covered with blood. He was obviously very shaken. He was able to reach family members and tell them that he was okay, and at that point, he just started heading north. He did see that second tower collapse, and people just talking about people running in the streets, and still you can see it's like light-colored ash still billowing up from the location where those twin towers used to be, and when you look at that, you just get goosebumps on top of goosebumps. Very few words to describe it. Absolutely chilling. And one person talking to her mom on the phone, I ever heard her, she said, I watched the world collapse in front of my eyes today, and probably a lot of people feeling that way. Again, here at Chelsea Piers, folks are getting on ferries to New Jersey, even some folks who have no place to go. They just want to get out of Manhattan. Reporting live from Chelsea Piers, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 12:56. We want to give you a whole list of school closings in the cities and the suburbs.
And we also want to remind you before we do that President Bush is expected to make a statement soon, and as soon as he does, we will bring it to you live on WCBS 880. But there are a lot of children who are in schools or the schools are being closed, and we want to bring you that information right now. In New York City, IS 89 and PS 234 have been moved to PS 41 on West 11th Street. PS 150 students have been moved to PS 3 at Christopher and Hudson. The Murray Bergstrom High School is closed in New York City. High School for Leadership and Public Service is closed. Hunter College classes are closed as well. New York Institute of Technology, just the Manhattan campus is closed. St. Joseph's College in Brooklyn closed as of noon. In Mineola, Queens, all afternoon activities have been canceled. The Temple Israel of Jamaica in Queens afternoon program canceled. Stepping Stone Day School Incorporated in Queens, all afternoon classes canceled. In New York Theology Seminary in Manhattan, there will be no evening classes. The Cine University of New York in Manhattan closing at 1 o'clock this afternoon. The facilities will stay open, though, as a safe haven if needed.
And here's what we have from Long Island. In Nassau County, Nassau Community College has canceled all day and evening classes. SUNY College at Old Westbury, classes canceled for this afternoon. Then in Lindenhurst, the public schools in Suffolk County there have canceled all after-school activities. In the Deer Park School District in Suffolk County, again, the afternoon activities have been canceled. In the East Islip School District in Suffolk County, after-school activities canceled. There will, however, be child care, the afternoon child care program that will go on. In Comac in Suffolk County, all evening activities canceled. West Babylon, Suffolk County, after-school activities have been shut down. Syosset Central School District in Nassau County, the after-school activities canceled. C.W. Post and Brentwood campuses of Long Island University classes are being canceled right now at 1 o'clock. Then we have Plain Edge in Nassau, after-school activities canceled except for the Center Island Daycare program. That will be open. Babylon, Suffolk, after-school activities canceled. East Williston, same thing. Freeport Public Schools, same thing. The afternoon activities canceled. And in Woodmere, Hewlett, rather, and Woodmere Public School District, the pre-K through 8th grade children whose parents have not been reached will be kept at the school. All after-school activities have been canceled except for childcare.
We're also in the northern suburbs needing to tell you about in Westchester. Lakeland has been canceled. Westchester Business Institute evening classes canceled. South Orangetown, Rockland, all school and evening activities have been canceled. The FEC will stay open, though. And in early dismissals, the Ossining School District in Westchester, all afternoon sports and meetings have been canceled. Nyack, after-school activities canceled. And Somers, Westchester, all afternoon and evening activities have been canceled as well. WCBS News Time. Coming up on 1 o'clock, our continuing coverage of the attacks on New York and Washington, America, under terrorist attack. It happened this morning with planes crashing into the World Trade Center buildings. Those two towers have been collapsed. Nothing left of the World Trade Center buildings in New York.
American and United Airlines both confirmed losing 2 planes each. President Bush, who is expected to make another statement momentarily, calls the Trade Center crashes a terrorist act. Federal buildings in the United Nations have been evacuated.
National Guard troops are being deployed in New York, so are warships.
You're listening to WCBS New York, an Infinity Broadcasting Station, your favorite radio station for traffic and weather together, and CBS News.
WCBS News Time, 1 o'clock.
CBS News, I'm Christopher Glenn. A New York City police official says thousands of people could be dead or injured from the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center. Scott Mezzo was on the 81st floor of one of the Twin Towers when a terrorist flew a plane into the building.
Immediately after the impact, we went out to get to the stairwell. The carpeting on my floor was on fire. There were people screaming from what appeared to be the elevator bank.
Another terrorist plane flew into the other tower within minutes, and not long after, both of the towers collapsed.
And now this from
CBS News
Rockefeller
correspondent Carol
University.
Marine, who was there as the debris rained down, says she's lucky to be alive.
If my respect for fire and police already knew no bounds, given the danger, it now exceeds what I thought it could, because a firefighter threw me into the wall of a building, covered me with his body as the flames approached us.
New York hospitals are overwhelmed by the injured.
Our entire cafeteria at this point has been converted to a triage area. We have wall-to-wall patients.
And all of Lower Manhattan is being evacuated, says CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall.
In some parts of the West Bank.
The nightmare only began in New York, though. A plane was flown into the west wing of the Pentagon, collapsing it and killing some people. Another aircraft went down some distance outside Pittsburgh. And we know of 4 commercial airliners apparently hijacked for use in the terrorism. They were United Flight 175 out of Boston for Los Angeles, United 93 from Newark to San Francisco, American Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles, and American 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. President Bush was in Florida when it happened, but he did not return there when he left Florida. Tell us where he did go to, if you can, CBS News reporter Tom Foti in Washington.
Chris, the president went to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where he issued a statement just a short time ago saying, and these are his words, freedom itself was attacked. Freedom, he said, will be protected. Adding he has taken all appropriate security precautions to protect Americans and promising that the U.S. would hunt down and punish those responsible. Meanwhile, Vice President Cheney, under tight guard here, a part of the Pentagon, continues to burn. Area hospitals on high emergency alert and a lot of other government and private buildings evacuated.
This is the sound and the scene of controlled panic and pandemonium around the White House. Secret Service and Washington police have now extended the cordon to about 4 blocks around the White House. That is a closed-off cordon. Downtown Washington, near the White House, is very much of a ghost town. Many people have fled both the government and private office buildings. Peter Mayer, CBS News, Washington.
And that's Tom Foti and Peter Mayer with the latest from Washington. Repeating now, President Bush is at an Air Force base in Louisiana, and he says democracy itself was attacked today. This is CBS News.
Increase your chance of getting back to nature by 30% when you take Amtrak to Glacier Park, the Rockies, Yosemite, or 500 other destinations. It's our 30% off fall sale. Call your travel agent or 1-800-USA-RAIL or go to Amtrak.com. Offer valid for 30% off the best available full adult fare. Blackout dates and other restrictions apply.
It wasn't much of a car accident. Still, there's a family that may have a hard time getting to soccer practice or on that vacation they'd planned. Fortunately, they have a State Farm agent and the help of the world's largest claims network. And no one has more experts handling more claims quickly and fairly. That's our good neighbor promise. So they'll be back on the road a lot sooner than they thought.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
A day the United States has never seen anything like it before. This is September 11th, WCBS News Time 104, a series of attacks by terrorists, coordinated attacks that began in New York City at the World Trade Center Twin Towers, bringing those towers down to the ground. There is nothing left. Mayor of New York, Mayor Giuliani, telling us here at WCBS that there are no doubt many people who have lost their lives in the collapse of those two buildings. The terrorist attacks continuing in Washington. We are awaiting a statement from President Bush on these attacks, and it's coming up shortly.
We have the National Guard called into service for New York City. We have 2 Pentagon warships heading to New York City to lend their help. Mayor Giuliani also telling us here on WCBS 880 Radio that New Yorkers are resilient. We have gotten through tragedy and disaster before. We will get through this. In terms of casualties, the mayor also saying that at least 50 and perhaps as many as 100 area hospitals will be pressed into service to deal with the casualties of these amazing attacks. We have WCBS reporter Sean Adams standing by in Lower Manhattan. Sean?
And it really is starting to sink in for many people. It is a surreal sight when you look up at Lower Manhattan and that familiar sight of the Twin Towers. It is no more. The Twin Towers are gone. There is no other way to say it, and they are replaced by a tower of black, ominous smoke, and that is the lingering reminder right now of this most nefarious act. Lower Manhattan is littered with debris. It is enveloped in dust and smoke. Clouds swirl off ambulances as they race up to hospitals uptown. Downtown is overwhelmed with emergency workers. They're doing their best in triage units. They are trying to keep people and spectators from coming downtown. They're pushing people north. William Rodriguez works in one of the towers, and he does maintenance, and he was pushed into service as a rescuer.
I got out just before the building collapsed, seconds, and there were still people there. There were still firemen. I'm talking about the 33rd floor, 34th floor, 38, 39, and 22nd. We were taking out some people that were on a wheelchair and a lady that had a heart attack.
And both of those towers crumbled with thunderous roars. They fell like a house of cards. People ran to escape the tsunami of smoke and debris that barreled up Broadway. And right now, cell phones are out. They don't work. People are desperately trying to get a hold of loved ones to tell them that they're okay. People are also trying to find a way home. Live on Hudson Street and J Street in Lower Manhattan, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 106. And we're getting more information now on the attack on the Pentagon today.
Now word from Washington that there are casualties and fatalities at the Pentagon. America's military seat of power took a direct hit from a plane which crashed into one side of that 5-sided structure. Pentagon spokesman Glenn Flood says there are, quote, extensive casualties and an unknown number of fatalities. A television station in Washington, WUSA, is also quoting a Navy public affairs spokesman as saying there are dead inside the Pentagon. The Pentagon was hit a short time after the attack began on the World Trade Center in New York City, and AP reporter Dave Winslow saw the crash at the Pentagon. He saw a large airliner plow right into the building across from Washington, D.C. in Arlington, Virginia. America's military seat of power not only hit by an apparent terrorist attack, a plane crashing into one side of it, but now reports from several sources that there are obviously casualties, but an unknown number of fatalities. 108 WCBS 880 News Time.
Well, the president again saying that, vowing that terrorism against the United States will not stand. He is expected to make a statement shortly, and we are expecting to bring that to you live right here on WCBS 880. The president originally was to return to Washington, but decided instead to go to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. We're expecting the president momentarily, and we want to get to that. But first, let's go over to Peter Haskell, who is at the Chelsea Piers. And Peter, what's the situation where you are now?
Susan, we've been watching for some time now as folks have been lining up and just piling.
I apologize for that. We're going to have to interrupt you now and go to President Bush.
ABC's Ann Compton.
All right, we're having a little bit of trouble with that. Let's see if we can bring up President Bush right now over here.
Well, obviously, we're having
some technical difficulties right now trying to bring you President Bush. So let's go back to Peter Haskell. Peter, if you're still there, Peter Haskell's at Chelsea Piers, where folks have been trying to get out of the area.
And Susan, there folks have been lining up. Spirit of New York Cruises and the Circle Line have been running ferries over to New Jersey. Folks who don't live anywhere near Weehawken just jumping on ferries. They want to get off Manhattan Island. We spoke to someone who doesn't know anybody in New Jersey, but he lived downtown. He felt the explosion. He left his building and just started walking uptown. There were many who were standing here at Chelsea Pier with a straight shot down the West Side Highway. You could see the fire burning and the flames coming out of the tower. Then that explosion and just a column of smoke rising in the sky. 2 hours later, still there is just a chalky, ashy kind of smoke that is still rising, be it debris or from flames, but that column is still rising. Folks shaken, just unable to speak clearly about what happened. Joanna White was actually driving on the West Side Highway when the whole thing unfolded.
Just as I hung up the phone from talking to my boss, debris started falling in front of my
Peter,
car.
we are going to interrupt you right now and go to President Bush. We've now reestablished our communication.
I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
The statement there live, President Bush. Actually, it was on taped, a videotape message from President Bush. Again, he did not return to the White House because of the attacks in the Washington, D.C. area on the Pentagon.